It's been a month long of intense competition, but finally, we are here at the 2023 College Valorant Fall Lower Finals. Today, 8 teams will be battling out for their chance to advance to their regional finals. My name is Jackson 5K, and I'm joined on the desk today by the insightful Infernosis. Scott, how are you feeling today?
Absolutely wonderful. Super excited to get this one underway, as I'm sure the players are as well.
I'm also joined alongside by the amazing Ashavog. Ash, how are you doing today?
Doing great. Really excited to see things pop off, even with fever. So hopefully I should be around for this.
Hey, man, competition's heating up, just like Ash right here, as we will see a little bit of a different format coming into today. There are 4 regions, but we won't necessarily be covering all 5 matches of each region. Instead, we'll be giving you a little bit of each region, just 2 matches here and there. But there will also be a bunch of highlights that we will be going through in between these matches, just to make sure that all of our viewers at home get all the coverage that they need. That's certainly different, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, it at least provides an experience of being able to show off as much as we can in as little amount of time as we possibly can. It may be a little bit awkward at the very beginning, but I promise you'll get used to it and the show will be put on very well.
What are your thoughts on the format today, Ashavak?
I mean, a little different from what I'm used to, but hopefully it should be one that we can run smoothly by, to say the least.
Yeah, and I think it'll be really interesting. I mean, we've seen other sports productions do stuff like this, notably NFL Red Zone. They do cover a whole bunch of games on Sunday, and you get to see little snippets of each of the matchups here. And I think that'll be good for somebody that wants to tune in, but doesn't necessarily have all the time to watch all 5 matches, Scott.
Yeah, sometimes you don't have all day to work things out. Maybe you just want to watch Fisher, so you see a little bit of that one, but then you heard something good was going on with St. Clair State. So you're saying, hey, I want to tune into that matchup, but it would take all day to get to that round. No, it'll come out very shortly. You'll just have to wait out maybe 1, maybe 2 single games, and you'll see a continuation or maybe just the start as we're getting into the middle of the show of that entire matchup. Overall, I think it's good for the team.
You know, I think this will be good for us also to be able to relegate which match may seem more exciting, which storyline may be building up, perhaps some Cinderella stories from TMU White. I mean, Ash, is there a particular team that you're excited to see today?
I mean, I would say Fisher, but then that pops up with the question, wait, which Fisher? And if anyone, I gotta go, my personal favorite, Fisher Tea Party. That's the one I'm kind of rooting for here.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it's a little bit of an in-house action today between Fisher Tea Party and Fisher Navy. We'll be getting to that game a little shortly, but as of right now, let's take a look at the tournament bracket here. We do see the upper bracket as well as the lower bracket for the Eastern Conference. Now, the game that we'll be watching today will be Fisher College Tea Party versus Fisher College Falcons. It is an in-house match, and we always know that in-house matches tend to be a way more intense, Scott.
Yeah, and I think another thing to point out is that last time we saw these two face off, well, we didn't. It was a forfeited victory for the side of Fisher College Tea Party. And there's a lot of guesses about why that is the case, but I think the majority of people will agree. Fisher College Tea Party, being that secondary roster for Fisher College, wanted to get some sort of strategies written down for Winthrop University, throw that B team at them as quick as you can, get some strats in the books for your main team Navy, and then be prepped, hopefully when they come out of a victory here against their own roster, to take them down when it comes to the grand final should they take the win.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a strategic forfeit by the main team there, perhaps not wanting to show too much of their playbook. Hey, Ash?
Listen, it's the one thing that I like to joke about and seeing situations pop up. It's like one trade, but that's a thing for another day entirely. I mean, hey, a win's a win when it comes to Fisher, knowing that they have A team, B team, red team, blue team at this point. I mean, hey, win's a win.
And there is a bit of history between Winthrop and Fisher College. I mean, last year in the Grand Championships, Winthrop University did upset Fisher College to make it to Grand Finals of the National Championship. So there is definitely some sort of strategy here from Fisher College, Scott.
Yeah, and I think a big part of it as well is the fact that the games between Fisher College Tea Party and Winthrop were actually pretty darn close. Your first map, yeah, it was a 14-12. It did require OT. Second map went 13-8 on Breeze. Lotus was not the best performance out of them, going 13-4 in favor of Winthrop, obviously. But with the maps we have going forward into this, which I'll go ahead and point them out, Sunset, Haven, Breeze, Ascent, and Lotus, we are once again seeing Lotus and Haven being played, which Tea Party has done in every single one of their matchups so far in our double elimination stage of phase 2.
Yeah, and I definitely don't want to see another forfeit coming out. I know Fisher College Navy should be the ones to win this, and as the Tea Party team, I don't really want to just get a free W. I mean, if we take a look later into the other conferences, we had a second team that beat out not only their third team to make
Damn
it into lowers finals, but they also beat out their first team. So maybe this is something that could happen today here as well, Ash.
Yeah, 100%. And listen, I understand we hate forfeits here, but at the same time, a win's a win. I mean, if you see the opportunity to pick up a W, I'm a little ruthless. It's that hyena mentality. I'm taking it home with me anyways. What's stopping me?
Yeah, and what better thing to talk about than to get back to campus, look your first team in the eye and said, hey, we're the captains now, Scott.
Yeah, and Fisher has a really good setup for their players. They have a huge lab, a huge computer room for their esports arena. I'm sure they're going to have them facing off against each other directly. And I know that they're all very good friends. They even take naps inside of their esports arena half the time. They have a whole page dedicated in their Discord just to locations for where their players nap. So they feel comfortable there, but I think the air is going to start heating up and it's going to be a little bit more electric than it's used to.
Yeah, electric is definitely the key here, as both of these teams also will get a chance to compete for their scholarship money. I mean, if we take a look into the prize pool right now, we do see that first place will go home with $3,000. The second place also goes home with $2,000 worth of scholarship. But perhaps the most important thing of this tournament, Scott, is not even about the money.
Yeah, it's about where you're placed. You have to have that drive to get through to the grand finals, to get those circuit points, to make your way into the CVAL championship, where it truly is everything on the line. And every team we are going to be seeing here today, no matter which region they're in, no matter who's the expected favorite, can and will produce today. And they need to do so to make it there.
Yeah, and circuit points are definitely what these teams will be playing for, but the teams aren't the only ones with something that could walk away. As viewers, we do have the opportunity to win a Tactibear plush. Isn't that exciting, Ash?
100%. I mean, considering it's almost the holidays coming up, who doesn't want a Tactibear at this point in time? I would kill for one. I mean, let's be honest, when it comes to stuffed animals, most days they're very expensive. I don't understand why there's a market for them. There's collectors here and there, but it's pricey. So being able to get a free one, you really can't miss out on that opportunity.
Yeah, and listen, out of all the plushies that Riot offers, I think Tactibear has to be my favorite. I don't know about you, Scott, but for me, those sunglasses, amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really cool. And you can go for it, type ! giveaway in the chat. It'll be given out during the grand finals tomorrow, so make sure you're being involved and are participating. But the Tactibear only comes second place in terms of cool to Degon we have on our caster's desk. So unfortunately, you can't win him, but you'll at least have the luxury of him and Dryad coming up later.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a wild day here. And the first matchup that we are going to see, again, Fisher College versus Fisher College, it's going to be something that I think is super exciting. I always love seeing inter-school rivalries happening. I think there's going to be a lot of things that we will make out. And perhaps maybe even the Tea Party team, they might be able to try and emulate some things that they saw Winthrop through and perhaps give Navy some preparation for that eventual grand finals matchup, Ash.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. And if I remember correctly, when it comes to Tea Party, that is a combo of like the OG Tea Party and Fisher Ultra, if I'm remembering things correctly here.
Yeah, this is definitely something that they are having to be prepared for. And we take a look at both of these teams now today. These teams should be more than familiar with each other.
They cannot see the broadcast.
Yeah, I think there's a big thing
Please
to be
show
said.
the broadcast
Fisher
screen
having
and
so
not the
many
Excel
teams,
spreadsheet.
having so many players that are capable to produce at nearly any level, and apparently at an extremely high level, getting two of their rosters this far here in Collegiate Val and CVAL, it's something to be said. And I mean, to be fair, and the amount of leagues and places I've worked here in Collegiate Valorant, the Tea Party team is good enough to take down most every other team. They've had good games against Blinn. They've had a great game against Winthrop. We talked about that just previously. That's what dropped them down to the losers bracket after they had gone for that forfeit. So don't shout out, don't put down Tea Party if Front Hummels over at Fisher really wants to say, hey, Tea Party, if you can do it, take down the main team. I don't see why they couldn't.
Yeah, I definitely want to see the Fisher College Civil War going on right now, Ash.
Fisher College Civil War is crazy. Could you imagine like walking into like the esports event building, hearing, hey, what's going on? It's like, oh yeah, Fisher and Fisher are playing Valorant right now. Like that has to be some cataclysmic levels of comms going on in there, and I would not at all be surprised.
Yeah, and as a school, that school pride right now is pumping. Hope to see them in the chat, dropping down whatever kind of copy pasta Fisher College has here as they root for both of their teams. And my prediction, Scott, I think Fisher takes it.
Yeah, I think you're pretty much right about that one. If I had to be super specific, though, I'd probably say Navy, aka the Falcon side, their main roster. Their team is exceptional. They have every one of their starting players, as far as I'm aware, and the same thing cannot be said for Fisher College Tea Party. Momiji, who I love in that Sentinel role on Cypher on maps like Bind, unfortunately not playing today, being subbed in instead by Javi Fast like Tins. Younglid, who is really good as well in the controller role to set up smokes for executions and to deny in space on the defense. He's here, but instead of having Syke, who I felt like they play much better together with, they're alongside Conscious, who is just as good, but I feel like gets a little bit too aggressive at times. Yeah,
and I think if we take a look into these teams here, both of these teams are very aggressive. Right now, we're taking a look at Tea Party here. We got Rex Gator, KM Lord, Conscious, Javkill, and Muida, and these guys put up some insane numbers, Ash.
I mean, yeah, 100%. When it comes to insane numbers, if I remember correctly, when it comes to Gonchis in general, can just really be a menace in a lot of tough spots. And for me personally, I mean, hey, I follow more West Coast Valorant, so I do apologize if this does get a little rusty going into this. But let's see, SJSU on top is all the same. Anyways, that's going to be safe for later on the other hand.
Yeah, now we're taking a look at the Falcon lineup, and speaking of menace, Scott, there is a menace here, and he puts up some crazy first kill numbers.
Yeah, Menace is someone you do not want to face off against in a 1v1. The second you hear that Blade Storm going out, it's something you're going to have to run away in fear from, especially in a map like Sunset. I'm not too sure what we're going to see for their agent selection, but I do know that Menace has played this exceptionally well, working in through market, taking that B side, being very swift with it. You have the option to work all the way back towards Boba. Not very many teams want to go for it, but in a rivalry match, an inner, collegiate rivalry match, this is where you can kind of test things a little bit more, something that you didn't showcase in a scrim session against that secondary team. It's maybe a place to pull something out cheeky like that.
Yeah, and still though, it is an interesting situation for Fisher College. Both of these teams, I mean, as Falcons, you definitely want to move on and have that rematch with Winthrop. But as Tea Party, you kind of don't want to just give up any easy wins. However, if you're pushing Falcon too hard, you might force Falcon to give up some plays that they may have been saving for Winthrop, Ash.
I mean, true. When you really think about it, though, if it's one thing I like about this team, it's flexibility. You really don't have anyone just sticking to one agent here. I mean, you have Menace, who can usually go with Jet or Raze, and you have Shondex, who can really just pop out with Silver Viper or even Killjoy.
Yeah, that flexibility amongst agents as well as players will definitely throw a wrench in any team's plans. And hopefully Fisher College Tea Party does have enough experience against their own A team that they are ready for this, Scott.
Yeah, if you have a very flexible set of rules, like Asher said, or a very flexible set of agent selections, or just roles in general, it can really prep your team up for a lot. I would say that maybe Fisher Tea Party have a little bit more flexibility, just considering the pure amount of players they have in the back of their roster. I think they had 7 listed coming into this one. Obviously, they can only play 5, so they had to make some decisions, had to make some substitutions. But for the side of Fisher Falcons, for their main Navy team, they're straight up, this is their 5. They do not want to stray away from it. They're happy with it. Menace is that duelist, knows what they can do with it. Dory initiates no matter what it feels like. CJ can follow up behind the initiating power as well as Sean Dex, but they like to stick to controller and sentinel respectively a little bit more. And that's where VYX steps into the plate saying, hey, we need a controller primary that can step up on nearly any map. They really like that Omen. And so they'll try to stick to it for a lot of this, especially if they're going to play some of those more, I would say, default maps like Ascent, where that Omen really steps up to the plate.
And definitely, like, Ascent is a very strong map for Fisher College, not Navy, and I wonder if Tea Party also has it as well. But one thing that we have to remember is this is a best of 5. That means you have to have a really deep map pool, Ash.
I mean, yeah, 100% best of 5 can be really scary, or just go in your favor at any point in time. With best of 5s, I've seen things, especially like over at RBCC, things go so incredibly, horribly wrong. And it's the one thing I like to see, just one instance of, 9-3. I don't want to mention it, but I feel that has to happen here.
Oh man, I hope we don't see any 9-3 curses going today. But taking a look at these map pools, I definitely feel like throughout the tournament, there hasn't been many maps that Fisher Navy has lost, Scott.
Yeah, they have been a very dominating force. They did have to go in 3 maps to TMU Blue to take that win. They lost out on Lotus, but it was an exceptionally close game. And for a team that likes Lotus, as well as their B team liking Lotus for Fisher Navy, you have to be a little bit better on that and not give that one up to TMU Blue. It's in the past. You came back with a 13-5 win in Ascent, but when you talk about having that wide map pool, like you mentioned, it's not very wide right now for nearly any of the teams stepping up to the plate coming into the CVAL day. It's mostly Haven for everybody. It's 80% Lotus. And when you have 5 maps you have to choose from and guarantee to pick, yes, there's going to be repeats, but they have played Haven in every single matchup leading out from the single elimination beginning of phase 2 all the way to now. And then Fisher Tea Party's done the same thing for Haven and Lotus. You would have anticipated some teams would realize that, build some VODs, build some strategies, try to counteract it. That just hasn't been the case, and they've still been able to ride pretty high with it.
Yeah, Winthrop, I think today is definitely tuning in and trying to come up with the game plan. They want to make sure that their upset from last year continues and asserts their dominance. As we take a look into today, I mean, there's not a lot of maps. If it were me, I feel like if I was Fisher T College, I would try my best to prepare my one team for that eventual grand finals matchup, Ash.
Yeah, 100%. And it's so funny because discussing this yesterday, I had somebody ask me, hey, can you explain this rivalry, but in like WWE terms? For me personally, Winthrop versus anybody is like Roman Reigns versus the entirety of the roster right now. So that's what I'm kind of scared of.
Yeah, and for us to help us out today to call this incredible rivalry, we are going to have Dryad and Degon as our casters today. Degon with the play-by-play, Dryad with the color there. I'm excited. I love these two as casters, and I really want to see what they can bring to the table today, guys. And here we are.
Oh, there we go.
There
Thank
you
you
go.
very much, Jackson, for all of that at the top of the show to set us up for Fisher versus Fisher, the Eastern bracket lower finals here in the CVAL fall. I'm Degon alongside Dryad. We'll be bringing you the action from all of the matches going on today. It's going to be a very long, full day of Valorant, Dryad.
It is going to be a long day. We're going to start with the East. As you guys know, time zones and everything. The East is going to start first. They're going to go with their matches. That's the match that we're going to see. And then we're going to move with the rest of the regions that are going to be playing. And of course, like you said, we're going to have a lot of matches going on. But we do have basically, the best of the best in these lower bracket runs, trying to make a run. Some of them starting from, the beginning. They lost the first match, then they came back, they started looking better. And the question is if they can make it to the finals tomorrow.
Absolutely. So this first matchup that we have here for you, Fisher College. And Fisher College is one of the teams that we got to cast over at the CVAL Championships in June for 2023. They ended up in 3rd place. You see a lot of returning members. Interestingly enough, one of the players that was in the roster for the team that was in CVAL is now on Tea Party. So you got split players on different teams here. It was Rex Gator now moving back on over to Tea Party, whereas Falcons, or also known as Navy, will be.
And it's good because, this collegiate season, there's a lot of things that happen. There's a lot of changes that happen. Some players sometimes graduate, they go to other colleges, they go to other teams. Sometimes the universities, they have team A, B, and C as Fisher College. So you have different options and you always see these kind of changes, but I think it's really cool, right? If you were keeping up with the championship that we saw a couple months ago, now you're trying to catch up to, hey, let's see who's staying on top, who's changed, who's looking better, who's looking worse. Then you see these kind of changes for Fisher College where you'll recognize a couple of the players here, but they're not going to be in the same team.
No, they're not. So we take a look at some of the rosters here. Unique thing here for Tea Party, they will be subbing out one player. Momiji is now out. Mueda coming on in for the roster for Tea Party. We're going to just be calling them Tea Party and Navy because we know that they're both from Fisher. But over at Tea Party, we have Mueda, Syke, Gaunch, Yongold, and Rex Gator, the returning member from that stage championship matches where they finished in 3rd place. And on the opposite side, we have Menace, Shondex, VYX, Dory, and Shondex. Oh, Shondex is on there twice. That's not correct. Let's triple check that. It's Dory, Shondex, CJ, Menace, and VYX. Again, 2 members returning here from that one, and Dory and VYX. A lot of experience here, and we heard the desk earlier say, you want your best team to move forward.
Yeah.
And I think you want the best team that wins this match to move forward. Not necessarily like, okay, Navy's our higher rated team, we go. It's like, no, let them brawl it out and, let the winner take on the big bad in Northwood.
And as we talked about before too, when we look at these two teams and we look at players that have been part of one team, then they move to the other, or the other way around, you know that everybody knows each other very well, especially when you're playing collegiate, right? You're playing across a bunch of different tournaments. You're playing a bunch of different third-party tournaments that go on. And so, sometimes and oftentimes you don't have to face the same team that is going to the same college as you are, but this is one of those scenarios, and it helps, right? You can imagine in scrims and practice, they're sometimes scrimming each other, they're practicing things with each other, they know what each other are playing, and that's what makes this match so interesting, because although you might brand one of the teams as Team A and the other one Team B, kind of the secondary, this is where they really step up, and they're already showing it since it's going to be the match between the two.
Yeah. And again, just looking ahead, there were multiple schools that had multiple teams qualify on in. Obviously, Fisher had 2 teams make it on through. Texas A&M, which one of their teams will be playing later in the South lower bracket finals later today, they had 3 teams qualify in. You had white, you had black, and you had maroon. All 3 teams qualifying in. Again, one of the coolest parts of the collegiate landscape, and how players from around the country and around the world end up in these concentrated programs. It's really, I guess, fire forged by even more fire when you get these in-houses.
And one of the cool things to talk about is we also see a bunch of these players that we already know for collegiate, but before that they were playing tier 2, they were playing at the top. We've seen also players in tier 1, in the VCT, and the highest of the highest coming from collegiate. We see coaches like MCE all the way from the top, from tier 1, now going back to collegiate, and even talking about it, being vocal about it, saying, you know, I'm going back to collegiate and I want to show that this is a safe path. This is a good path for opportunities while you're also getting your degree. You're also being able to play Valorant, get some scholarship money, get some money from tournaments. You have a lot of options. So you see how viable the path can be and has proven to be in the last couple of years.
Absolutely. And then with shows like this and the whole RSAA infrastructure, trying to create a platform for all the players to continue to pursue their competitive endeavors while, as you said, getting their education and having a little bit more of a stable path. Yeah. While keeping the door open to possibly moving to tier 2 and tier 1 competition. Now, it sounds like the teams are finally ready. In-houses, they're taking time to load on into the lobby. You get 1 or 2 guys taking a little while. They're in the lobby. We will be going to the match very shortly between Fisher College Navy and Fisher College Tea Party. We've kind of hashed on the fact that this is an in-house, but when it comes to being familiar with your opponent, do you feel like they're thinking as a whole program, hey, Winthrop University is going to play the winner of this matchup. Should we hide some strats and should we just play straightforward, let the guns do it? Or do you think they're just trying to win and whichever team wins will move on and then deal with Winthrop?
I think at this point, when you've played a whole bracket, it's going to be so difficult to hide things. And you also take the advantage that maybe not everybody has seen everything. There's a lot of teams to watch. There's a lot of things going on. But you cannot hide, especially with the pressure that the teams have on, right, to get that #1 spot, especially against Winthrop. You don't have that space to hide, let's say, compositions. Let's say a team is running 2 different compositions or practicing 2 different compositions, looking at that possibility. You're going to have to run what you're the most comfortable with to push it to the grand finals. And again, it's difficult because we know these teams, they know each other so well. So it's kind of it does become a little bit of a chess game of, are you going to do what you practice when we were scrimming together? Or are you going to do something different?
Well, one thing to notice here is that it looks like Tea Party will start all 5 maps on attack, and Falcons will start, or Navy will start on all 5 maps on defense. The maps that we have here for this series, again, a best of 5, will be Sunset first, then Haven, Breeze, Ascent, and then Lotus if we go to all 5 matches here. And unfortunately, we were robbed in the upper bracket semifinals of this specific matchup. There was a forfeit, some sort of DQ that happened by Navy/Falcons. So Tea Party moved on. They tried to play up against Winthrop and got bopped. But all 5 being on attack on one side, that seems a little different here for me. Maybe some shenanigans, Jayad.
I've never seen that before. Never. Where a team just fully let's attack. Sometimes you'll have it maybe like a best of 3, maybe 2 maps that they're played. Both of them you start on the attack. It happens to be But obviously, there's clearly a map like Ascent. You want to start on the defense no matter what. You want to get that advantage as soon as possible. And everybody has their different approaches, but all attack is going to be interesting to see.
All right. Chart here. Again, we've got ourselves the in-house matchup for the lower bracket finals. Fisher College Navy against Fisher College Tea Party. On the left side is Navy. On the right side is Tea Party. So Tea Party starting on the attack. As we said earlier, let's see what they do here. One of the unique things about Sunset, agent select, agent stats across multiple different competitions. Very unique. A lot of the time you see a pretty set meta on what's played on what map, and then, something else is out of the pocket there. Then it's pretty clear. But you've got about 8 or 9 agents that really take up a good chunk of the percentage, probably more than 1/4, as we have all of them locked on in here, Dryad.
Where right now in Sunset, where you're seeing the only real changes between teams and what they're most comfortable with is how that initiator is going to look like. Some teams still going for that fade, and initially it seems like it was opting for that possibility of that raise and fade playing together, knowing that synergy that the two agents have, but also other teams opting for different initiators, going for that sky, as we get to see on the attacking side, and even on the sentinels. A couple teams have been playing the chamber, a couple teams have been playing the cypher. To me, it seems like the cypher does seem like the most established, the one that we're going to continue to see, in the next couple of months, and especially even for collegiate. You can rely a lot more on the cypher and the trips, and denying that information or slowing down those pushes that can be so aggressive. So there you have kind of the two differences really showing for this match.
Yeah, again, Viper on one side, not on the other. And these were the 7 agents I was talking about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, these were the 7 agents I was talking about. The next one down the line, as you said, would have been the chamber to possibly play on in there. But instead, no chamber this time, as we've got ourselves a good old-fashioned in-house. Round number 1, Fisher versus Fisher for the lower bracket finals in the Eastern region for the 2023 CVAL Fall Finals.
And I'm excited to see the many plays that Dory had saved in that championship, and ever since then has been continuing to keep up his game as much as possible. With this fade too, I'm excited to see it.
All right, well, it looks like we've already had an execute onto the side. Tea Party finding some space here on to B. No one dropped yet, but everyone very close right next to each other. Plant will be going down as Omen gets the first kill, or I guess Viva. I don't even know who that is. That's not their full name. Javi gets the first kill there to close things out as CJ picks up 2. And now Menace on the wraparound, closing things out. 1 left. Here's Cam Lord trying his best, hopping right on through with the blast pack. And that's enough to allow Vix to close things out here for round number 1. That was chaotic to start things off.
It was chaotic at the beginning, kind of slowing it down, trying to playing around that information. And then as they try to go for that hit, everything is chaotic, and the 2 players live able to secure first round here. Tea Party on a slight disadvantage. This is why it becomes so interesting, right? Thinking about how these attacking sides are going to look for this team, not only here on Sunset, but like you said, if they're playing attack on every single map today.
That goes there. All right, so the attack doesn't work again. Just going to have to consider what the buy is. Not exactly sure what it is quite yet. It will be a bit of a force here for Javi. Javi's going to move on in first. It will be a B execute, 1 split through tiles, but multiple here onto the B site. It doesn't seem like it's been sniffed out yet. There's the execute gun, just gets onto the site. Oh, and he doesn't have the Bucky out quite yet. CJ will pick off 1, 2. Now they're starting to fall like flies. Javi with the Spectre able to pick up 1 more, but that execute there, Dryad, not so great.
And how many versions of this attacking side towards that B hit are we going to continue to see, right? 2 rounds early on, and sure, you can dodge that tripwire early on with the satchel from the race, but what comes after, right? Nobody else is able to follow just as fast, and I mean, unfortunately for the Bucky, not able to come up in time to get the kill or even get close enough. But it should be, rounds going as standard as you want to here for the defense.
And so after failing on to B, they'll just try another site. So they move on into main, unhindered, into elbow. should be good there as well.
seconds
Everyone
left.
just kind of holding their space on Falcon's side, just waiting for information. But it's pretty tough here for KM. Down to 21 HP. One bullet will do it. The fake plant with the guiding light gets pumped, and they're just trying to do damage to the economy. Javi's not able to do so. 2 go down for the side of Falcons, but it is the higher rated team so far finding success on defense.
And you should be expecting that to change or get a little bit closer for the next rounds. As you continue to see the setup changing a little bit this time around for the defense, that Cypher. Initially going for that setup towards mid, then going back to the B as we've seen before.
Yeah, and a little tough. We got to see Tea Party decide to force buy in that last round. Now they're just going to go with all sheriffs and light armor and go hunting for heads here. But not going to find too much early on. And it's just a lot of lurking up through mid. Mid control in the hands of Tea Party. Ganch is looking for contact here. Cypher is right around the corner. Shondex. I don't know if Shondex knows how close danger is. It will be fault line into the concussion. Shondex able to answer one. And now the execute comes on through. They realize that most of them are mid. And 3 go down right off of that one.
And having an idea, right, for this race.
Player standing.
Coming up very, very close with Shondex. Just having all the info, knowing nobody can get that close with the cam watching that angle. Goes for the swing and gets taken down. So actually, it goes even better. It is going to be the defense once again and getting away with the bonus round.
Yep, bonus round win there. Everyone just stocks on up, buys full armor. Menace has to buy himself a Phantom, but, you know, with teams as rich as they are, no problem there. And now we get to see, finally, rifles in the hands of Tea Party on round number 4 after the force in round number 2. Not as much damage as they wanted in that Sheriff Force round, I guess like half by round. Last round, let's see what they do here. Will they continue to just force fast or will they push slow? And it does seem like it'll be a little slow. Again, mid control by Tea Party across the border, and it seems like Falcons are happy with it. Showstopper goes a bit wide. No one getting damaged there. Menace trying to get back onto the site. Will be able to do so, but again, mid control in the hands of Tea Party.
And it's interesting, there was only a Viper towards that B side on the attacking side for Tea Party. Kind of lurking, kind of playing slow, gets taken down, forces a couple rotations from the defense, but everybody else is still towards mid. Nobody pushed closer to that A side, where it was less numbers advantage at least coming for the defense. Would have been a chance. They're playing it together and still looking for opportunities. There it is.
Yep, multi-peek there. No damage on the Menace. Does get blinded by the Paranoia, but nice blast pack to safety. And they will get out. The plant will get down, and for the first time since the first round, we get a spike planted, and Tea Party in control of the site. Seekers gets dropped, gives information out to the rest of the team. Can't quite fully see what's happening there as there's a lot going on. It does land. Shondex gets 1, 2. Gonches answers back. The BYX picks up the Vandal. Is now Menace and BYX trying their best to get onto the site. It is planted for Tea Party. Will Tea Party be able to get it? Cam Lord gets the peaks, guiding light, able to get the bland down, but Cam Lord has one more to say. Mueda, the player, the substitute, moving on and gets the kill. And they're on the board, finally, Dryad. It took 4, but you got 1 in the column for rounds win.
And I really thought Vix was about to make that 1v2 happen, but a very uncomfortable position, kind of right in between those two players for Tea Party, and ends up being taken down. That is the first round coming through for Tea Party. We got to see how many more they're able to get throughout. As yeah, we got to see the Seekers being invested, trying to get that info, but there's still a long way to go, especially trying to secure an even half for the side of Tea Party. A Cypher with a forward position, trying to see if they was going to be once again aggressive. Come around, just a tripwire, slows down, goes back down, and the attacking side once again approaching this mid control very early on, not really being contested.
Yeah, fascinating that it just seems that, you know, they know that mid control is really hard to lock down for Falcons, so they'll just give it on up, let Tea Party get the pick of the litter. And you could see now the B side. No one watching B main. They're just watching Courtyard as both guns there by the Cypher and the Breach watching on in. Menace now with the operator. Light armor as Ganch is able to answer one. No one gets that one, and it's a slow rotate back towards B main, and this looks like it'll be a BXQ.
A little similar to what we saw in the last round, but this time around, everybody alive for this side of Tea Party. Good opportunity. Another pick. The race goes down. It's going to destroy the tripwire too.
Yep, the first tripwire caught by the Trailblazers. Second one, oh, look at the lineups by Shondex, able to answer a couple there. Vix also picks up the lurker in Rexgator, so now it's a 2v2. From the shadows, Vix into B main. They have a decent idea that's where he's coming from. Dory trying to get some peeks as the neural theft gets dropped. And Falcons trying to defend now are known by Tea Party, which are holding the site. Omen getting his way on in. Moeda just holding a super tight angle. And Gonches tries to win the gunfire. Dory answers back, but then Dory gets shot in the back. Now it's a game of Ring Around the Rosie. Spike being tapped, being held. No way. Moeda is able to play that one perfectly. Vix getting caught out. It was an expensive win, but it's a second round win here for Tea Party.
And you see how the push and the retake ends up working out in that attempt, at least. The 2v2, one of them pushing from main, one of them pushing from mid, and makes it difficult to get that trade going on, especially as you see the full wraparound from Moeda gets the clutch at the end and gives a better opportunity as that the rounds, especially from that force that we saw in round number 2, do get a lot better, a lot closer. But how many times can you play the same setup for Cypher, right? That's what I want to know. So they're changing it up. The Breach, someone to lead, pushing forward. But this time around, nobody there.
Well, Menace this time pushing up on the A side, trying to find a little bit of action, and does. Trades it out 1-for-1. Spike is still on the A side, and it does look like the Cypher that has been focusing on the B side will be lurking this time. As Dory trying to get information. Does have a haunt.
And Dory does this all the time. So aggressive with his positions, and good for a trade at least with Vix.
Vix here on elbow. What a time to throw out a shadow. Dory able to answer one, but here comes the showstopper. Does not land anything, and Dory gets a second. You kind of wishing you had that one. The paint shells coloring Dory, though, as Rex finishes it off with the assist from the paint shells. Ganch is now trying to get himself on in. Checks the corner, nothing there. Vix is on the site and is able to get it, even though he's on 1 XP. CJ helps clean it on up, and it is a nice hold there by Falcons, and it all started with Menace getting aggressive on A with the early trade and the information.
And not even only that, but Dory and the way that Dory and Vix were playing together, right? Vix gets spotted, senses milk, a little bit of that timing, gets taken down, and Dory swinging at the right time, taking advantage of that corner, finds success. Also, a little bit criminal how it doesn't even take any damage for that showstopper right next to him. Like, not even 1 damage, anything at all. So 4 rounds here for the side of Falcon and Tea Party staying behind.
Yeah, Tea Party, their economy is hurt because all those wins came on, like, you know, 1 person alive, 2 people alive. As they'll execute on Ganch looking for headshots here with the Guardian. Will get slowed down as all the Cypher cages comes down. Does land the headshot, but it's after CJ gets 3. Ganch gets 2, so the site is now theirs. They don't have the spike. The rotate coming on in by Falcons. They will get the plant down in just a bit. No, they won't. As the ult comes on in. Now Ganch is forced to hang back for a little bit. Does get caught out by the haunt. Gets a 3rd here as Vix not able to land it. Rex able to get 1, and now it was a 3v2, now into a 2v1 as the Blanting team, the attackers, feeling confident in this one, but it is Dory. We saw what Dory was capable of in the last round. Dory on the wraparound, does not win the battle. It is Rexgator getting that one, and hey, look at these rounds going back and forth here after a couple of big individual efforts.
And the 2 players that used to be teammates, now enemies, going into the 1-2 takedown. And keeping things close for this round. But once again, Tea Party, they go back to that comfort zone that we saw earlier in those rounds when they started finding success in their round number 4, going towards that B hit instead of that mid control early on, even that A hit that wasn't really working out. They go back to the same play. It ends up working out. So it means set up for the defense 2 changes. You've seen the breach towards it early on, trying to stun, trying to get some info, then backing up. This time around, just the Cypher, and once again, the press into an A.
Yeah, I was just looking at the mini-map. Menace just went driving on in with the Bucky, using the blast pack, and is able to trade one out here. As that was again, Menace has been doing that over and over again, being the aggressor on the defensive side of the map, as you said. We're set up for an A hit here. Things have slowed down. One thing that has kind of changed up, the emphasis on mid control early has changed. Just as I say that, here comes the dark cover, and now all of our beams of light are into mid, and they want to hold this mid courtyard area so that they could go either way here, Drive.
The noise here. They're all very silent. There's a good chance for Tea Party. If they get the spike planted, they have a Viper's Pit to work with too. Once again, though, Dory, very close. Maybe the first contact that they're going to take.
I feel like it got red early. There was a period where it was just Dory all alone on the site, but now VYX rotating on in as well.
Left.
Yeah.
And with the timer going down, knowing that none of the Cypher utility has been used, it will be an A hit. Onto the site goes Gontes. Hasn't found anyone yet. Dory behind the box gets 1, gets 2 before traded out by Hobby. Now into the dark cover are multiple members. Big ult as the Rolling Thunder stops the plant. And now
One enemy remaining.
Moeda able to get 1, Moeda able to get 2. VYX with just the Sheriff. Does not stop the plant. Both players low on HP, around 82 bullets here by VYX. He uses the Shadow Step to go around, able to pick up a Vandal as well. And now both players thinking the same thing. We're going to go around, but the spike has been planted. Timer is now a factor as VYX trying to wrap his way around here on to Javi. Javi behind the boxes, knows that he has
no idea.
Now Dory was camping there. Timer starting to be a big issue. Will he peek the right way? Nice patience by Javi. He's got this one in the bag. It was a ring around the rosy. Who's the better Omen? Javi wins this one over VYX.
Those are the Omen mental games coming through. You go all the way around, and at the beginning, having no idea what this play was going to look like. When it starts taking too long, you don't hear this spike trying to be defused. You don't hear anything. There's a wraparound going on, able to shut it down, take it down at the same time. So now we're tied up 4-4.
Every time that we've seen a B execute, it's been Ganch's just blast packing onto the site, taking the space, and then the gunfight is won after that. There hasn't been like an upfront kind of stoppage there onto the B site by Navy. As again, Tea Party, they start over on B, they rotate to mid, they have great mid control here of courtyard, they put a dark cover on top mid, and they can push all the way up, which this time they do. And it's wide open. No one looking that way as they stacked A, did Navy. Here's the first contact. Dory ends up losing that battle as Gonchas wins the opening duel. A little bit of a battle there on to Elbow and A main, which is now starting to distract everyone. And that allows Tea Party to slow it down, work their way through market. Oh,
And only one player
nice
towards
little
me.
paranoia. Yeah, VYX able to get a couple of kills there. The Neurotheft gives information to the rest of Tea Party. They realize only one on this side. It is just Cypher. They will take the control. Cypher on the side is going to have to back on off here. Moeda, again, the substitute coming on in, loses the battle against Shandex, but it gets traded out. Great by Javi. Viper's Pit as well put on down. They haven't put the spike down yet as Rex trades it on out. Viper's Pit goes down, and a 1v1. CJ not able to do it for the second round in a row. Javi gets another round win and the plant. Again, these rounds are expensive. 4 members falling, but they get their third in a row.
And so many rounds that it's not looking one-sided right towards the beginning. We thought it was going to be. We see the bonus going for the side of the defense, and then things really start to match up to the read the Tea Party is having on that defensive side. And you see from Vex, you see from Javi this round that once again gets that 1v1, secures the round for the rest of the squad and finally managed to get ahead. This is a really good scenario for Tea Party, the team that we talked about. How much can they do against a team that is supposed to, at least in paper, be the ones coming up on top?
I like it here. Again, we've seen so much aggression from both these Razors. And this time, Menace, he's going to get caught out by the Trailblazer. As Javi picks up one. Yep, that information gets passed on over. 1 HP. Not quite enough to finish off in the Raze versus Raze duel. Dory getting curious. Rex Gator. He's got a bite for him, and right there in the head. Nice little shot by Rex. And in this save round, things are falling apart here for Navy. And Tea Party taking the supremacy. They'll take control of A. They have a great opportunity to finally win a round without losing 3 to 4 members here, Brad.
Especially with the Omen right on the other side. So low for Falcons. All 5 members alive for Tea Party. And yeah, taking advantage of that eco round that was coming through. Before we saw it finding some success, right? But it depended so much on Dory finding the opening picks, knowing how aggressive this player can be. Once that aggression gets taken down, then for Falcons, it does get a lot more difficult on this defensive side. So not much they can do. Try to get taken down either by the spike or by those duels. And give that round and round number 6 for the side of Tea Party.
There's one. Again, I love to see it when the clones take each other out. So Mueda, the substitute, hopping on in for Momiji. Momiji had been their highest rated player for Tea Party coming on into today. Wasn't able to make it for this matchup. And the substitute has had a couple of clutch kills as Vix gets an exit frag. But 3 members alive. Tea Party finally able to build up a little bit of economy here. And yeah, we like to see that you're able to buy, and you still got a couple of players still with 3,000, 4,000, even 5,000 credits. Nice little run here by Tea Party. 1 more round win, and they might be at 8. Again, up against the favored version of their Fisher College Valorant squads.
This one is fast. Yeah, the guiding light immediately forcing TJ to back up.
This time, no big blast pack play by Gonches. That's what we've seen every time they've hit on B. This time, they'll take the time on in.
Trying to take down the tripwire, not happening.
Yeah, I know. Trying to get rid of it. We know it's there. We've hit it so many times. You keep catching our Trailblazer. I know, not quite able to get it. They're not able to hit. Nice paranoia. And it feels like a lot of utility being used here, but not a lot gained yet as they're trying their best to shoot this trap, but haven't been able to. It has allowed, on the opposite side, Menace to wrap around. He's in spawn. Let's see how many he's able to get. None as Rex Gator sniffed that one out. And so a 5v4 ensuing here for Tea Party as they go back. And that dang trap, the tripwire's still there, Dryad.
It's not going away. I mean, they haven't been able to take it down. That is, understanding the winning condition of taking down the tripwire, because every single time we've seen that raised satchel on top, but nobody else able to pull up in time.
There it goes. Seekers coming on in. Vix able to get 1. Showstopper finds nothing. So curtains for that one. Vix able to get 3, able to get 4. He stops the push single-handedly, and only 1 left alive. And it's Mueda in the dark cover. He'll get caught out. And a huge individual play by Vix on the Omen.
And that is exactly what you needed to see. Also, I mean, for the defense, when you get to see this player, when you get to see them trying to take down the satchel, it's cutting noise, coming back in, using the Seekers, all those kind of uses of utility in a row, trying to get an opportunity to already stack a couple more members towards the defensive side of the... It ends up working out a possibility for us to see that 6-6 before the end of this half.
All right, well, Tea Party had the momentum. They had multiple rounds in a row. They are kitted for this final round on attack. Again, they are slated to play attack first on every single map here. As Gonches, oh, yeah. He sees it. They do get rid of the tripwire. Here comes the fault line afterwards. Shondek's not able to find one. On the opposite side of the map, Rex able to pick up 1.
And it seems like Tea Party, they have to end up on this A side, right? They find a couple picks, they find a couple opportunities at 3v4, and it's changing the setup for that defensive side. They put Raze in an off angle towards B, expecting that push from the attacking side to come from that same side, and it's not the case at all. So the Raze left alone, having to go for their rotate, and already in a numbers disadvantage. Spike should be planted.
That spike being planted. Dix tried to find one. Cam Lord finds his face instead. And now Shandex, they have their work cut out with them. Shandex and Menace. Menace with the operator trying to find an angle. And this is just such a tough spot to try and op from. I don't think he's going to be able to find anything right on here. Oh, it through the dark cover. Never mind. Makes me eat my words. Menace looking for a second. Neuro Theft going to help. Tries to find a second. Yes, able to do it. Blastback helps him out. The paint shell is able to buy a little bit more space. Will they shoot through the smoke? No, they won't. Shandex not able to answer. And Ganja's close on the map. Tea Party made that one very interesting, but they come out with the 7-5 half. A huge start here.
And going for the operator right at the end, right at that last round, finding one of those picks. And yeah, making things interesting at 7-5. A slight advantage for Tea Party that they would like to keep winning the pistol round. It seems like, okay, both of the teams going for the same approach. 2 ghosts, 2 shields. Potentially changing it a little bit more. Going for that invest of utility, but in those early rounds, I mean, we saw how the bonus was so easy to mine for Falcons. This is something that Tea Party is going to look forward to denying.
All right, quick execute here onto A. Elbow given up early as Rex Gator. Nice little snake bite to slow down the push by Menace. Menace again has been Menace moving forward on everyone, but this time Rex Gator is the Menace. Menace, he trades it on out. Dory trades Rex on out back from there. So Elbow is open and Dory.
Spotting at least one of the players before V3 to work on this pistol, and they cut the noise.
How do you say that? Cam reloads, but Tea Party with the player advantage. Gontiz is low, but as long as you got 1 HP, you got yourself an opportunity. The classic battle, Dory not able to land his shots.
Enemy remaining.
As now there's only 1 left alive at Shandex into the cyber cage. Moeda, nice little movement around. Also lines up for Cam Lord, and Tea Party get the first pistol round here and the advantage for the second half.
And now you really start to see that possibility of Tea Party getting away. The heavier advantage compared to what we saw before. First, second round, and when things were the other way around, you saw Force actually coming through for the set of Falcons. Not going to be the case, or Force coming through for Tea Party. Not going to be the case for the other side. Only a Bucky, the heavier investment into this one for Menace. Trying to catch up to that other race, trying to catch up to the score.
On, you know that he likes to do this. You know he likes to move forward every single time, especially on the half buys or the save rounds. He blast packs on in, tries to make a play and trade out his life. Menace not able to do so this time. Gets a bunch of information there.
Yeah.
As I think he saw the Viper and got, I guess, almost got blinded by the guiding light. So 2 there, and now a full rotate off onto B.
And this is where, you know, you're going to find the same tripwire that you saw right before from Falcons. You're going to see the same kind of play being enforcing to slow down, even with a cage on top of it. So, you know the opportunities are limited, so that means everybody's going to be sacking here. All 5 players on the attacking side go for the hit. And yeah, take down the tripwire, take the side.
The Aftershock is the one that got rid of the tripwire. There is now Menace looking to peek. Again, you want him to come around the corner. Don't worry about the paint shells, as everyone's hiding back towards B main. The flash is there. Menace lets the first one go. Oh, and he fell asleep at the wheel. Misses a free Bucky shot. Now everyone's starting to fall. And Menace had the opportunity to be the hero. Misses out, and it allows the rest of Tea Party. 3 members still alive, so a second round win on the expected round. But again, not expensive. And Navy/Falcons decide to do the same thing. They force up here. And so economy will be a little clunky into the next full buy round.
With the time running out, it was for Tea Party the right decision, right? You see that Omen and the Cypher, the two players that were closer to that B side or on that B side, backing up, knowing that hit was about to come through for Falcons, and with that, they all retake at the same time. Very explosive once again for Javi, and continuing to be on top of that leaderboard, at least for that defensive side. A 9-5. Guns are being bought, light shields though, to make this play work as well.
Rex holding the site right on here. Falcons, they'll get control of elbow, and so we saw a big emphasis by Tea Party to control mid. Now it's a lot of A elbow kind of control as CJ able to pick up one as Camlord gets cooked. Now Menace trying to get on through. The snakebite has him low, but does not get answered. Is a Mueda with the Sheriff right in the face. And the snakebite not able to help. Javi able to hold it. Javi gets a 3K to clutch it on out. Oh, this looked like the round that Falcons was going to get to break. Instead, an individual huge play by Javi.
How many times is Javi going to do this, right? How many clutches have we seen? How many multi-kills? 17 kills now on the defense, getting the bonus, showing the other side, the other Fisher College, that they can do the exact same thing, winning the bonus round, winning it on that defensive side. And it was, you know, what made that happen was such an early rotation coming through for the defense. The two players towards that B side, including Javi, rotated early on, get those kills, find those frags, and make that round possible.
This time it's a full send towards B. They stacked 3 on A, did Tea Party, but Falcons decide to wrap around. Will they push through this pesky trap? Will they step on through the cage? The trap's now down. Menace able to get an answer, trying to get himself out of bot frag, and around the corner they go, and Rex Gator gets chomped on up as well. Menace in a forward position, trying to atone from 2 rounds ago where he missed the Bucky shot. The plant has not started yet. Took a little bit of time. Now Javi and Camlord able to get on down. Ult comes through. Blinded is Javi and gets shot from the side. All up left to Ganches, who was caught by the fade ult, and Vic's able to land that one right in the face. It is finally a stopping of the round wins here for Falcons.
Just going for the Nightfall being invested into the round makes it difficult, right? When you have to check that right and left, not really knowing where the players on side are going to be swinging from, and ends up being taken down in that 1v2. So 6 rounds for the side of Falcons. Set up a little bit of a heavier presence towards B for that next round that we are about to see. And in a place that they haven't contested too many times just yet, kind of played around with the idea, changing that Viper wall towards mid, which is why we haven't even seen it being contested too much.
This time a slower play, more aggression coming out of Tea Party as they're pushing out a main. I don't know if Cypher has this one figured out on yet.
I know exactly.
As though, nope, never mind. Shondex knows exactly what he's doing, and Dory comes and helps on out. Javi gets taken down with the neural theft. They know A is wide open for the taking. As Camlord trying to step on up, gets away, does get clinked by ball line, but will continue to hold the site as now Rex left alone on site. And this is the Navy that we're expecting to see. A little bit more decisive, find a pick, and then just decide to go on through, be the superior team. Camlord, nice transfer, not able to get the third. Dory behind the corner, left with the Prowler out. Nice jumping around and buys some time as Muena whiffs his shots. Rex now all alone, misses a couple of shots. 11 in the chamber, now down to 9. Gets the reload safely, but the spike is ticking. They dual peek. Will they be able to get him? Yes, they do. And it's 2 on the board here in round number 2 to make it 7-10 here for Falcons.
Things get really messy as, once again, Tea Party go for the same approach, completely leaving that B side alone after that neutral theft gets invested. But by the time they get there, there's only 2 players left alive, and one by one they get taken down to an eco round coming through for the defense. Tea Party that had the advantage by 3 rounds, and the difference slowly becoming smaller and smaller for the team. Select shields, a couple sheriffs as well. But I mean, the sheriffs have also had pretty good impact throughout this map. It's just winning those thrift is not as easy as it seems, especially for what we talked about, right? How much these 2 teams know each other, know the strats, know what they want to do, but they're going for something different. Heavy presence towards mid for both teams, something that they haven't done before.
Yeah, dark cover is going to end very soon, and it does look like the rest of Tea Party gets out of the way. Hobby, what are you doing? Gets caught on out with no gun. Menaces thing.
One enemy remaining.
Just made it look easy right at the end.
Spike planted.
And again, the play there, something completely. 4 players of these attacking side of Falcons were pushing and trying to go across that Viper wall. They managed to do so. The other side party caught completely off guard from this. Falcons taking advantage of it. Flawless run for the attacking side, 8 for them.
It is now starting to show Tea Party, hey, you're not the only team that can control mid. We can do that too. And it worked like a charm. Finally, some economy starting to build for one of these sides. This time, Falcons. You look on the opposite side, Tea Party, they're pretty broke. They lose this, they probably lose the next round. We find ourselves at 10-10 here, Dryad, unless there's a big thrifty and some sort of hero play coming on out. And when Hobby's the one that dies first, you look down that roster, you haven't had a lot of other heroes yet.
And a satchel play to make it to the other side.
He gets through market, does get spotted on out by the camera. Again, the spy cam has been placed multiple different spots throughout this. Oh no, Hobby's not able to get himself on out. Nightfall does do some damage to him as then he gets traded out by CJ. 3v3. As Cam Lord able to answer back on out. Menace probably overheated as he went back on over into the marketplace. Falls on early. So Rex now trying to figure out where that pesky camera was. Does get caught on out. All 3 members inside of B main, and that's why Rolling Thunder makes it a super easy kill onto Cam Lord, facing the wrong way. And they just play time on this one. Very difficult. Flash does come out as Gonch is not affected by it. Fault line also misses. Showstopper gets stopped in the face. Shondick says, watch me, as he picks up 2. And Falcons start to claw their way back on here.
When you take down a race that is using a showstopper, there's nothing quite like it. You feel really good. It seems like it was a matter of the timing, man, and Men is going and trying to get that aggression. Actually, Gonshin said, trying to go for that aggression, getting taken down. And I mean, another play that continues to force that economy to be so inconsistent for Tea Party. We see a buy and an eco happening over and over again. That was their chance. They had almost all 5 ultimates. And yet they couldn't take it right at the end of Cypher with the hero play.
No, they couldn't. And you start to wonder, right?
Look at this defense too pushing.
You got your A team and a B team. The mental aspect of it. You know, you call out the defense pushing, but Shondex was there. He felt like something was going on. He was hanging a little bit further back just in case the team decided to find their way on through. It does look like they'll push through tiles as Menace finds Rex, the only member that was on the site. And now it's going to be the Goon Squad. Will they turn the corner? Yes, 1, 2, 3. Shondex able to get himself out. Cyber Cage buys a little bit of time. Nice dark cover as well as a second Cyber Cage waiting to see if someone walks on through, and they're just getting mowed on over as CJ with the 3K. Shondex close it on out. Here we are, 10-10, Dryad.
10-10 between the 2 teams. That advantage the Tea Party had is no longer there. And there is a possibility, right? In an eco round, you want to play something different. You go for the push all the way behind, and you might expect 1 or 2, but really good read from Falcons, expecting pretty much everybody from that team knowing the eco was happening to be right behind them, and you managed to get those kills. You managed once again to get those multiple rounds in a row, and the opportunities for Tea Party slowly fading away if they want to continue being on top.
And I think that's led to this conservative approach where they stack A, they leave Cypher on B. And the thing that's wide open is mid control yet again, not even any information going their way. So 3 members pushing up tiles now at mid top. Rex could be vulnerable here. It does look like Gonchis does see 1. It is traded on out. Nice little blast pack. Menace went past Cam Lord, and it does get traded. Vic's able to answer Rex on the flank. And now it's all left to the substitute that has come on in on the Cypher. And that's around that. Oh, it was so close. But Namueda needs to be a hero. Dory has an idea where he's coming from. There's only one spot where he's been playing the whole game, which has been on B. And yeah, they're going to get this one right. Mueda pops on out, gets one. The information given. Sean Dex does allow Vix to join him back on through. Dark cover just making it nearly impossible for Mueda to work here. No utility as well. He's going to pop on out and meet two Vandals in the face. There's one, there's two. And it's round 11 for Falcons, who have pieced it together here in the second half.
Losing the lead for a couple rounds, but now we're winning, what, this is 6 rounds in a row for Falcons on the attack. I mean, full control of the situation, a perfect read, and you see how different the two teams really proved to be in a situation like this one. We were talking about the attacking side for Tea Party. We were seeing how they were approaching that B side, how much you saw the slower later rounds for that B hit. And on the other side, Falcons coming for something completely different, more presence across the map, early control, early info, and happening once again with the flashes, trying to slow it down, guiding light, finding 1 and 2 times the players and forcing them to back up. So Tea Party once again looking for opportunities, but the guns are not on their side.
They're not. Mid control, in control of Falcons yet again. The Viper's wall not deterring them from going across here. And again, Viper, one of those agents that is a difference. There's Javi. Look, he's existing in the lobby. He kind of disappeared for a little bit, able to pick up one. Again, just kind of like this spread out like feelers right now for Falcons. They had one over on A, one peek in B main, and now it looks like they have decided on to A, which is the right side. Only 2 members on the site here.
Where are you?
As Gonch is forced it back on off.
Ooh.
Trailblazer, no information as well. A little bit of information as well, but no concuss. Time's starting to become a little bit of the essence as Gonchis gets ran over, and the rest of the team now slowly rotating on through. Sean Dex goes down. That gives a Neuro Theft, and they know exactly where they are. As Dory tries to answer one, yes, he is able to get it. Mueda forced it back on off. He gets caught. Does he land the shot? No, he doesn't. And it's clockwork here by Falcons. They make it 7 in a row, and now 2 match points to roll through.
If you wanted to showcase all of the Fade abilities and the best way to use them, you would show that round of Dory. Absolutely insane. We got to see every single one of those plays happening because of Dory. We saw Han spotting one player, then we see them getting stuck, everybody getting taken down, and Dory kind of being that leader when it comes to that communication and how those are gonna end up happening. So 1 round away from closing it out for Falcons.
Mendes trying to go fast here. Blast pack doesn't get him onto the side. He blast pack into B main, and that's been kind of a difference, I feel like. We got to see Gonchis find success in blast packing onto the site, but would die. Menace this time just taking the space up and making Tea Party think about it just a little bit more. And for the first time in a little while, we're seeing Tea Party put an emphasis onto top mid control. Don't let him just float on through for free. As Rex on the 1 HP, trying to get the kill, able to pick up one there. And so Tea Party trying to find their way on in. No, gets traded on out by Shondex on 1 HP. Does do a little bit of damage. Oh, and Mueda just goes Muerda right away. Just getting absolutely destroyed. Javi picking up 2, trying to hold on for Tea Party. And it will be Javi trying to make the heroics one more time. CJ and Vix, the 2 left alive. As Vix has been leading the lobby, CJ second. So this is going to be a tall task here. Javi gets taken on down. 1 left. Gonch showing up late to the party, but no worries. They were ready for him. It's Falcons taking map number 1 on Sunset in the Battle of Boston with Fisher College. Falcons defeating Fisher College Tea Party. There we go.
It's so many
right
rounds
off the bat
in
there.
a row.
What are some things that jump out?
Yeah, I mean, so many rounds
Sorry,
that
what?
we got to see towards the end, and I think what really catches my attention is you get to see the differences between the two teams. They might have an idea of how each other are going to play, but Falcons really coming up on top multiple rounds in a row, continuously denying the economy for the defense to ever be comfortable, and going away and getting away with that attacking side. Initially, we thought, hey, this might be kind of closer than we expected on that second half, and right away, they denied the possibility. They let us know Falcons stayed on top.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Again, and it might have been a little bit worse, I could say, if Javi didn't have a couple of those hero plays. Remember that 4K that he pulled the round on back? That was huge for them. And I'm taking a look at the stats here. Vix with a 331 average combat score, the only one in 300. Then it was Javi at 274. No one else on Tea Party in the 200s. And I think that kind of showed he was carrying a lot of the load by himself in these retake or post-plant situations. But when it required some entry frags early on, Gonchas had something going, but Menace was the better Raze player to get things going. And to break down that map even more, let's send it back on over to the analyst desk right now.
Thank you, Degon. Man, what a match that was. I mean, we hyped this up to be an intense in-house match, and that is exactly what we got, Ash.
Muted, Ash.
I think she's having some mic problems. So figure it out. I'll say instead, yeah, it was a great match here, Jackson. It was a really great showcase between two teams. I'm sure Fisher at the end of the day is happy with the results. I don't think they gave up too much. There's going to be some capacity of trying to hold on to something between this game and the finals that'll come in afterwards. But you can tell Tea Party had that lead. They wanted to hold on to it, but a miraculous recovery by the Falcons gave them that chance.
Yeah, and it really looked like they were able to take that early momentum after winning both pistol rounds in the first half, but unfortunately they weren't able to hold on to it. Why do you think that is, Scott?
Well, it feels like a lot of that momentum that was coming in that first half was really off the back of the pistol round that they got. They got themselves the start. They get an early lead. They couldn't hold on in the middle stage of the round because what we were seeing come out from Tea Party was a heavy courtyard presence on the rush. When they weren't playing inside courtyard, they'd play a lot slower with the rotates. They're rotating back over towards B. And I think with that omen that they have, the paranoia and the setup for smokes in through courtyard towards door, locking down Boba, I just don't think the Falcons found the right approach to deny that. In that, zone control, that map control was a little bit too much to overcome, and they really had to play for the second half instead.
Yeah, and speaking of that zone control, I mean, we saw a pretty similar core composition come out from both sides of Fisher College, but there were some key differences, right? We did see Fisher College Tea Party opt for that Viper pick to bring that double controller into this map. I mean, how do you think that really plays into it, Ash?
I mean, 100% when it comes to having Viper in your composition, you can create some big distractions, especially with coming in with Toxic Screen, right? You'll get into site safely and really just create a nuisance for everybody involved. And not only that, Viper's pick just gives you that option of having a free round of denial on a lot of picks here.
Yeah, definitely. Those sightlines getting blocked off on a huge map like Sunset, especially that mid, really makes a difference. It makes it harder for the enemy team to kind of guess where they're going. But that wasn't the only difference that we saw between the two teams. We also saw a different philosophy in initiators, Scott. I mean, Fisher College Navy opting to go for that fade as the main initiator.
Yeah, there was a lot of differences between the kits, obviously, between the Sky and the Fade. When it came to Tea Party's attack, they will do a really good job of sending out the Guiding Light, following up with the Paranoia for the opposing corners and getting the team really engaged outwards, which also created those late round opportunities for both Omens on both sides to get kills because they're stepping in after the team, a little bit safer engagement where there's arguably less people to deal with. But that Fade, you can set up the lineup from farther back. You can then play the Paranoia, which obviously does have to travel itself. And I think that was most effective over on that A side. Not to say it wasn't there for B, but the play in from elbow, the Paranoia to the backline behind crates, the send out for the hot over the top, the runaway that was attempted by Tea Party in 3 of their defensive rounds. It was just a really well set up side from the Falcons, and using that difference in initiation power a lot more effectively, especially in the current patch with the difference for Sky. It's just a better scenario for them, and they utilize it to a better strength in that second half.
Definitely getting a lot more information with that fade, and also having the breach to back them up will allow them to sort of circumvent those toxic screens. And I heard you mention the Omen players, and I'm pretty sure if we take a look at the stats, I mean, this looked like a controller's playground, Ash. I mean, both Omens just top fragging for their teams. What do you think about that, and how do you feel about your main duelists kind of just struggling from both sides?
I mean, it was really rough to watch. You have to give it to VYX, though. On the Omen, I was able, at one point in time, just stop single-handedly that one Tea Party push that even myself, I was like, wait, is that legal? Can that happen? And it just wasn't pretty to watch overall.
Yeah, the Omen players definitely stepped it up on both sides here. And I really want to take a look into the second half as well, because we expected Fisher College Navy to have a bit more of an easier matchup just on paper, and that really showed in that second half. I think they strung together 7 or 8 rounds in a row to really win it in the second half, Scott. Is that a testament to the play style of the players, or is it more just Sunset being an attack-sided map?
Sunset is an arguable map for a lot of teams. I think for Fisher, they have keyed in on really easily for the Cypher. That was a problem that really plagued them in Campus Clutch. They struggled with that early. St. Clair also had the same problem initially for this map. Once you can key on where those trap bars are placed, Cypher, who Dryhead had mentioned early in that series, is really strong for this map, but can also be caught out very early. And their entire fallback plan is exactly that. It's throw down trap wires, try to get far back as you can, the Cypher cages, and just close out the sight lines to play for the team to step back in. You don't have to worry about that in the second half. If you're pushing through and you're doing a good job of isolating those 1v1s like I mentioned on the A site, or if you're rotating in, you're getting those first bloods and using that as a pivot point but not an execution point, the recovery has to be nearly perfect. The mind has to be right behind the fingers or right in front of it half the time. And when you're giving up a 5-7 half and then giving them 3 rounds in a row after it with the pistol, the bonus, and then a freebie anyways after with a bulldog pickup, you have to be able to keep your mental strong. And I think they knew what they could do for this map. They just needed the time and the space to do so. And I just don't think they were ever questioning that it was going to be theirs. It just was a clean finish from them.
Yeah, definitely. As we say in ranked, T-sided players, baby. But how about you, Ash? What do you think? Do you think it is a testament to play styles, or is Sunset leaning a little bit attack-sided right now?
I mean, I kind of think it's a testament to play style here, because we did see that off the rip Tea Party was a little more aggressive than they needed to be, and then Falcons were able to claw back at certain points. I will say, though, this is a very information-heavy map, right? Especially with Cypher coming in, and you were able to get a buttload of things coming off, whether it be neural theft or whether it be the cages, and like Inferno's really mentioned with like the cyber cage, and then being able to get your proper sight lines. I mean, that's my thing.
Yeah, and those tripwires definitely making a huge difference with the recent Cypher buffs. And I think ultimately that may have been the difference of why Fade was just a little bit better than Sky on that, Scott.
Yeah, Fade feels really good, especially when you combo in with that Breach, which I think is truly the unsung hero for their side, for Navy. CJ had a really good game. Yeah, they finished 3rd overall on the stat sheet. It's impressive, but when your duelist is playing more like a sacrificial lamb, which both sides had to fall to, that's just how this map turns out for a lot of teams. It's not a bad strategy, but you need something else there to contribute, and that's where the Breach steps up. You have the flashing through walls, which is definitely strong over towards elbow on A. It's also really good if you can get market control over there towards B. But that does require Courtyard, which guess what? Courtyard curves away from B lobby out into Courtyard, and that's perfect for your flash. So with how angle heavy this map is, how wall heavy this map is, and how long it tends to feel to get out into these executions, that's where CJ thrives and created way too many opportunities that Tea Party just were not able to counteract.
Yeah, and I think if we take a look at the scoreline of 13-10, I mean, it sounds close. When you're watching that, especially that second half, it felt like a major stomp coming out from the side of the Falcons. Do you think Tea Party has pushed them to the limits? I mean, this was Falcons map pick, Ash.
I mean, true, you say stomp. For me personally, I kind of feel it was a little more back and forth than that. I mean, at one point you had Tea Party kind of struggling a little bit, and then be able to make it on the up and up, and then the same coming in with Falcons that, hey, struggle, and then being able to make that comeback, but really didn't, well, fell short in the end. But Fisher versus Fisher, I really can't say on that.
And do you think, Scott, that this is good prep for Winthrop? I mean, I feel like they did push, Tea Party did push Navy to the limit here, and maybe Winthrop is able to gauge something from this map, perhaps come up with a counter strat.
You're asking a very heavy-handed question here. I'll answer it, but it also comes with its own faults. The issue here is you're facing your own team. You do not need to play out every single strategy. There's a whole reason we all believe that they did that forfeit in the winner's bracket earlier, because they wanted to save those strats against Winthrop, send their Tea Party B team B team over to Winthrop to test their limits and some of the maps that they're maybe looking to test out themselves when it comes into the winners if they take out for the rest of the remainder of their maps against Tea Party. So I don't think this is a true testament of what we're seeing from the Navy, from Falcons. I think Tea Party are doing their best. They want to be the team that upsets them. They want to say, hey, we can do it. But I think the Falcons, they knew they were in control. They played smart. They were playing a little awkward, I think, in the first half. Like I mentioned, it's really hard to get on the Cypher initially. It's not exceptionally strong to have that fade and that breach on the defensive side. So you're playing for that second half where you can make that recovery and have control. And also you don't need to pull out every strategy you've ever had, because we didn't see as many lineups from Freight as we necessarily could have. We didn't see as much utility dumpage, and we didn't see that much defensively from Tea Party that really said, hey, we know Winthrop are going to go for this idea. You implement it as well so we can test against it. This just felt like Navy knowing they were better and playing to their strengths and saying, we'll save what we can for later.
Yeah, second half definitely felt more like a W Key Gaming moment coming out from the side of the Falcons there. And I know earlier I did raise some cause for concern amongst the duelists, but if we take a look at the scoreline, Menace going 5 first bloods, did get 5 first deaths, but that's still an even ratio. And I think that's something that we can be happy about if we're Fisher College Navy, Ash.
I mean, yeah, 100% for Fisher College. I mean, Fisher versus Fisher, you love to see it, but for Menace was just truly a menace coming in onto this map with that scoreline, to be honest here.
Yeah, and we have some pretty standout players. We saw the Omens go off, but it was also CJ in that support role. I mean, he's got an ACS of 274. That's not really something that you see in a support role, Scott.
Yeah, you're also talking about first bloods for Menace, and CJ also had 5. They were dominating. Yeah. They knew what they had to do. I joked earlier about initiators having that little bit of leeway sometimes to make up space for your duelists if they're not performing to the level or they're playing like sacrificial lambs, which this map turns out to be a lot of the times, because they can flash for themselves. They can entry in for themselves and initiate your team forward. It also helps to be that breach because you can clear sides and corners, and even if you know for a fact someone is there, you don't have to peek the dangerous angle. You can force them to run away with that aftershock. And especially when you got that rolling thunder, you're really forcing them back and away, and it just creates so many difficulties as a defending team or as an attacking team trying to push. It's an unsung hero again for CJ. You can't hype them up enough, and they know how to shoot and fall back, which was a big problem for Tea Party in the second half. They did not know to save space for kills.
Absolutely. I mean, the name of the game for Initiator is to literally initiate, but there's an added pressure of having to trade frag. I mean, it's a lot worse when your teammates tell you where the enemy is and you can't hit those shots. But CJ hit those shots, Ash.
I mean, true, and especially in a map like this where both teams had options for information and being able to cling to that. For initiators, you just had some points where you needed to be more careful than you needed to be. And that means, listen, we get it that you like the W key sometimes, so please do not end up in a situation where you smash that and then find yourself not even getting a trade, but then just going out in a slab note.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think on that note, for Fisher College Navy or Falcons, as we are seeing them as, I think they played together really well as a team, Scott. I mean, look at those assist numbers.
Yeah, they were very well coordinated. VYX, who had in the final few rounds, I think the final 5 they needed to close and secure, they weren't the end-all be-all player. They knew their role, set up the smokes, cut off sight lines, give their team space and the capacity to engage in the objective. Where they performed was that the first half, on the defense, keeping the team alive. They entered into round 19, 24-10 with 12 assists. They were kill participating for over 36 kills up to that point. An unbelievable stat line to have for any player, let alone the role. And they have to realize this player can't backpack their team. Sometimes it'll look like your high school backpack where the seams are frayed and it's about to fall apart. Now you can let your duelist step up to the plate for their second map, which we unfortunately won't be able to see, but their second map on Haven, where hopefully Menace and Gaunches, respectively, for that duelist role can step up more and be less of sacrificial lambs.
Yeah, perhaps bringing out those jet compositions instead of the Raze. We saw Conscious hit some crazy shots with that Raze operator, just quick blast backing out. I mean, that's not really something that we normally see. But I want to touch on that point that you made about, normally not the controller players that have to step up. There's a saying that we have in ranked, which was, if your controller is top fragging, you're either winning in overtime or just barely losing, Ash.
I mean, true. And number one, when it comes to ranked, I'd like to mention that I am not exactly the best at. I'm like bronze ranked at best on like KO and Phoenix at this point. Like, don't look at me. It's cringe.
Hey, it's okay. I for those agents, I'm also bronze rank as well. I've insta-lock Omen, so I know the pain, and I see just how amazing these two Omen players have played. But Scott, for Tea Party, are there any bright spots for this matchup that we can key in on?
I think there is. I think they set up smokes really well in that first half. I mentioned that they just didn't know how to gauge the distance for kill participation. I think the biggest problem for that was on the defense coming in through Bulba, trying to work over towards Market. The speed at which they were doing that behind the Seekers wasn't necessarily accurate. Timing needs to be a little bit more compact. If the utility's going out, you can't wait for the detonation on top of it. You need to go in as soon as they're being forced to step away, because movement messes with aim. I don't know if you know that about Valorant. When you move, the aim tends to get a little wonky, and that's where you can step into the plate and try to get those kills, because even if you lose that 1v1, which was a problem plaguing their side throughout the entire game, when we started to see Navy kind of fall into their own, for the Falcons side to fall into their own, you at least can get damage out and allow for the rest of the team to get the assists, because oh my goodness, the assists, the margin between Tea Party and Falcons was unbelievably wide. I believe that CJ had more assists than every other player combined on Tea Party added up, 19 to their name, and that's not even counting VYX that had 15 total.
Yeah, that is an insane number of assists while also clocking in 21 kills. This guy was doing everything. And on the topic of movement messing up aim, I think it only just messes up my aim, Ash. I don't think it messes up my opponent's aim at all.
Yeah, listen, when it comes to assists, sometimes you really find yourself having to multitask, and in that role, you really need to. And it's like we were joking around yesterday, if 20 bucks is 20 bucks, 20 assists is 20 assists. You can't really look at it and be angry about it.
Yeah, I mean, all the teams that are playing together well, playing together as a cohesive squad, but there is the question of who was player of the match for that, you guys. I mean, by the stats, it looks like it was Vix, but I don't know, maybe there's somebody else in contention as well, Scott.
It's got to be CJ for me, right? I'd love to give it over to a Cypher, but I think Cypher's a pity pick for this map. Cypher's just way too good. The elongation for their trap wire just makes it so difficult out through B. And the moment you rotate that elsewhere, it's that big unknown factor. It's too easy of a choice. Give it to CJ, where you don't necessarily see that breach step up so confidently, so dominantly, getting 21 kills, 19 assists, not far behind in total kills to Vix, and way above by about 5 or 6 over the top of Vix on assists. I think CJ is that MVP. And if they maintain that same, or even close, half of that prowess, I think this will continue to be, and maybe even be a 3-0 for Falcons throughout this.
And what about you, Ash? Who's your pick for MVP here?
I have a bit of a controversial thing, and this is kind of my Cypher bias showing here. I gotta go Shondex in this case. I really do, because there were some points where, you know, tense situations, and then Neural Theft just came in clutch, and you could just see the panic. It's like, I'm sorry, did I just get pinged from halfway across the map? I'm in mid right now. This can't be possibly happening to me, and it just really popped off from there.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at the stats overall, I think Shondex had the highest plus minus there, so I'm not sure how you want to take that into consideration, but definitely I see how the utility was a factor that Tea Party just couldn't really deal with. I think personally for my pick, I would have to agree with Scott. CJ just putting across the most numbers on the board, and there was just so many rounds, not even just by the stat line, but so many rounds that CJ pretty much single-handedly saved them with multi-kills.
Yeah, they were too effective of a force. You can't shut them down. You can't keep them back, because they can initiate from behind walls. The only way to do it is to ego peek. And I'm sorry to break it to you, they are butt-butting that player. They're right there. Hips are attached. They're staying as close as they can to that breach to keep them alive. And you have the utility as well to assist if they were trying to prowl around the backside, which there was never a case there for Tea Party. They were a little bit too flat on the re-attempts and the re-engagements from their defense, and a little bit too one-dimensional on those pushes. It doesn't seem to matter, though. That game's done. It's a big win, and now we're going to look at the north side.
Yeah, taking a look into the north bracket now, we will be seeing the first matchup of the north bracket here. It's going to be Mizzou Esports versus St. Clair Saints. And this is going to be a bit of a rematch. These two teams have met before in the spring lower finals last year. Ash.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, and again, this is where my information comes in. It's like, listen, I'll be real with you. I've been following more West Coast Valorant than anything collegiate. I'm gonna just be honest here.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams are definitely no strangers to each other. I mean, the last time that they played together was in the lower finals, and it was a best of 5 that Mizzou was able to beat out St. Clair Saints in a reverse 3-0, Scott.
If you have a good showcase where you can kind of say, hey, we have the history, we have the precedent to get the job done, you'll fear that. But that also means, unfortunately for you, there's a lot of VOD reviewing that's on the table. And I've talked to a bunch of people from the side of St. Clair Saints. I know that they VOD review. I know that they look at their past mistakes and evolve beyond those, especially if you had such a huge stage step up to in Red Bull Campus Clutch, get dropped out of there in a very unfortunate loss after having a good start with a couple of your series. You are VOD reviewing like crazy, finding out what went wrong. And the moment you get back from your hotel room that night, you are on your phone, on your laptop with the team surrounding you, trying to see what you can do next.
Yeah, there just definitely has to be so much preparation, especially when you come into a rematch. The team already knows, they've seen your strats. And to be on the side of a reverse 3-0, I feel like that's got to be a mental stress, isn't it, Ash?
I mean, 100%. And coming from a fan of, the sports who has been through multiple reverse sweeps and 3-0s at many points in time, it's stressful. It is so just inducing that it just makes you want to rip your hair out. That's the last thing you want to happen to you in any situation.
Yeah, as we take a look into the lineups here, we have some pretty interesting things. MayJump is going to be returning with the full roster that they played in the last eval, so there's got to be a lot of synergy already built up, Scott.
And they're very flexible. I think that's another thing to point out. If you have a team you're comfortable around, you have a lot of returning players with a lot of history or in accolades, I should say, already behind them, you have to make sure that when the going gets tough, you can kind of transition things. Maybe your first map, your duelist doesn't necessarily do so hot. Do you have a secondary player for that? Zell is your primary. They like to duelist, but they can also sentinel when it comes to maps like Lotus, which is exceptionally popular for not just them, but for pretty much every team so far here in CVAL. And then your other secondary duelist who can step up to the plate is Conch, who mains Sentinel most of the time and rotates in and out with Zella back and forth. They have to be a multi-dimensional team with that flexibility to get the job done, but you can also be fairly one-dimensional like St. Clair Saints because they stick true to their thing. The only player that switches around is their Flexo, the Smiley, who works initiation and controllers 80% of the time.
Yeah, and I mean, some players to really look at on this matchup. I mean, Caillou has been absolutely insane this entire tournament. I believe he's 4th in total frags and has an insane 2.07 KDA, Ash.
Yeah, 100%. Like seeing Caillou play, whether it be on the Silva or Sky, can just be nasty. I mean, skill-wise, insane. And then putting yourself in the shoes of people who go against Caillou on plenty of other maps, you can really only wonder what's going on through their head, and it's either sheer panic or just sheer rage, maybe a little bit of both.
And this is definitely shaping up to be another banger matchup that we get to witness. And who do we have better to call it on the mic than Degon and Dryad right now as we cut to the casters?
Thank you very much, Desk. And here we go. Another regional final that we're going to kick off here. And this time it is the northern lower bracket final between Missouri and St. Clair Saint. Dryad, when we take a look at this matchup, we are going specifically straight on into the matchup to Lotus. What are we looking for when we think about Lotus as a map?
Well, initially, when we used to see this match, we got to see a lot of variety between, what the duelist was going to look like. Sometimes it was Neon, sometimes it was the Jet, sometimes it was the Raze. Recently, it's been a lot more established that it's going to be the Raze as we get to see for both the defense and the attacking side between these two teams. That has proven to be the most effective. When it comes to everything else, it should be exactly what you see, right? As standard as it goes, the compositions look exactly the same. And you're going to see potentially, and what I'm going to be looking forward to the most is if we're going to be seeing that aggression coming through from the A side. There's some teams that really like to do it. They go for the Omen TP, they go for the paint shells, they go to try to get that space on that defensive side. Others opt to take a little bit more map control, take it slow on the attacking side, and play around that, knowing how aggressive the defense can get there. So that is going to be something that I'm going to be looking at the most. And on top of that, we have the two killjoys that can have a massive impact on this map, not only with the ultimate, but also I think the information that the killjoy can get here is something that, I mean, we didn't get to see on our first match for the East when it was Sunset. They were playing Cypher, but the killjoy, absolutely one of my favorite agents, one of my favorite sentinels, and a key piece to find success between these two.
All right, well, let's see. Again, St. Clair's dropped onto the lower bracket earlier on in the upper bracket semifinals. Mizzou made it all the way to the finals, but ran into the buzzsaw that is the best team in the country for the last 2 years in Northwood Esports. The winner of this battle will have the opportunity to play Northwood yet again as we get our first round started here for the North lower bracket finals, and Conch taking no prisoners, wasting no time, able to get up close. But Caillou, that's the guy that they were talking about earlier, huge in KDA and average rating. He's going to be the star player for the Saints as we move on forward here towards A. Zella trying to get around, survives with 1 HP. That's more than 0 as Giza goes down in the battle towards B. And now it looks like a little bit of a lurch towards the stairs towards A. And Smiley has no idea this is coming. He's going to need to check it in just a little bit, but he does have his buddy covering from B. Caillou very low. 1 bullet will do it, and Ponder has that 1 bullet. Conch trying to answer back. Yes, he's able to. The crouch taps work out there for Conch. And it will be Missouri Esports taking round number 1 on attack.
And Conch, they are taking a little bit of damage, but still managing to win that round. In an interesting position too, all the way towards that defender spawn, basically, to secure how that first round is going to go on the attacking side versus Mizo. So a good start here on the attacking side. And things here, if you're wondering, who should take the advantage on this first half, technically, this map is a lot more attack-sided, but some teams have proven otherwise, right? Teams at the top, teams in collegiate, teams in tier 2, a little bit of everything, but it really does put quite a lot of pressure on Mizo, not only to get this second, potentially third bonus round, but to get away with a clear advantage on the attacking side, to stand a chance and make it easier for them, because, it's a long match that they have ahead of them.
So with this round, this one slowed down significantly. The information early on was it was a move towards C. Giza able to get a nice little peek onto Conch, and that is the lead damage dealer from the round so far down for the Tigers. As now W Panda gonna hold his S key to back on off there. Does not want to get bit by the snake bite. And nice little hold here by the Saints. You said earlier, originally, this was attack focused. It was go, smash up towards B and create a lot of chaos. But now it feels like it's put information gatherers early on by the Saints if you're on defense, and then adjust from there. And Mizzou respecting it. They're able to get a pick up towards B.
30 seconds left.
But it does look like they're going to continue to force on to the C site. As now Panda working his way on in towards Bend. Able to get 1. Knows 1's on the site. Giza trying to get another headshot. Not quite able to get it. And Mizzou using their superior guns, their superior armor to assert their dominance onto the site. Bullets landing on through there. Oh, and Ponder does get taken down. Caillou able to get another one. The plant's not going to have enough time. Smiley going to get an execute there. And now Caillou with 3. And in the matter of seconds, this round gets turned on its head. Piggy with the Vandal down to 29 HP. The double peek should do it. But Piggy buys a little bit more time. Doesn't want to get backstabbed. DPU's going down. Smiley's going to win this one. Yes, he does. And the force buy by Mizzou goes awry. And the St. Clair Saints are able to weapon on up.
Oh, thanks to KYU and the commitment, the confidence too to come through with this play. When you know the spike, it's not going to be planted anywhere else if it's not in that corner. So shooting and taking advantage of that sheriff, finds the first pick, finds the second, eventually into that third one with the sheriff, and allows St. Clair to not only stand a chance but to secure a round that is very difficult to make happen. Now that helps the economy so much more. You see all rifles for this defensive side, and this is what we talked about, right? I was mentioning how much you need these attacking rounds more than anything on Lotus, and already St. Clair's trying to deny that and doing so.
Yeah, well, I'm not really a big fan of on your eco round trying to take the long lines of A site, and Smiley proves me right as he just steps on up, and Giza catches him.
That is the aggression that I talked about before. When you can expect that A aggression for the defense, for the Omen TP to go on top, and yeah, it becomes very expected. But you can see you still finding success for so many teams, including St. Clair's. For one of the quickest rounds that we've seen today for sure, and maybe one of the quickest rounds overall for today.
Just a quick one. They knew this one was going to be tough. Mizzou was like, let's get it over with. Let's try to pistol the rifles down A.
Yeah.
Smiley said, not so fast, my friends. Let's go to round number 4. Now W Panda again, I feel like they just got gun shy here. Missouri was down for the fights early in round number 1, and then with the bye that last round 2 didn't quite work out, and round 3 they got that one over with. Now things are just so much more methodical. It's giving more time for St. Clair to set up their defense.
Yeah, an attacking side position all across the map, and the defense, I mean, has been getting the information not only with that first pick towards B, but also just jumping towards C, the door being open, and KYU once again just absolutely on fire into these early rounds of Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, I just...
Toxin screen down. Toxin screen down.
Now Seth looking to figure out where to go, and there's only one spot for Mizzou to be working. It is A. A is open.
30 seconds left.
And they do have control of the site. Smiley is there to try and slow things down. The tap started. They want to make sure the site is clear. They peek out tree. Yeah, they do, but this is just giving St. Clair more time to rotate.
And you have the numbers, right? So there's no need for anybody to be right on side. They can wait, they can regroup, go for the paranoia play for the Omen for St. Clair's. And the guiding light as well to make this play start out. Yeah, there's the paranoia. Immediately forced to back out, and Panda gets taken down because of it.
Player standing. That's done.
Textbook stuff here as Zella makes a nice little play. Ponder gets 2 before dying. Jumping in the air, and he goes and pulls the kill. But Giza, from up top, able to restore order. A little expensive round there by St. Clair, but they get the round win, and because they broke economy early on, they've got some credits to work with afterwards.
Yeah, it got really expensive when you see 4 of players of the defensive side for the retake were pushing from heaven until as the play, as the paranoia, the guiding light come through. Mizu still managed to find a couple of those kills, but still the same score, still the same beneficial advantage here for St. Clair's. The 3 rounds in a row. And a weird buy also coming through for Mizu. They're all gonna have those shields, but there's gonna be a couple of the Stingers, the Guardian. And it's gonna depend a lot more on the opening pick and if they can find it.
Yeah, well, hard push up towards A. This is what they wanted in round number 3 when they got absolutely mowed over by Smiley. This time Smiley thinks better of it, backs on off, and gives up the site. Retake in order here for the Saints. They do have a long, kind of like too long wraparound coming around through spawn to clear out spawn, so there will be a pincer here. But Ponder has the Viper's Pit, works on out, and that's gonna really make things difficult. Seekers by Caillou, gonna help on out. They do see, now that there's 2 on site, 1 trying to enter through tree. So you got at least 2 on site, 1 on tree. Zella's gonna hold. He had a hero play earlier. The door opens up. He gets blinded as Miss Piggy now trying to hold his instinct, picks up 1. Here comes a showstopper trying to find someone to close it on out. Looking, that's his teammate. Doesn't shoot it. Conch taking his time, waiting to see if coming through. And yep, there it is. Giza gets it. But a nice little retake here by the Saints. Shouldn't go this way. The reload by Ponder, and it doesn't go his way. And the Saints able to get this one. But there is no time, and it will be the clutch out here for Missouri. Holy moly, Caillou almost had the opportunity to win it there.
And I know we see the round going for the attacking side, but it really doesn't feel like the 3 key ultimates being invested into that round. You see the Viper's Pit looks great. Then they use the lockdown. Then they use the showstopper. Anything to stop 10 players. And it was only the time saving them. 3 key ultimates that you're not going to have for the next couple rounds, and you need to create space. So, I mean, you see the round being won, but you need to keep this going, because if the ultimates are going to be what you need to win, I mean, St. Clair's is just not going to make it easy for you.
Turrets destroyed.
Well, definitely not. And this is also not economy building, right? You're alive and you won the round, and you're able to buy guns here this round too, but you drop another one, you're back to being broke. As Caillou trying to do that, does get the help from Giza to trade it on out. And so B, the initial attempt, not quite the successful play here for Panda so far. And now Mizu trying to figure out how to piece this one back together. Tries to walk on through. And yeah, when you get caught by the screen, gives information over to Giza, and instinct on the opposite side. It's whack-a-mole there. Do we look left? Do we look right? Doesn't matter. You can just go ahead and go back to spawn with a round win for the Clans.
4 rounds are ready for that defensive side that have gonna be doing the opposite as we saw for Mizo. Instead, kind of saving those ultimates and honestly not really needing them the way that KYU is playing and has been playing. Just getting the opening pick, backing up, going for the guiding light, getting that information, communicating it to Instinct and the rest of the squad, and that is how they're securing those defensive rounds. Once again, aggressive for the A side. They're pushing forward. They're taking advantage of that Viper wall on the other side. This time around is not an Omen TP that's coming through, but a reposition for the Raze that slows down the attacking side.
Yeah, it will be a B play. It's all sheriffs for the side of Mizzou. They're trying to find some guns, and instead they're just going to have to settle for 1 kill and some ulti orbs. Smiley wins the battle as Ponder wasn't quite able to find the face there, and the dark cover. W Panda gets caught as well. Great crosshair placement by Smiley. We've seen that multiple times by him. Only 1 left alive. It's Zella, which I now realize is Alex backward. Trying to stay alive. 30 HP.
True.
1 rifle bullet should do him in. Should we go with Zella or should we go with Alex?
I like Alex, but also I don't know. What do you think? Zella sounds cooler, but I definitely think this is Alex. I'll switch to Alex. We'll get in Alex because Missouri decided to call the timeout after that one. Yeah, sorry, Alex. We're giving you a cool nickname. You named yourself, but I guess it worked out. This timeout, very necessary here by Mizzou to try and reset their mental. They're forcing with the sheriffs. They haven't been able to find a clear win condition other than, as you said, the ultis, the Viper Pit, once they get control of a site. Yeah, the 2 rounds that we've seen for Mizo have just been, the pistol round where the situation where the conditions are very even for the teams, and then that round where they invested 3 ultimates. So that is not how you want to win those rounds, right? You want to win this by these gun duels and maybe investing 1 ultimate, maybe 2 if it really becomes necessary. But the Killjoy ultimate and the Viper ultimate are 2 that you do not want to use in that same round, right? You want to save, you want to use in different opportunities to give that advantage. So something that this attacking side is definitely going to be talking about. And they have an opportunity here, as you get to see only 1 orb, 1 kill away from Piggy to get those seekers. That could be the opening into side. That could be also the opportunity to deny those retakes. But I think for what we've seen from Mizo is going to be a lot more proactive, or it has to be more proactive for Piggy and for that guy to get the ultimate.
Yeah, Piggy trying to get off of the old donut. 0 kills so far, 0-7-1. Has popped the ulti before. We got to see the Seekers pop on out, so...
Yeah.
But still, a little bit of a struggle so far by the Sky player for the Tigers. Piggy gets on in, does get information, does see the Viper. Seth has been blinded. Nice dark cover to help the escape. Buys time and does not get shot off in the back. But they do relinquish control. Piggy will get the plant down. And as you said, there's the Seekers. They're ready to go.
Yeah, so they got the space and Claire does the same. They just back up. They give that space to play that 5v5. They have a lockdown too.
This time.
Oh, he's gonna get taken down.
Lockdown will be dropped. Nice paint shells to stop the lockdown. And so we're starting to see how Mizzou got themselves in here. Smiley getting caught on the rotation. As W Panda caught that one on the back end. Instinct able to get 1. Giza gets the 2nd. And now the site starting to fall apart here for Mizzou. They get the plant down. The spike, the Viper's bite goes down. Will not have enough time. Panda finishes it off anyways. An expensive win, but a win nonetheless for the Missouri Tigers.
And after that timeout too, finding an answer and going for a strategy that worked out for them once in a different way, but they do it again. They get that information that Sinclair's are usually going to back up from the A side and go for that full retake, and that's how they find those opening kills to close out the round, make it 3 rounds for the attacking side. And now, to me, it seems like Sinclair would, change its strategy, change this approach that they have on A, make sure that it's not just completely empty, that they have some presence over there. And it's actually pretty heavy, right, with the Viper and with the Killjoy. as everybody else kind of repositions, plays aggressive towards C. The Rays kind of jump picking Omen right behind that mount. Miso still towards B early on.
Yeah, pretty interesting that it started off with Smiley on the Omen, getting aggressive, pushing out C, waiting for the flash from St. Clair Sky.
Yeah.
Clear on out.
Poison orb emitting.
What is the plan here, right? The door gets open and it's actually the Sky completely alone towards A. The guiding light too, but are you expecting, how many players are you expecting trying to push some rotations? But the Rays and the Omen towards C, they're not falling for it.
No, they're not, as Conch ends up winning the battle. Smiley goes down, and with that kill, they didn't fully commit. They didn't fully execute, as Ponder now blasts A wide open. It's up to Caillou. He gets one. He's cornered. Dodges the paranoia. Gets this.
Dodges the paranoia somehow.
Spike planted.
Left in a 1v2 with the information already given to the Tigers. Conch gonna take a lower position right in the middle of the site. Pop his head on up. It's a nice little crossfire. Ponder. Oh! Get one! And Instinct was ready to see if they came from up top. Instead, it was down low. Conch wins another round, another expensive round. But hey, Dryad, they're putting it together. Their economy doesn't look great, but they're putting it together.
You're making it happen. And that round was all about the presence that you see all across the map. Piggy on the Sky more than anything, completely alone towards A, opens the door, goes for the guiding light, tries to bait and force the rotations for the defense, at least creates noise and plays as kind of the one who gets sacrificed for, the benefit of that round going for the side of Miso. And the hit ends up going to oversee, the two players being caught off guard, get taken down. And now we get to see the timeout, the first timeout coming through for St. Clair's. They had a lot of control, and they're winning those gunfights more than we see for Miso, but to secure those rounds a lot more is going to be talked about, which is exactly what they're planning on right now.
In fall finals, the team from Ontario, they ended up doing battle in the lower bracket semifinals in the round, or the lower bracket quarterfinals, 2 rounds before this, with this St. Clair squad, the one making it on through. As we see the setup here, again, I just want to recall that great couple of flicks there by Caillou to dodge the paranoia, buy a little bit of time. You're seeing why he's been the top fragger, the highest damage dealer, and the leader of this squad.
I don't know how he dodged that paranoia. I have no idea. I always try to do that, and that's like impossible. I have no idea how he dodged that paranoia. Got 3 kills. It was like right, left, right, and still made it happen. But for this round, once again, opening pick coming through for the attacking side.
That's right, Smiley getting caught on out there. Conch able to get the second, winning the battle of raises. Now the showstopper, that's gonna land. It's 3 there for Conch, the top fragger. Caillou now down. Giza. The 2 ships at the night. Conch going for 4. Give him the ace. As Mizu finally finding themselves a round where not everyone dies, and St. Clair's has their timeout blow up in their face here, Dryad.
Yeah, the Viper on the defense kind of completely left alone on A, where we saw this play precision early into the round, and for Miso, it was just this race taking them down one by one. It's not going to be a flawless round, but they're looking for him. It's not the A's. Oh, come on, Panda.
I know. Look at him.
Come on.
Either way, we got a Conch sighting. 4 kills there for the Tigers duelist. Big round for them, and now they finally have some economy. And you look on the opposite side, we didn't really talk about it for a while because St. Clair's, they had the lose bonus. They built up so much early. They had the lose bonus where they were fine. Now this is a real funky buy out of them with, a Sheriff, 2 Vandals. Like, they're just trying to scrap things together here on round number 11.
Yeah, now it gets a little bit inconsistent for them.
Placing swarm grenade.
Forced to back out that Killjoy util. It has been placed towards the A side more often than not. Now they changed the setup on the defense. Now it's placed towards C, where we see the Killjoy util most often. But again, because the economy it's kind of shaky, it's going to depend a lot more on Giza and what he's able to find into it. Already having an idea, but Pinchers are not going to find too much. Not even taking down the util because you're not even expecting it there, right? It's just something that hasn't happened before, but the door gets open and it seems like the push could end up towards a B side.
Destroyed. Hawk out.
Kayu's going to need to make another huge play here. Blinding to slow down the push, but still, you're still lacking the gunpowder that Mizzou has built up for this round. As Missouri does look like it will be the C execute. They will push on through onto both the Viper and the Killjoy as the Missouri Killjoy gets dropped. The lockdown
Can't get out.
will be very difficult to work through. I don't know what Giza's trying to do. Giza's just trying to wait and trade on out. Not too bad. As now sees two, they will rush onto the site, and Seth not on site to help out, had to back on off. Ponder, blind, able to get one blind without seeing. Who needs seeing when the bullets land themselves? Seth trying to stop the plant. Ponder will get the Viper's pit down. And in a 2v2, looking good here for Missouri. A little expensive. As Instinct able to trade it on out. There goes the Viper's pit. That's not the duel that you wanted to take. Panda now playing Ring Around the Rosie, trying to go hunting for the St. Clair Saint Instinct player. Will he be able to get it? No, he won't so far. Seth on top, and Panda picks his head off. Just one left alive. Instinct now getting caught in such a terrible spot. The jump peek, though, by Panda. He gets too saucy, and he gets put out of his misery. Instinct wins the battle.
Immediately denied right at the end, and he got so close. I mean, I want to talk about... we saw this Killjoy. We talked about the setup. We saw the difference with Giza. I mean, completely fearless when it came to the lockdown coming through. He knew he was going to get detained, but he could at least get one or two if the hit was going to come through right before the lockdown, as we often see. So having the understanding of how Miso was going to play that ultimate and being able to find those two opening picks, even if it comes to that 1v1, that really helps out make the job easier with the map control that Sinclair continues to have. So 6 rounds already secure, potentially 7 here.
Great battle between these two squads. Again, Missouri is the only team in this whole top side of this whole North tournament that has taken the round off of Northwood. And they're trying to push on through here as St. Clair tries to stop the push. And they do a great job doing so. Panda, the only one left alive, as multiple heads go rolling. It's a nice little shrouded step. Gets Panda onto the site, but they don't have the spike. The defender Killjoy is dropping the lockdown, and now Panda in a lot of trouble. It includes Tree. What is he gonna do? He's kind of stuck. He needs to push on through. He has the spike, does not find it, and Stefan right on top of it is. And after a crazy couple of runs going both ways, St. Clair ends the half 7-5 on defense.
And it comes from that read that St. Clair's had into that last round with 3 players towards that A side. We saw that was always the opportunity that Missouri was looking for, going for the A hit, expecting nobody to be on side, or finding out nobody was on side, getting the spike planted, and then winning on that attempt of a retake for St. Clair's. This time around, St. Clair's knew exactly how that play was going to go. They put 3 members right on side, catch the enemy by surprise, and secure that 7th round. Again, this map is so attack-sided that I think 7 is just more than enough for St. Clair's, but Missouri trying to show a little bit of their own on this defensive side, and it starts with the pistol.
Remember, Missouri won the pistol round last time in a wild one. Oh, Giza's crosshair just a little too high, not quite able to land there. Well, back on off as the rest of the team looks like they're lurking through A. However, it's an aggressive push out by the Tigers. 1-2, 2 members pushing out towards spawn. And it does look like Smiley is trying to open up the door as Caillou gets one. Alex gets taken down. Conch trying to be the hero here. Does have light armor. Does not land any shots, though, as Giza puts the sheriff to Conch. And in the blink of an eye, it's now a 5v2. and it's a wide open C site, or at least they thought. Only one left on up. It's W Panda, and Panda trying to use the shadow, not quite gonna work. Dark cover, not very helpful. And this will be a potentially flawless round here for St. Clair's, and maybe the crucial round that the Saints need to take this first map. Playing down, Ponder gets one. Another headshot. Thank you, Light Armor. There's two. Only one bullet left. That was a nice display there by Ponder, but Instinct closes it on out, and the round goes to the Saints.
Yeah, potentially 3 that could have been taken down by the Viper right at the end if it wasn't because of the damage at distance and the light shows that were coming through for St. Clair's that secured that pistol round. One that you mentioned, potentially the one that Missouri needed the most to stay on this game, to stay on this map. Well, wonder they're gonna have to live without it. St. Clair's, they continue having the lead, they make it bigger as well, 8-5. A patient approach here, a little bit more presence towards that B-side 3 players here though. Yeah, Punch takes the instant down.
Got him to pick up the first kill as Mizu tries to find another headshot. No, Caillou's there, Smiley helping out while Caillou was reloading. And it's a great cover fire by the Saints. And now B open. We got a pincer move coming through by Alex. Alex gets one. Giza goes down. Caillou trying to land the shots and not quite able to, but the sight is theirs for the taking. Ponder has a little bit of work to do. But if there are players that you want here for the Saints to do it, it's your top damage player. Caillou and Smiley had a great game so far on the Omen with a lot of these flanks. They're getting a little cute. They're trying to fully clear out top B, and they're able to do so. Ponder, last one left alive. They have a pretty good idea where he might be at, but Ponder's going to work his way on through.
And that was played so well by St. Clair's. It seems like initially they were going to go for the plant. One of the players planting, the other one kind of watching, making sure the push was not going to come out at the same time. But what St. Clair's does is they push together, make sure they have the advantage. And then Ponder, left alone, goes for it, goes across, and still gets taken down. St. Clair good for 9.
You hate to see it when you have those cleaner shots and you could see it. It's like, oh, it's wide open, not looking my way, and the little bit of a panic there. Sorry, I felt the panic too, which is why I had to get a couple shots in there. When I missed it, what I did. 9-5 here as St. Clair, again, as you said, on attack, getting the rounds that they need to get. They're in the bonus. Everyone on full armor except one player. Aggressive push early on, and that's read nicely by Seth. And so Mizzou, they expend a lot of their utility to get themselves that forward, and they're going to run into a buzzsaw here. They need to be careful. Headshots at this distance still will do a lot of damage. Conch will back on off, and they feel like they've sent the message.
Backing off, even though they wanted to find that one pick to find more aggression. Now completely left alone. The Viper wall goes down. It is actually St. Clair is finding those picks. Oh, the guiding light for the timing as well. The sky and the race that get taken down. And with that, the defense doesn't look as strong anymore for Missouri.
Toxin screen down.
They don't, but despite clearing out 2 members on A, they decide to backtrack, head on over to B. Great call because no one is there. Alex right now getting some jump peeks to see if they go C. Inside of tree is Omen. W Panda waiting for someone that will come but doesn't have the spike. Seth is right there. They're just kind of handshaking right next to each other. And yeah, here comes the door. Who opened it? Oh, it was Seth that opened it, but Panda that finished it. 3v3. Instinct gonna peek. He did not wait for the swing. It does get traded out, but could have been cleaner. Nice little 2 kills picked up by W Panda, but into a 2v2. Alex with the jump peek. Giza only with the Sheriff. Trying to find a little bit more space. Is the rest of the Tigers now in a 2v1. Tigers might be able to pull this one back. It'll be an expensive round regardless, but will it be an expensive round with a round win? We'll find out. They're sticking the defuse, and Alex able to get that one. Nice round there by Mizu. They're on the board. They stop the bleeding, but only 2 survive.
Another 2v2, but it goes now the other way around us. As now Missouri finds that first round on that defensive side. And it gets very close. They kind of go all across the map. They have the presence towards that A side. They end up backing up even after a couple of trades. And still towards the end, the Viper's wall is what really made it. That toxic screen, what really made it the most difficult out of everything else. So Missouri staying on this game, staying for a little bit longer. And having a couple of rifles to work for this one too.
Ooh. Big chunk there. As getting out with your life is a victory when you're getting chunked that hard. Alex doing the jump peaks, also just getting wall banged a little bit there. Little tappies. As Kai, Youssef, and the gang are focusing a lot of their gunfire onto A. Doesn't seem like there's a big rotation yet from the rest of the squad. They will slide on through from the side here. Will they be able to get on through from A link? Doesn't get anything, and now a full rotation out towards C as Ponder catches Giza. And now the fast play doesn't quite work on out yet either. Caillou able to trade it on back as they are on site are the Saints. They will get the spike down. Through the poison cloud, there's one. Can't able to trade on back. It is now 3v2. Smiley on site, seeing what he can do. Peeks out just a little bit, but then waits for the rest of his team. Smiley and Caillou. One last one's left alive. Caillou a little bit late to the party. Information given. The jump peek. There's one. Caillou gives takes away the angle. Trades two. Almost gets the third. But Alex closes it on out. I love the play there by Caillou realizing this is a double peek. Don't take that one. The other one's coming from the other side.
And that is the understanding that we've seen from this player for the entirety of this map, right? Kind of the perfect read into every single one of the situations, unfortunately, though, for that round, not connecting with the last kill. So that means that Missouri, they get that 7th. They continue staying alive on this game with different, with a good amount of approaches for how they want to play this defensive side. This time around, that Killjoy and the Viper playing closer together, the way that we saw some players do when they got the chance to play on the defense. And in the meantime, acing players that on the defense or on the attacking side have gone kind of for the same presence of 2 or 3 pushing towards B, trying to spot and take down one of the players around that area, and then in the last 45 seconds or so deciding where they're gonna go for the spike plant.
Panda's going headshot hunting, doesn't quite land it there as Giza's able to get himself to safety, but these are the types of battles that I think really swing early on here. The information has now been given, and we're starting to see the same type of respect from St. Clair's that we were seeing Missouri give early on. The quick, immediate aggression, not so fast, my friend, is Piggy close by. I'm not sure what Piggy was looking at, but Smiley was looking right between the eyes. Picks up 1, picks up 2, see you later, Ponder, and now there's a gaping hole towards B in a 3v3 between these two squads.
A couple of rifles as well to make this one work out. So Spike is gonna get planted towards B. That was the presence. That was the map control that they needed. Alvaria plus that boombot spots one of them. A punch still can't go in.
Oh! Showstopper landing right on the conch. No chance as Instinct gets one, but Panda now coming from the other side. Paranoia lands. The bullets don't. Panda gets one. Now down to a 1v1. Alex and Smiley. As the lockdown helps on out. Now a little bit of game of peekaboo. Alex is going to continue to push on through. Will he tap to half? He does the fake tap. Jump peek by Smiley to buy a little bit of time. One more jump peek. No, he's going to actually peek. He does have it to half. Alex taps it to let him know. But this time is played perfectly by Smiley. And the Saints stop the run here by Mizzou and get to 10.
Literally all about Smiley on that round. And it started because Piggy, like you said, kind of looking away. It seems like he was going to go for a swing and see if there was going to be anybody, but caught in the worst timing possible by Smiley. Gets the first one, gets the second with the Sheriff, then picks up a Bulldog and gets the last 2 to secure the double digits for St. Clair. And here we get to see, this controller players, those initiator players really stepping it up when it matters the most for St. Clair's.
So early information here. It does look like it's a C play, but Missouri's ready for it. The Tigers forced back on off. Showstopper, ready to go. Lands on back towards Instinct. A little bit of payback from last round. Paint shells down. Conch wants to get rid of this judge and won't be able to get close enough to the gun. The team will back off and take 1 kill early on as their prize here, Dryad.
Toxins off.
And you have those numbers on the defense here. Not need to continue pushing, but it's still kind of a risky position now for Plunder. Cannot get to the other side without risking his life. So that's going to be the opportunity to make numbers even for St. Clair. They're going to clear it out. Yeah.
Ponder, trigger, discipline. Don't miss. Don't miss. No one sees you. No one sees you. Gets one, swings, no one's there. Gets the gun as well. You love to see folks just be calm in those stressful situations. You also hate to see it when the one time you don't check the corner.
Yeah.
That's when you get lit on up.
I mean, he kind of cleared it, but not, not exactly. So, unfortunately, gets taken down to that, but good patience regardless for that Viper.
Oh.
Like I said, risky situation. Time running out, though, for St. Clair. They have to move, and the defense is not letting them get away with it. Yeah, at the end is going to be the C plant. But in a 2v5.
Yeah, a little bit of money, and you've got Caillou there. This is a tall ass, because this is going to be a quadra swing right here. There's one. Oh, Caillou gets 2 of them. So now it's down to 2v1. 7 HP! Oh, Caillou with 3! Gonna use the Seekers to buy a little bit of time. Ponder gets caught! It's 4! In a 2v5, a huge play by St. Clair.
How many times is this guy gonna do this? Again, we've seen the multi-kills, we've seen the clutches, and it felt like it was only a matter of time before the clutch 4K coming through. 24 kills for Caillou. I mean, looking as unstoppable as ever, and absolutely the pillar for the success that St. Clair's is finding, trying to make it to the grand final tomorrow, and going in a good direction. The last time here invested by Missouri. Last opportunity to get some conversations going, and we saw the success that they found after the first time out. They kind of changed the play around a little bit. They started winning those rounds that they needed to after the numbers advantage were on their side. But St. Clair's 2 rounds to close out this map number 1.
What are those conversations like right now? Hey, did you die to Caillou? Yeah, I did too. Did you? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you're playing against Caillou, you're just thinking, wow, this guy is insane. What? So how many plays have we seen from him like this?
Probably, well, none that were that level of 4K, but probably like 3 or 4, maybe. It's
that round where he dodged the
impressive.
Paranoia and got like 3 kills, looking right, looking left. I'm like, okay, like we get it.
That one stuck with you. That one stuck with you because he dodged the Paranoia.
Yeah, no, I mean, I cannot do that. I think it's easy, but the way this guy made it happen, it was just like, wow, okay.
All right, early guiding light, not going to land. And interestingly enough, Mizu's going to use Viper's Pit right in the front of C. Said, you're more than welcome to come see, but you're not going to like what you see here. And trying to turn this into a de facto 2-site map with B and A open.
There's a pressure
waiting
on the side for Missouri. Defense very aggressive, but now St. Clair knows about it. It is about how they approach, how they go across this Viper wall.
Oh, will they be able to get through it? Miss Piggy gets one, finally! Almost doubling their kill total. It's been a tough game in terms of kills so far by Miss Piggy. They get one. Panda trying to shoot on through and stop the rest of the St. Clair to go in. Yep, we said Viper's Pit not so good, and Seth gets shot right in the face as soon as they step on in. Now it's just Smiley. The Killjoy left alive, not a great spot to be in. As Smiley and Giza trying to find a way on in. Smiley has used the ult to get behind, does not have a beat on where Alex was, and it's a flawless round. As you said, the timeouts have been clutch here for Mizzou.
Yeah, they really were for this round. A flawless for Missouri. with a couple chances here for the attacking side, 2 away to kills, 2 orbs, maybe a spike plant as well for Giza to get that lockdown. That can be the one condition that they're looking for, right? As these rounds get closer and closer between Missouri and St. Clair, so one of those ultimates to be able to shut that down. But first, they're gonna have to deal with how aggressive Missouri like to get into these early rounds, kind of all across the map, and now especially towards C.
Right onto the site do they go. Wide open is B, and St. Clair figured it out with a great ult as well. That's going to be useful. Oh, Piggy and Alex cleared on out. The Viper's pit is down. Instinct able to trade on back. Piggy getting more kills, now doubling the total for the day. There we go, Piggy. Way to show up now. As Giza gets taken on down as well. It's just Instinct left alive, and what looked to be so promising at the start of this round, St. Clair's have it all fall apart. But Instinct has the opportunity, a slim opportunity to put it together. Oh, got some information there. Satchel.
No, the high-low, the triple, though. I mean, there's just nothing you can do. The pinch can't even hit. Oh, finding one, but it's just an impossible scenario to win in that 1v3. Missouri, 2 rounds in a row this time around, and I think, yeah, one of the keys that you mentioned, right, has been Piggy now being able to find a little bit more impact. We've seen kind of the value that he's been able to bring with the guiding light, but those kills also absolutely help kind of the effort of the squad, and not even needing that those seekers to be invested into that round number 20. So moving forward to it and allowing Missouri to make this map, I think, closer to what we expected right at the beginning, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And St. Clair's, they forced up here. They do have all rifles, but no one has more than light armor, and they are very far away from anyone's ulti. Again, a lot of ulti orbs on this map. But you look on the opposite side, Tigers of Missouri are stocked up in terms of credits. They've got, I think, they've got 2 ults ready to go.
You should run.
And multiple that are close to being ready to go. Lockdown going to be used. A is going to be the site to be targeted by the Saints. And it will be a slow retake here as Piggy able to trade on back. That is 3 kills in a row for Piggy. Or I mean, yeah, 3 kills in a row and 4 in the last 3 rounds as Piggy now starting to turn this thing around. Try to get himself into double digits. Alex falls as Smiley takes the site. 3v3 now. He knows that W Panda's there. W Panda's head is going to peek on over. Yes, Smiley answers that one. Conch working his way on in. It's the double swing, and it does work out. Left to Piggy. Piggy flashes himself. Gets one. Tries to trade, but it's 4 for Smiley. And the Saints, they had 1 ulti and barely into credits, and they use it to perfection to get themselves to 12.
For a second, I really thought Missouri was about to win that 3rd round in a row. It got very close with the 2v2, but once again, coming down to the hero plays this around for Smiley. Having a read on one of the players pushing from heaven, gets that one immediately, goes around, checks for tree, and finds the last one alive for Missouri. 12 rounds. And 1 more to close it out on the first map of Lotus.
How about this? Punch starting to show up here, and Ponder silently having a pretty good game here for Missouri on the Viper, but they're going to need to dig deep and find at least 3 more rounds to push this one to overtime.
Cover going out.
As Missouri starting to work their magic using utility to slow them down. Saints have slowed down the pace. It does look like an A commit as the spike is starting to work his way on through, but also a pincer move as Raze and Killjoy will work up towards B. They've been spotted now by the utility, so information being passed on over.
And look at the Viper for Missouri. They're pushing and pushing all by themselves towards the side. Is it expected, though? It seems like there's a rat idea. Yeah, Ponder goes down.
Oh, Ponder goes down. Conch is able to trade one back as well, and now a 2v4 into 1, and Conch working his way on through. Seth does get a kill, but the information has been given. Look at that, the high-low. And Piggy gets another kill. Look at Piggy. Good for you, Piggy. I was worried. I was really worried. When you're going into the second half and you're like staring down 2 kills, you're like, oh crap, it's gonna be one of those days. Piggy able to pull it back on in, and you know, although Bot Fraggin has had some really clutch kills here as we now move to 12 to 10, and the Saints back to being broke. These rounds are so important because the credits are in play. You will be able to buy up again if they aren't able to close it out on here for the important round number 24. But the fact that they even got to this point, being so far ahead, kind of tough here for the Saints. But they're on the front foot. They will work A yet again.
But again, though, these rounds have been won by St. Clair's before. These eco rounds, they have been kind of the hero plays, a 3Ks, 4Ks coming through, picking up a rifle. So it becomes a lot more crucial on Missouri, not allowing this to happen. Guiding Light, once again, pressure coming through for that C-side. And it already finds that success.
Seth getting close. Oh, no. It's not going to be good, Seth. It's not going to be good. Yeah, you got baited. Nice little play there by Ponder. Get himself on in. Piggy with the kill. Alex picks up 1. And now it's up to Caillou. We've seen Caillou win this before. There's the second. Not like this. Yeah, okay. Almost got the first shot off there on Conch. But not quite. And we go all 24 rounds. Mizzou trying to push for overtime. And St. Clair trying to get this one out unscathed. Timeout here for St. Clair. We saw what happened last time there was a timeout there, Dryad. It was it didn't work out for St. Clair. Mizzou just ran right on through whatever St. Clair planned for their last timeout. But here we go. The potential ultimate round here.
And if there's a round where you need that timeout to work out, it's got to be this one, right? Avoiding that overtime, being able to close out this map in a 13-11 fashion, but St. Clair's just haven't found that success. It really seems like towards the end, in the last 5 rounds or so, it's become a lot messier for what the plan looks like for St. Clair, right? Sometimes they didn't even have any sort of presence over C. That has been allowed Missouri to push, to have 2-3 players going aggressive, trying to go in a flank, trying to catch one of the players off guard. And in so many rounds too, being able to find that success just from that. So St. Clair's definitely needed that map control that we saw early on, where they were pushing towards that B side. They would find a pick or so and then kind of play around that numbers advantage. So the stakes are set. The ultimates here are also an opportunity to be the opener that St. Clair's need, including, you know, that showstopper coming through those seekers. It can be even the combination between the two. For Caillou using those seekers, spotting where one of the players is going to be located, and instinct going for that showstopper kill.
This has been a fun game, and everyone's had an opportunity to be heroes. Now Ponder got a little loose with it. Tried to use the op, switch back on over to the Vandal. You want to make sure that they don't pick that one up, and it does look like it did stop the aggressive C push by St. Clair's, and you kind of wonder if that was the play that they came up with a timeout. That's a nice little adjustment by Missouri to stop the play. Information has been given. Instinct running right on through the bot, but now showstopper. Alex on site, and Piggy stops the showstopper before a good shot. Piggy gets the second, and now Missouri on the cusp of possibly force it overtime. Caillou says, hold on just a second. I'm still alive, and there's still an opportunity here as St. Clair reasserts their dominance over the A site. Seth fakes the plant.
They're going B.
Way on out. They're going B as Giza gets the floater in Ponder. And now, nice plant here. St. Clair's might be able to do this.
The Trailblazer, as a spy, got planted spots where that race is going to be located. Panda also no location, no wait, it's 2. It makes this so doable. Caillou's on the other side.
No, he's overheating. Don't do it. Just wait for your teammate. Caillou down to 30 though. Can't find a head. Here comes the guiding light. There's the blind, and a great shot through the blind by Conch. Oh, what a final round, and we get some free Valorant. We're going overtime, baby, between the St. Clair Saints and the Missouri Tigers. Oh, this is what we expected here from these two squads. A little worried it was going to be a blowout. Even though it was 7-5, St. Clair's took a huge chunk of control there. But now we find ourselves in the OT.
I mean, what we just saw for that Omen is just insane. Both players swinging at the same time, making it seem like it was possible, and yet both of them with a bullet to the head, going to overtime into the map number 1 of this match. St. Clair's between Missouri, St. Clair's and Missouri going against each other and making it look very, very close between the two.
Oh man, what a run. But we're not done yet. Got to have a map winner here for our North lower bracket finals. Again, the winner of this series will play against the number 1 team from North America in college, Northwood Esports. So not an easy task here, but Missouri was able to win a round against Northwood, the only team to do that in this tournament so far. Actually, the only team in all of the North bracket to win a round but still lose the series. Everything's been 2-0s. Smiley gets some information, gets out, is able to get through the screen. A little wall bangs there, but nice job there by the Saints man on Omen to get himself to safety as Alex peeks around B, trying to see if there were any rotators, and missed them all. Oh, this is kind of dangerous. Caillou right around the corner, double blinds. As Ponder picks up the first kill for the Tigers, that means the site is wide open. Once they figured out the spike can go down, Conch gets 2! The collat works for the favor of Missouri. And now in a 5v2, St. Clair's not looking so good here.
In a 5v2, yeah. It seemed like it was doable. The attempt was to end up towards that A side as the spike gets planted. And St. Clair's trying to fight back about it right away. But look how it turns out. A flawless round for Missouri. And I'm trying to, I'm slowly catching a pattern here for Missouri. Every time they've gotten a timeout, or when it goes to overtime, they also get to talk a little bit about how that overtime is going to look like. They've been able to secure those rounds. And for St. Clair's, those timeouts have just not worked on their side. So, little things that you start to catch between them and how Missouri made this comeback happen.
I see. Early on, when it was 6-2, you were like, well, when Missouri has ults, that seems to be the play.
Yeah,
but now it's the timeouts. It's the timeouts that have been working out there for Missouri.
It's something. That's all I know.
I appreciate the fact that you're finding patterns very quickly, though. All right, 13-12. Match point here for Missouri, or map point here for Missouri in our first map in this best of 5 of the lower bracket finals of the North Region Final for CVAL 2023. And, when we think about the success that they've had, it's been off of an opening pick towards C, but also Missouri's done a great job fortifying that, and now the opening picks come through in troves. It's a triple. Caillou, Instinct, and Smiley all get opening picks about the same time, and it's going to need to be another heroic effort by Panda. He's able to get 1. Instinct up in the air at that time, wasn't quite able to get finished off. There's 2. Panda doing a decent job, but now the ulti comes through. Alex gets caught and tagged. Will he wallbang? No, he won't. Gets rid of the alarm bot, and this is tough. They now know where he's at. I think we'll go into more free Valorant. Oh, the snake bite. No, it's the nanobots that clear it on out. Utility for the win. 13-13. Let's run it back.
Switching sides. Overtime.
We get to do it again. And in the meantime, hey, Caillou, 30 kills. As everything was happening, as the match got closer, as the overtime takes place, 30 kills at least secure, and Conch kind of on his way to do the exact same thing. Also, hey, remember what I talked about timeouts?
Yeah. You know what? Put the money on Missouri. I'm here for Missouri. They're the ones calling the timeout on attack. They must have heard you. They'd be like, hey, we get another timeout here. Why don't we use it to get a free win?
But if they don't win this round, that's not on me. That's what I gotta say.
Yeah, that's why we're analysts. We're up here. We get to try and see what the patterns are. They're the ones that have to make it happen.
And what the last opportunity has just been, I think for Missouri, when you request this timeout, is we recognize that it was kind of close in the first half when they were on the attacking side, but it was not, as dominant as it was for the defense. So for them, kind of the win condition does come from winning and being able to secure this attacking round more than anything else. The defense, they're able to I mean, it does seem clear that the playbook is a lot bigger for what the defense has on Missouri and the way they play around this. So, a couple of chances here. But when you're starting off, the lower bracket finals, and you're starting off in a map that is this close, I mean, you're ready for an insane series.
You don't want to be the one that it did all the work to rack up 13 or 14 rounds, however many overtimes that we go through, and still lose, right? When you hit 13, you want to win. Early push here as they run right into the buzzsaw of the nanobots and the Viper's Pit, and the curse of the timeout seems to be over as it's a 2v5. Ponder with a lot of work to do. Yep, Caillou able to answer that after the information given. Alex doesn't have the spike and has 5 members to work through right now.
And this is really good because for St. Clair's, when we got to see this defensive side, they actually had this, and we mentioned it a couple times, they had this set up for the Killjoy, but it never really got tested too many times. It was maybe, the Killjoy setup, but still somebody kind of jump peeking, playing up close, and then the side of Missouri on the attacking side, going for a different approach, going towards that B side, opening the door, doing different teams. So it is the first time that Missouri, they find themselves in that situation where the Nanoswarms just completely shut them down and take down the play that they were planning for this round of overtime. And yet, Alex finds one, but with the time running out in a 4v1, there's just only so much you can do. Wait for the end and try to win it out on the
10
defense.
seconds left.
Yeah, and 13 bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like every time that Missouri was gonna peak that way, they ended up going A and found a lot of success in an over-rotating Saints where there was only one member on the site.
Switching
Generally, it was
Match
Smiley
point.
getting ran over on A. But now this time, they do test the buzzsaw of traps and nanobots and Viper's Pit, and that one's helped out a ton. And now St. Clair's, just to make sure they've got all their ducks in a row, will also call timeout.
Maybe the most important timeout for St. Clair's. Like you said, when you lose these matches, the ones that really hurt the most are the maps that are these close. It goes to overtime. It goes the distance. You're getting those multi-kills. You're getting those clutches. You're getting over 25 kills, 30 kills. That's when you want to secure those maps the most. So for St. Clair's, this timeout is going to be potentially the one that can close it out. What?
What's the longest maps? How many rounds? What's the longest amount of rounds that you've cast before?
Oh, I did like 22-20. It might be the record that like for VCT was Challengers like 2 years ago. And it was Icebox, and I was just there forever.
Yeah, that's a lot. I did I think I did 18-16 for APAC Champions qualifiers last year. It was Fancy United and made in Thailand. It was a lot.
It is.
Not just, not asking for any specific reason, just wondering as we get back to round number 28. St. Clair's on match point. Yeah, definitely not.
Not that.
As Smiley and the rest of St. Clair's, they are focusing up towards C and maybe gambling that the utility wouldn't be set up here by Missouri, but it is set up. The nanobot didn't quite be as effective as the last one was for St. Clair's. And now Ponder. He's had a great tournament so far. Able to get one, but not able to trade it on out. Another trade there. This Piggy going back and forth. It's a 2v2 right after the engage. No one else left onto the site. So St. Clair gets to set up their post plant and get it down.
Look at where the race is. Conch coming from right behind.
Oh, you saw it. That was the opportunity. They are going to try and peek together. But W Panda has had a couple of heavy clutch plays, and Conch has been leading the way with his gun. Will he be able to do so here? No, Smiley picks up the first one. Conch trades it on back against Caillou. It's Smiley that wins the battle, and it does get us out of this first map. St. Clair eke it out, but the GGs go the way of the Saints, and they'll take map number 1 of the North region. What a series, or what a map to kick things off here in the North Triad between these two squads.
Really, really close, and honestly, for Missouri, I mean, very close match. I got worried. I thought it was going to be super one-sided towards the side of St. Clair's with the way that things started out. But it seems like in Missouri, at the beginning in that first half, they were just kind of warming up. Then it got really close. A lot of the players stepping up compared to what we saw early on. And unfortunately, they don't win the map, but they really kind of gave us a showcase of what everybody individually is able to do. Still, the St. Clair's being able to close it out.
All right, again, 15 and 13 is the round score to break down that last North bracket lower finals in map number 1. Let's send it back on over to the analysts.
Thank you, Degon. Wow, what a first map of Valorant between these two teams, Scott. I mean, going into this, we didn't really get to coverage too much, but this was a very strong map for both teams, Scott.
Yeah, St. Clair Saints obviously really favored this map. That's something they've picked a couple times. They're really comfortable with it, but Mizzou does the same exact thing. We've seen so many maps be favored here in Collegiate Valorant. We've seen a lot of the maps really fall out of favoritism, and because of that, you have really close affairs like we did here, leading to OT 15-13 in favor of St. Clair. And it's not just due to it being their favorite map here, right, Jackson? There are other things, other extingent circumstances that led to that point. And one of the big ones was early on for St. Clair Saints. There was a lot of win conditions that were coming out that were really reliant on ultimates. Degon had mentioned that going into round 5, because we saw that Viper's pick, sorry, into round 6, because we saw the Viper's pick come out in round 5. We saw another ultimate pop behind it. So much was being expended to try to give Mizzou that safe space to get to an objective. And St. Clair Saints, after having a really solid start and even taking a shocking early lead, were just able to deny that pretty emphatically by just waiting for these ultimates to trickle out, or even better, when there's a lockdown placed all the way back towards A top, set a paint shell and just clear it away if you have any problems.
Yeah, and I think it was a really good sort of defensive plan coming out for St. Clair Saints. I mean, at first, they really opted to play that sort of fall back 5-man retake kind of scenario. That really hurt them in a way, because Mizzou is quite an aggressive team, and if they're able to get on site without expending any utility for that execution, that just helps them much more in the postman. I believe 2 or 3 of those rounds where St. Clair opted for that 5-man retake, they ended up losing those rounds, but in the macro sense of things, they did force Mizzou to use a lot of those ultimates, like you said, to win those rounds, which is why perhaps in the later half, when St. Clair adjusted to a little bit more of an aggressive playstyle, trying to fight for those executions, don't give up the plant so easily, they were able to win out that first half.
I think as well, when you're highlighting the aggressiveness, because I know you mentioned that for Mizzou, that was a problem that plagued them at the beginning of the game, as they tried to put a little bit too much emphasis, I would say, over towards that A lobby side. 3 players out towards Root, a player over towards Rubble. You want to try to get something teasing over towards Door, but a lot of the times when you're playing a map like this, especially in Collegiate, Chamber has reared out for so many teams, and you play that as a solo for that rendezvous, to have that free escape back to apply more pressure towards C, which is typically a lot of teams' favorite objectives. Mizzou didn't like that. They wanted to strong arm their way onto A. They wanted to get that plan out towards Hut. And that's where St. Clair Saints, like you said, they do that 5-man retake. They hold strong. They stay very static. They know they can go for double swings. And Mizzou were really failing to capitalize on those double swing opportunities, and even 4-swing opportunities, as we saw a play, which I believe is right here. Oh, yes, right here in the replay from Caillou. The swing came out as you had an effective 4v1 in this retake. They're all swinging just slowly. You get the double kill off the fire, but that just slows down and dampens the retake from Mizzou. And because of that, they weren't following the plan they set in stone for that push, and it just gave way too many free chances and led to the round win for St. Clair Saints.
Yeah, absolutely. Do not give Caillou the ones. We spotlighted him on the desk, and he showed up with an insane stat line there. If you push him solo when you have the numbers advantage like that, he's going to get his and yours, and that's exactly what he was able to do. And if we take a look into it, I mean, Mizzou's aggressiveness, it helped them in some ways, but at some point it really did hurt them as well. I feel like a lot of their game plan, especially on that first half on their attack side, was really just to let Ponder make space on the other side of the map. We see them start as C-side a lot, make some noise. I don't really think they commit too much utility to try and sell that, and it was just, let's let Ponder explore A on that Viper wall. Let's see what kind of space he can make. Can he get a pick? It really felt more, even though we saw Kayu's incredible individual performance, it really did feel like MizzU was banking their strategy on one player's ability to control the map versus a 5-man team execution.
And there was also a lot of differences when it came to the way that they would hold these objectives. For St. Clair Saints, they took a much more, I would argue, aggressive approach for their defense on B side. I had called it earlier. It was like Tartarus pits. You're trying to extend into the B side. You went there directly straight up through mid. You're trying to play from main and it falls short. But when you take the rotation instead up through A, when you take control of route and you try to swing over from link, you find a lot more success because it's a lot easier to spot that player back towards C link. You have to be a lot smarter about those pivots, a lot smarter about the transitions into the objective. And if you can't, that's where you're going to get cut down because St. Clair Saints, for some reason, really like actively playing 2 players on that site, where most teams like Mizzou opted to do on their defensive side, just place utility and play for an man advantage retake on that objective, because it is a literal just boiling pits of trouble inside of this small static room, and it's pretty easy to get some effective force back in control.
Yeah, we actually saw MizzU do that despite being aggressive on their defensive half. They mixed it up a little bit, and a lot of it was that trap play that you just mentioned on that B site. St. Clair had the right read. They thought, okay, this is going to be the weak site that we hit. It's going to be utility, but instead, they kind of stacked 3 people just right on the outskirts of that site, waiting for St. Clair to come in, and they just completely collapsed on them on that round. I think it was round 19, where it really swung the momentum back into MizzU's favor, despite St. Clair having that early lead.
I call it the checkpointer chokehold. When you reach double digits, you tend to start to fall apart. We saw that for Fisher Tea Party. They got there, but it ended up being the chokehold for them instead of the checkpoint that leads them to an even higher point. It's the opposite scenario here for St. Clair Saints. They got their 10th. Because they won that 10th, it was an eco round going the opposing way, which was way too darn close, might I add, in the first place. But they take that to get to 11, gives them a little bit more comfortable of a lead. But that's where they started to find trouble, like you mentioned, and they've got to capitalize, and they just couldn't do it to lead into OT, where Mizzou, despite the timeouts where we've seen them do exceptionally well past those where they can communicate, what was their strategy here, Jackson? They were rushing it straight into C. They were way too aggressive. They got their first round. They immediately took the next one and said, hey, will they expect us to run into Mound and play on the defense? Yeah, I think they do. They fall back. They rotate back in. They wipe the floor with you. And then St. Clair Saints just need to play their game for the remainder. And Mizzou just kept rushing. And that speed led straight to the end faster.
Yeah, I think oftentimes we saw on the second half where St. Clair was on the attack, we saw MizzU get a little bit too aggressive trying to fight for that A rebel control, and oftentimes it really did backfire on them, right? It allowed St. Clair to have that early agent advantage and just play back, let MizzU try to like just panic, rotate to try and see if they can cover those sites. And true to that, I think MizzU in this case, they may have outplayed themselves. They may have tried to mix up the aggression just a little bit. They took a gamble in overtime to try and see if they could catch St. Clair off guard, but unfortunately St. Clair was able to find the heads, able to find the picks, and able to gain that agent advantage to close out the overtime.
You know, you take a gamble and you can make the joke, it's 50-50. Either you win it or you don't. But there are extended circumstances and factors that can key that in a little bit more towards your favor. And their utility dumpage they made on those rounds where they tried to take that quick rush in towards C fall apart. And in the times where they played a little bit slower, they wanted to go in towards A, work towards roots. Great defensive position for the St. Clair Saints to take down 2. Seth is still prowling over towards the C entrance where a Viper's pit has been placed down. And they walk into it where the Viper's half is just saying, okay, you're done and dusted. There's no chance you're making it into the C side. By then, it's a 2v5. The round's already null and moot, and you're spending the last 45 seconds talking with your team and trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. And unfortunately, it just isn't something that was really working for Mizzou. If they had made up for those small rounds when we see them go so dominantly in favor of St. Clair Saints, I very well think it never would have even reached OT, and Mizzou Esports would have taken this map win. But the St. Clair Saints capitalize well. And when they win those rounds well, they tend to dominate them, and it leads to a trickle effect for the economy, for the credits, for the weapons you're trying to work with, and that advantage cannot be understated.
Absolutely. And I think if there's any bright spots that we can put for Mizzou, I mean, they played extremely well. St. Clair Saints, coming into this event, they had an insane attack round conversion. They win about 69% of their attack rounds. for Valorant, that is incredible because we all know that there is a huge advantage for the defenders. But this time, in that second half, St. Clair kind of struggled a little bit versus Mizzou. And I think Mizzou's aggressiveness, while it didn't pay off for them in the end, it really put a stake into St. Clair Saints' plans.
And there's a consistency factor, I think, as well for it, right? If there becomes a wrench, a spanner in the works, if you're from the UK, there's a wrench in things. You have to be a little bit smarter about where you rotate and when you rotate. And we saw good, smart positioning. I really dogged on Fisher Tea Party for not taking smart fights in our first series of the day where they took the loss against their own team, Fisher Navy. But in this game, it honestly felt like Mizzou were really smart and really tactical about their plays. We did see that one huge round for the Omen where they hid back over there towards Mound, towards Door. They lagged behind towards Crates. They had the 1v1 in the Sheriff. They had already lost the initial play. Yes, they had gotten a kill, but that rifle was uncollectible, and it was something they were really harping towards, but they made the smart decision there to set up for the next one. Don't go for the gun. Spare your life. The number count is infinitely more important. It just stinks that that round ended still with Caillou getting the 4K and a 4v1 to secure.
Man, and speaking of Caillou, I mean, I think this leads us into talking about player of the match. I mean, not the match, the map. And I think it's almost unanimous. It had to be Caillou, not only dropping over 30 kills, but clutching out intense rounds, just like the one that you mentioned.
I think right now for Mizzou, looking into your second game, you have to think strategically about this against St. Clair Saints. It's their map pick that they just took the win on. You kept them exceptionally close. You know Caillou's a problem and you need to adjust accordingly for that. So what is your next idea to stamp that down? Find where they are on the attack for which objective they're defending. Try to rotate the other way. Depending on the map that you're heading to, you may have to be very worrisome about the duelist kind of popping off a little bit more than we necessarily would see on certain other maps, like we saw earlier today on our first game with Fisher. Something like an operator if you're on Haven, which can be a really dominant force to be reckoned with towards C long, or setting up as a jet on top of B stack. No matter what it comes down to, stray away from Caillou. Giza's just as much of a dominant force. That was another thing that I had written down and I saw was very different on the defensive positionings between St. Clair Saints and Mizzou. Ponder liked to sit over as a Viper, likes to sit over and defend that C elbow in sight. But when it came down to the St. Clair Saints on their initial defensive plays, they put Giza there instead. A difference of a KJ and a Viper is very important. It means that you don't have as much active denial, but it does mean you have more information gathering potential and the potential to rotate away, as we know they like to put more utility in that B side in comparison to what they were doing over on the side of Mizzou.
Absolutely. And if I'm Mizzou, I'm still pretty proud of this matchup. I mean, this is notoriously a really good map for St. Clair Saints, and you were able to take them in the overtime. And some key spotlights to mention, I think Conch coming out of here with 7 first bloods. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see from your race player, but also Piggy. While they were struggling in the beginning of the map, it really was them and Panda clutching out in that final round of regulation, just in a disadvantage, clocking in 2 kills each to send it into overtime, Scott.
And if you have the option to go into overtime, you talk about the timeout. You regain it. It gives you an extra step to talk things through. We almost saw 2 come out from Mizzou, basically, because there was a good round win from the St. Clair Saints. They popped their timeout afterwards just to talk things through for what they were hoping and was the final round right there afterwards. But they had also kind of had a timeout when it came down to a 1v5. Mizzou had pushed in too quickly to see they lost 3 players to a nano swarm and in a snake bite in the doorway of C arches. 0 utility and clearance attempt coming out from them, and too much noise being made with not enough flashing and initiation power behind it. It's so easy for St. Clair Saints to deny that push, and then there's 45 seconds left in that round. That's essentially a timeout there, Jackson. You have everything you need to just sit still and do what it takes to talk with your team because you were at your wits' end. The whole strategy, which essentially was just run it down and hope for the best, didn't pan out for you now 3 times in a row, it seems. What do you have to do? Well, they didn't figure it out either for the final.
Yeah, and this kind of does put Mizzou in a tough situation, although the next match or the next map is going to be Haven. Now, Haven is still a pretty strong map for St. Clair Saints, being as they're so attack-sided. However, an interesting stat line, Scott, in CVAL, Mizzou Esports is currently undefeated on Haven.
That's an interesting statistic considering how many teams have been playing Haven. If you look at everyone's statistics to this point, it's Haven and Lotus, right? Those are the 2 maps we've seen throughout all of CVAL's Phase 2 and the beginning stages for the single element side as well as the double elimination side as well. It's Haven and Lotus, and it's something we're going to harp on for the remainder of this day as we see more and more regions come out of the woodworks and we catch more and more of these games. Those are the maps you have to look forward to, and also the ones that you hope you're a little bit better at than the competition. It's like a gentleman's agreement map without it actually being a center bind. And that's the craziest part about it is if you think you're really good at the map, so do they. How does that pan out for you?
Yeah, and it's also a good thing to note that these two teams have played together before, right? They've played together earlier in the year with the rosters being pretty much similar. And something that maybe we've seen, MayJump often run double controller on all of their best maps. Haven, Lotus, I think Ascent is another one of their good maps. And maybe at this point, we do see St. Clair kind of getting a rhythm of how they like to work around those toxic screens, how they like to work around those poison herbs. And I think they certainly figured out Ponder's lurk style towards the end of that first half.
I also think the roles will have to switch up for them, right? It's something you'll have to keep in mind. I had mentioned it previously. They are a very flexible team when it comes to Mizzou. They play nearly everything, especially when it comes to Lotus, which is a popular map for them, right? Contra will rotate between Sentinel and Duelist. They'll play Duelist on Lotus half the time. Controller and Haven, which is something that's going to be important for Piggy as they step into the second game, as their second game is Haven, like mentioned. That's going to be an important role for them, especially considering what they've been doing here and how silent they've been throughout this one. They had to heat up towards the end, still sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard by the end of it, though. They let things get out of control a bit too long there, but they'll have to do a lot better, especially considering that the controllers have kind of been the dominant force throughout the games we see today, with both controllers, both Omens on the side of Fisher's teams, getting up and getting top frag and placing top of the leaderboard, and really just being the end-all be-all to get into sides for our last map.
Yeah, and that was a great map one, and it goes to show that this series can go the distance. And before that, we are going to have to take a quick break. When we come back, though, we are going to see map 2 of the Southern Conference, the match between Bling Esports as well as TMU White. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back, guys, to CVAL 2023 lower finals here. This time, we are going to be watching the Southern Division, TMU Whites versus Blinn Esports. Now, there's quite a storyline here, Scott, because there are a few TMU squads here, but this is their second team.
A second team that took down their first team as well. That's the point you're trying to make here. You can't look at this as just being TAMU's secondary team. This is now TAMU's only team because they had to face off a little bit earlier than Fisher's had to, but still ultimately in the end had to face off against each other, and TAMU White pulls out the victory in a pretty good fashion as well, might I add. They took down Maroon in a 2-1 fashion. That was on Sunset and Haven to close things out. They did a good job, but they got to keep doing even better because Blinn is a team you do not want to struggle against.
Yeah, absolutely. Blinn are absolutely the favorites to win this matchup still, as they have been stomping through the lower bracket. I mean, I was surprised that they got into the lower bracket to begin with, but we have heard that they've had some roster issues. Players had to sub in, some players have been sick and have been out for the season. But despite all of that, Scott, they made it here to lower finals.
Yeah, there's apparently a health issue with one of the players inside of Blinn College a little while back. They had to bring in Vogue, who is their newest member, trying to step into that role. And when they had Vogue, they were like, oh my goodness, Vogue can play out of their minds, hand them the duelist role. And it was doing really well, got them to this point. Blinn was going on a tear, like you mentioned, and then they started to struggle. And it was kind of, I won't say necessarily Vogue's fault, but you were seeing faults in the way Vogue was playing, and they weren't heating up at the same level as they were prior. So there needed to be some changes. And that came immediately after their devastating loss they had against Columbia College, a team that they were expecting to take the win out over, and the team that ended up beating them out and dropping them down into the lower bracket, which you could probably see up here as we pull it up for everybody. Blinn College has a lot to prove past that point, and the changing up of who's duelist, of who's initiator, who's sentinel, hopefully will give them the chance to do so.
Yeah, and they have been stomping through the competition, but right now putting an early head start onto this matchup, already winning map 1 there on Bind. But this is going to be a very interesting matchup because as we're going into Sunset, I heard through the grapevine that we might see somebody special.
I think you're talking about Gecko here. Is that what you're leading to? You leading to Naber being an absolute menace on this map by having Gecko be played? The normal lineup you typically would see, something like UCF Gold would bring out, would be Cypher, Omen, Raze, Breach, Sova. Pretty standard. Or you go for something a little bit more cheeky and you just say, okay, let's go Fade, Astra, Cypher, Yoru, and Gecko. And Naber being that IGL, the team lead, the person instructing everybody, really says that Gecko is the end-all be-all on this map. And I don't disagree, but it is infinitely stronger on attacking pushes to B than they are on A due to the distance they have to do for their lineups away from the objective where they can't really help their team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Gecko being the hometown hero of Sunset, I mean, how do you even prepare for something like that? I mean, look at this lineup right now. I think they even run the Yoru instead of the Phoenix. Seeing a Phoenix in competitive play is just mind-blowing to me, Scott.
It's crazy to see. I don't expect probably we'll end up playing that one. They sent to probably the Yoru, like we mentioned, for this map. That's something they rocked out multiple times on this map. They brought it against UCF Gold, where they had to make the transition. They had the idea initially against Columbia, but they lost it against Bind, which thankfully they don't have the problem anymore because they did make that transition, like we've said, for Blinn, where they made the transition off of Vogue to something else, and that gave Blinn that win. But is this change up for TAMU White? Is the play with Naber? Is the play with the intent from Gecko enough to put Blinn in a bit of a shock factor and hesitate? It's hard to say, but considering how much they brought it out, I've got to assume there's a little bit of VOD work that's ready and available, and you're going to try to counteract that quickly.
Yeah, how deep is that novelty pick going to get you? I mean, oftentimes in a game like this where meta is very prominent, just throwing something that is off meta can be very difficult for the opposing team to deal with. But if you're Blinn Esports, you have confidence in your skill set. You've been stomping through the ground. You should be able to deal with any of the change that come through. But we're going to have Digon and Drya break it down for us later. But in the meantime, we can take a look at the players for Blinn. They have been doing some massive work. I mean, we have Spaz that's leading the North Division at an insane KD of 2.41.
Yeah, when you have a player that's able to pop off, and especially when you've had roster difficulties for, positions and roles as a team, you kind of got to feed the rock. That's the whole reason they put Vogue in the first place up at the top line as a duelist, and now the whole reason they're dropping them back. when you know that a player can step into a different role and do just as well, like sometimes you think maybe your controller can go absolutely crazy when they dropped 28 kills in a single game earlier today. You can try to figure that out, but you want to figure it out earlier rather than later. I think Blinn found the sweet spot. After the loss against Columbia College, they made it through the single elimination phase 2, and they got to take a loss in phase 2's double elim side where they have some saving grace.
Yeah, and right now both teams seem to be itching and raring to go for this map too, as are we to see this Gecko on Sunset, hopefully. But to break it down, we have Digon and Jaya once again on the mics to break it down for you guys.
Thank you very much, Jackson and Infernosis. Appreciate you all holding it down as we get ourselves settled into the South lower bracket finals. Dryad and myself, Digon, are here to break it down for you. And again, Texas A&M, Blinn College. Blinn is a name that we've heard across esports. They're starting to continue to be powerhouses. Texas A&M, 3 teams that qualify into the South. 3, the most out of all the squads there. That is very, very impressive, Dryad.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see for, as you guys have, the ones that have been watching throughout today, we're going across kind of watching a little bit of each region, and each region has kind of shown us something different, but this might be kind of the, how do we call it, the silliest ones out of them all when you have a Euro and a Gecko coming through for that defensive side. And this is something that the desk was talking about, but I'm very, very excited to see him play.
All right, keep your eyes on the top damage dealers for each team. It was Teague at 372 in map number 1. He truly popped off on Bind. On the opposite side, Noble and Nabber, that's correct, the man on the Gecko, were leading the way for Texas A&M, both around like 2:30 in a loss 13-9. So trying to bounce back from that is Texas A&M. The Aggies will do their best to make sure they don't get shut out as hard here by Blinn College. One thing we got to see is that we got to watch this map earlier in the day, in the Battle of Boston, when it was Fisher College going up against each other. And there was a heavy emphasis on mid control. And there was a heavy lack of emphasis on fighting over mid control on defense. I'm very interested to see if that's going to be the same thing here in this matchup.
And it's gonna be very different this time around, as we have the Astra instead being played, right? You don't have a Viper, and it's gonna be the Astra kind of taking that role of controller. And you see early on for that defensive side, that presence from that mid control that turns into a full push for the defense, going and pretty much right behind the attacking side and the B side as they start to get settled. They go for the spike plant.
All right, well, one traded out already for Texas A&M, but the spike has been dropped early. Again, a heavy emphasis onto mid control by the defense of Texas A&M means that Blinn has an easier way on into the site. But now Noble trying to lead the retake, gets killed but traded out by his boy Nabber. There's the Gecko popping on off, and it looks like Texas A&M not having any problem with the retake. They will take the first round here in map number 2.
In a very quick fashion, comfortable fashion, as well as that defensive side. I mentioned it. It was kind of the mid-control presence, making sure nobody was going to be pushing from there. Then they tried to go all the way around, find those picks, and get that round for Tamu. This means a lot, right? A good way to start off. And again, if you're wondering, this is actually the second map that they play, right? This is not the first map that these two teams have played today. This is the second that we're jumping into. So it's important to keep this going, as we expect a lot of these matches throughout all different regions to go, at least 4 maps.
Again, it's so interesting when you think about it's all regional, right? Some regions have Winthrop at the end of the tunnel. Some regions have Northwood at the end of the tunnel. But here, Texas A&M and Blinn College, they have an opportunity here in the South to try and claim, because the winning team right now, the team waiting in the upper bracket finals, is UCF. UCF Gold is currently in that spot, waiting the winner of this matchup. And so you got to balance both wanting to win and make it on through, knowing that one loss means you're out, and also trying to save some strats as Winter gets shot in the back by Bog. Talked earlier about Vog being that substitute player. Noble getting one, then traded out by Monsi. So this one going significantly better here for Blinn College. Rifles were bought, so you're worried about trading those back on out. Naber gets one, but now getting shot through the dark cover, probably very low. Gonna try to save it, but he gets cornered and shot on down, and that's, we've seen it so many times here. After the winning round, buying up and then getting put down.
Yeah, a force that ends up coming through and finding success for Blinn early on there. You get to see the confidence and even after the force, the last 2 kills were actually found by Spaz, but the Classic gets to closes out the round and puts us in a 1-to-1 situation with a better economy to work with. Now, I mean, I talked about it for Tamu that winning that pistol round looks great, but things kind of get out of control very, very early on.
That they do, and now Texas A&M have to reset. No emphasis on mid control this time, but they get it right. Multiple members now pushing on up towards A. As the kill has been traded out, and Blinn go down 1 member down towards A. 3-on-3 still on the A side, while you still have 1 lurker hanging around here for Blinn College. It's now, ooh, Giovanni with the wall bangs. You hate to see that one when it's like, I didn't do anything wrong. How does he know I'm here? The gun's traded on out. I like this play here. It's like, hey, you're low on 20. You take the rifle. I'll go ahead and take your bulldog.
Yeah, immediately that communication going for, trying to find one of those picks, but Tamu hiding and still very, very low for that fade for that Gecko. Even a little bit of damage taken by that Yoru. As the presence towards A doesn't work out, it's gonna be ending up towards B side and that Cypher on the defense running away from it.
Yeah, no utility on the no tripwires, no cages to be put down, and so easy plant here by Blinn off of the movement. So well done by Blinn, getting stuffed at A and rotating on over to B through Market. Now Spaz gets one of those kills back onto Noble. Multiple members coming through Market, and this could just be a shooting gallery. Only one coming around the backside, probably trying to get some shots down and able to land it. But now Luceno, the last one alive, as Blinn seemed to have regained control after that rotation. Will he be able to get the hit? Oh, yes, he gets one, but it took one too many. Monsi able to answer on back, and Blinn get an expensive win.
And still, they should be able to reinvest, into these rifles. So, rifles, full shield, everything seems to be going according to plan for the side of Blinn. Tamu, I have a couple ideas here where they're leaving that side. They have the Cypher util, kind of a little bit different to what we saw today for the East. But still plays across that B side. And now, apparently intending to go for some aggression on the defense. With the Astra, with the Yoru. Gonna be pushing early on now. Are they gonna commit to this though? How do they go down?
Does look like it will be a B execute here by Blinn College. All 4 members kind of stuffed into B main after getting an opening pick. Again, Vog is just kind of playing this lurker role to see if anyone pokes their head on through, and in the blink of an eye, it's yet another wraparound. Blinn saying, hey, look, we got what we wanted with our initial information. Now we're rotating on over. And they will only find a lone Gecko by himself here, Dryad.
Yeah, completely alone. Full utility, though, so a chance to get something done. But no, instead it's going to be the Vandal finding 2, potentially 3.
Oh!
Never. Okay, 3 kills. Still goes down to 1v3 to work with. Nibble going to handle it just fine. And 2-2 is going to be the score after a Blinn. They had the right idea on the attacking side, right? They find the initial pick. They go for that slow rotation towards the A side, but as they go for the hit, they were not expecting the Gecko to find so much success.
I know, and again, we've highlighted the fact we've got a Gecko, we've got a Yoru. That time it was less about Gecko, more about the man behind the Gecko, Naber getting the kill and living up to his name, stealing the round away. Has his ult ready, Thrash is ready to go, and ties it back on up 2-2 as the buys are still clunky. Whether you have an SMG in full armor or you have a rifle in light armor, both teams kind of struggling on the monetary front here.
So early into this map, but kind of weird starts that we've had for this Sunset.
Cage
And Raze 2 going down. a blend approach that we've seen throughout, not only today, but also before, that has been kind of pretty slow, very reliant on that information, especially, again, when you have this fade on the play, you have the fade on the defense and the Gecko too. That's a lot to work with, so having to be very, very careful on that side, and this time around not going their way. 2 going down.
Nope. But a nice little trade there by Bog onto Nabber. So Nabber trying to keep it going. Winter getting one onto Giovanni. Giovanni, the second best fragger on the squad. Did the second most damage last time as the Neural Theft gets dropped there by Bog. Does give the information away in a 2v3. Fake Yoru works on out.
One enemy
Flash
remaining.
works onto 3, and Spaz lines them up and knocks them all down. No one expected the double swing.
I mean, what just happened? Things just turned around from one second to another thanks to the omen of Spaz. Gets that 3K, closes out the round, and makes sure that Blinn continues to be onto that advantage and better situation. Ika, in the meantime, coming through for Tamu. A shotgun only.
Oh
for
man,
the
that
Astra?
blindside, that was tough. It was so tough because you're thinking the blindside comes on in, you're giving us space, and all it did was give you a false sense of security. It's a nice little nook there worked out for Monty. Just a huge round. Nightfall comes on through. Spaz now, or for Spaz now trying to get himself on in. He shrouded Sheps right on past everyone. No one sees him. And so sneaky through the shadows. Spaz gets it down. And Texas A&M's defense on B is going to need a thorough research and revision as Blinn just pounds right through.
And it's going to be a lot more of that fade play that we're going to continue to seeing throughout this map, especially on that first half. The impact that we got to see from Monty is, you know, you have, not only you have the opportunity to deny and shut down those cables for that Cypher that always get placed towards that B side, but also with that knife will just start off, get some info on where this positioning for the defense is going to be. And with that blend, they just make it look easy. I mean, you also have the advantage in a way Cameron could play into not knowing what that no many people run this composition, but continually get shut down by it.
A little bit of action starting this round off over at A. 2 down for Texas A&M, and Blinn yet again a numbers advantage. They've been so good at getting this early information and turning it into early picks. Other than the one huge round that Spaz had in the 2v3. And will they do it again, Dryad? It seems like they push up a site, they pause, and rotating all the way around the map is always an option. As, yeah, it's fade with the spike, looking back at spawn, thinking, you know, that's not bad. And it's forcing Texas A&M to rethink this time that's ticking down. They're in their head, they're communicating, possibly over-communicating, when it's been pretty methodical by Blinn.
And because of that, look at how far back Tamu has to play. Look at this positioning for that Cypher, for that Gecko. They cannot play up close. They're going to be either relying on the straights or a couple other chances. That Omen
left.
going to get that info. Doesn't spot anybody up close. And that is the chance now for that Cypher to come up close for Tamu. But the time running out, it has to work out.
Yep, Brash gets on in. It does hit one, but the rest of the team is there on site. Cypher already got taken down, and Nabber goes down as well.
10 seconds
That
left.
patience that Blinn shows forced the Astra on the other side of the map with no way on in. You're just questioning yourself. Are they really just sitting right there in A main? The answer is yes. 4 on site. Luciano, yet again, forced to try and make a hero play with low probability of success. The high-low, literally that time on top of the boxes works out. Spaz gets yet another one. Blinn on 5 after 7 rounds.
Yeah, and one of the things that I was trying to say before was Tamu, they play this kind of weird, very different, very unique, very Tamu composition with the Yoru and the Gecko. But this is not something new, right? This is something that we've seen before. And for Blinn, the more info that you have on this, the more you've seen these bots, the more you've seen and you've heard of Tamu playing this composition, the better you can have a read on it, right? At Gecko, it has limited options into what you can do, and Yoru is exactly the same thing. You cannot just dash out, you cannot satchel in.
Spike down mid.
Whew. Well, Teague just dashes on out, takes Noble's head, but Noble did trade one out there with the Sheriff. Winter taking a lot of damage as well up top mid and forced back on off. And in a eco round here for Tamu, Blinn are just gonna do what they always do. Get the information, get the opening pick, take the space, and force Tamu into their heads. You know, one thing that I haven't seen enough of yet is probably on the Yoru. He hasn't had a lot of the impact. The biggest play that I remember from him doing was, you know, the flash that came on out and, you know, ended up a 3K for Spaz on the Omen. And you kind of wonder, how many rounds are you willing to give up on defense when you pick these types of agents on attack for your attack?
And you see, Blinn is always either getting the first pick and keeping it that way until the end, until they shut down, then they cut down the noise, and then they go for
30
that
seconds
hit.
left.
Or they're gonna be trading the way that they did into that last round, but still the Cypher for Tamu down to 5 HP, so numbers still in a way continue to be the side of Blinn as same thing happens, right? Cutting noise, getting that side, going for the hit, spawning a couple players too, and trying to slow them down with pain shields, keeping the distance.
Va getting one, but probably is able to pick up a kill, so finally, you know, the call out ended up working up there. They level up the gun. It is 3v3, but Winter is on just, you know, the smallest breath will knock him out, and there it is. Monsi able to get it. No bullets go on through here as the Cosmic Divide comes down. Monsi, they put the spike in such a great spot where Breach is able to be so annoying, trying to help out, probably concussed, but able to land the headshot through it. They're waiting for the final player. Luciano is ready to go, and Texas A&M make the unlikely, thrifty 2v3 hole.
You know, I gotta say, probably was diffusing, and it just says, probably diffusing. I'm like, wait, what do you mean probably diffusing? I was like baited by it. I'm like, wait, what do you mean? Is this new? Like, what? Then I get
Maybe
it.
diffuser, sure.
Then I understand what it meant. They get the defuse, and Tamu secures that round. Very interesting way to do so, right? Blinn, once again, they take control of that side in the last couple of seconds remaining, and in that pressure situation, that's when Tamu kind of takes advantage of it, goes for it, and even with the couple weapons that they had, made it work out.
Here we go. Let's take a peek on what probably has in store now. Tamu finally with some guns, as Blinn College have taken full control of Courtyard. You've got Gecko there trying to get a peek on there.
Cutting through.
But Nabber not able to see anything yet. There are two members looking his way up top mid. Probably still holding here on AMA. Realized no one's here. So now Monsi just forces his way on the side. Look at all 3 assists there, making it very tough for the Cypher to hold by himself. The Cypher down. None of his toys are there to help on out. Nabber. Yep, Nabber now has the information. Runs on through. Oh, Vog with the pre-fire on the Nabber. You hate to see that one. But now it's just 2 left here for Texas A&M. As Blinn College continue to force the pressure here. Vog is here in market. Doesn't shoot the fake out. Great gun discipline, and yep, probably going around the corner, trading out guns, and yes, he gets caught on out. Vog with 3 kills there. The guy that is slotted on into this Blinn College roster, put on the Cypher, has struggled with some of his numbers in the last game. Had 94 combat score. It was pretty rough, but now finding himself 10-5.
Looking a little different. Sometimes you have, you know, sometimes you start the game, you're kind of warming up, not feeling it too much, and then things do look a lot better. I get it. It happens. I know it happens to everybody, but still, is gonna be continuing to be that lead for Blinn. 6 already that they're able to secure on that attacking side. And at Tamu that, okay, find some early success with the Sheriff. Nibble taking down that Cypher on the other side. But Blinn is really good at trading these.
Oh.
She's really good at making things even. Just after a little bit probably hiding. Maybe catching somebody off guard, but no, it doesn't seem to be the case.
Oh, Noble starting to get pushed. Trying to buy some time for the teammates to come out. Losueno able to pick one, but they know in the middle of courtyard, that's where he's at, hiding behind the boxes. Giovanni backs on off, and it looks like it's going to continue to be the A hit. The space that probably is taken has been good. Using the Stinger, able to take the bite out of one, but Giovanni gets one. Right around the corner, though. Naver picks up one with the classic. And Spike is dropped. Giovanni trying to buy a little bit more time, but only 20 HP. He's going to get shot in the back. No, he's not. Clears it. Has an opportunity, but misses it. There's a thrifty by Texas A&M. And I don't know about you, Dryad. I did not expect that to happen, given the fact that they've struggled when they had guns. Now they didn't have guns, and they suddenly find form.
Yeah, they made it look easy for that round, even with the lack of weapons and the lack of rifles that they had on their side. Now, things get a little bit more interesting. You see an operator actually. They hands are probably a timeout for Tamu. They secure that round, but they still, I mean, it's just the understanding of the next couple rounds and how crucial they are if they want to keep up with Blinn, the team that we've seen maybe the most out of this region, constantly kind of fighting it and taking down teams one after the other. And so for Tamu is, how do you make this composition work as they have before?
Yeah, that is the big question. But when you look at the agent composition of Tamu, it feels like it's attack oriented. If you can get yourself to 7-5, eke out one more, that's not too bad. That is what we saw in the first round with Tea Party and with Fisher College Tea Party and Fisher College Falcons. That it was 7-5. We thought,
Right
Tea
there.
Party maybe had
Careful
it.
here.
And you look at this composition, it's pretty attack focused. With the Gecko there, with the Yoru for the misdirection. We'll see if they're able to squeeze it on out here in a round where both teams have a bye. We shouldn't expect too much weirdness. And again, as you said, there's an operator in the hands of probably on the Yoru.
Yeah, continues with that operator. I was wondering if it was going to be, something that he holds while the timeout is taking place, and then he was going to drop it, but no, still has it. And it's just not in the right place, right? How unfortunate is that? It's going to depend a lot more on everybody else closer to that B side to take control of it and make sure the operator gets some value.
Yeah, well, Neural Theft gets both pings off of information, and here's the Dimensional Drift. Did probably switches up. Maybe he threw it on the ground. We'll see. Drifting right behind everyone. There's the knock-up, and yes, Giovanni comes on in. The retake, so good. Rolling Thunder works to perfection, and the team executes right on top of it. Blinn College giving Tamu no opportunity. Lusueno getting shot from all angles and taken on down. What an execute by Blinn College.
Last round in the half.
And really getting to show that level, right, for Blinn, and how those executes happening, how kind of every single piece has to work together right at the same time to make it. And again, so for Tamu, it's also unfortunate. We talked about the operator expecting maybe the hit to come from that A side, expecting to hold down the side that way, but then it's a retake. Then your teammates are getting taken down, and then there's absolutely nothing else you can do. Blinn just getting away with it round after round 7. It's already kind of what you expected from this team, and though honestly, one more.
Face your fear!
It is up there, and it is up in the table, and they're playing it fast.
Yep, right onto the side they go. B has been the, flavor of choice every time they've gone fast, trying to take the dart off. Oh, T gets caught out wide in the open. Now the dart fall of their own comes on through, and Texas A&M fighting back, trying to get the site. But Giovanni goes untouched onto the left side. No one is dealing with him, but probably has. Naber gets one with the Guardian, and now Thresh, last one up. But he sends it the wrong way. He doesn't realize he's still inside Thresh. Oh, but probably covers his teammate, and Bog can't get it done. Texas A&M fights back for a 5-7 after 12.
in a moment of panic, not hearing anything, not having the clear vision about what's going on, and still Tamu. It seems like in those chaotic situations, that's when they take that control back, and they make it for the 5th round before the change of sides. Blinn now coming on the defense, and you know, you were mentioning for Tamu, this composition, this Euro, this Gecko, it's a lot more attack-sided, right? But I mean, I'm still not sure. Even though the composition can be attack-sided, there's still so many options for Blinn to shut this down, to slow it down. As I mentioned, right? Yoru doesn't have a way to dash in, to dash out of a difficult situation, doesn't have those satchels, doesn't have quite the same utility as those standard duelists have on this map. So my concern is going to be, you know, relying and putting quite a lot of pressure on the Zero to get the value from his own utility and immediately being spotted, being the only one towards that A side, having to back up and hopefully creating that distraction that the team needs to get that mid control. But again, I mean, this is something the Blinn is very much aware of, and they don't have to do too much, right? They just have to keep that map control across.
Right there. No, they don't. It's Spaz getting the opening pick onto the Texas A&M ace. Noble goes down early. Spaz has had himself a great match so far. Couple of huge plays. Nabber will utilize Wingman to get it down. Winter trading out, gets his first kill, gets a second kill, but then finally knocked down by Giovanni. First kill, there it is, yeah, first kill. So Blinn College doing the retake with 4 members alive. Nabber with no HP gets headshot anyways, did not matter. Monsi throwing the paint shells into B main, but probably in Lusueno doing work. Lusueno with 2, and the shots don't ring true for Giovanni, trying to buy time, gets stuck in the box, probably wins it, and it was a 2v4 retake opportunity. Texas A&M hold, and they win the pistol round.
Probably goes for the swing at the perfect time, before the flash, before that 1v2 was even doable for that side of Blinn, and so they secure the pistol round this way.
Again, Wingman helping out there. How much did he help?
Right there.
You know, just letting him know, hey, there's there.
He's out
Also,
there.
you talked about it earlier, probably using the Yoru, getting able to gate crash backwards after creating some commotion up A. It at least held Blinn College's Rays in position for a little bit. That's Giovanni for a little bit before they could get back on in.
Yeah, but you have the Breach and that Race playing it together, right? So that's going to make it difficult. It's going to be a little bit more reliant on, and yeah, finding out who's going to be up close, kind of forcing them to be separated.
Oh, Giovanni. Drop the after shot. Almost fast. Look at that. They're 2 stacking behind the box. It works out perfectly, but traded out by probably. And now Giovanni in a little bit of trouble, trying to get wallbang gone through. Able to get a second and gets away through the dark cover. Eventually gets taken down by Nabber. In the meantime, Monsi trading out Winter. Puts us to a 2v2 as Nabber will use Wingman to get the spike down. Guns lying around means that there's an opportunity for Blinn College to break the bye. Lusueno trying to pay attention to his guns missing. He sees one, gets a little bit on the Spaz. And now better guns for Spaz. Nabber getting taken down to 1 HP. Monsi knows where he's at. Wants to make sure this swing is clean. Will he be able to do so? No, he won't. Nabber finds his head, and it's a 1v2. Spaz has done a little bit of damage, has the better gun, but Lusueno with the stinger will trade on up, and Texas A&M tie it on up.
It got a little too close for comfort, I'd say, for that 2v2. And for what I wanted to see for Tamu, it got a little too close, but it doesn't matter, right? You're able to secure that round. You're still going to be able to actually go for an investment of the rifle. They want probably to be, you know, the one going forward, the one finding the picks and relying on him. And the many different ways that we talked about, but also in turning this map around. And it's 7-7, the perfect chance to do so, but it's going to require the bonus to go their way.
And early execute towards A. With, again, Winter lurking. So these ciphers just love to lurk to see if the other cipher wants to push all the way on through. Winter with the opportunity for a pig here onto Teague, but Teague gets across nice and clean. And now it looks like the call by Texas A&M is to do the blend and wrap all the way around after making some noise onto A, and that seems to be good. 3 members on site A with Teague on the raise, kind of floating at top mid. He's going to start to see some contact. No, he doesn't. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And now everyone's starting to rotate on over to B. An opportunity to plant the site. We're watching Monsi hold on to A for some reason as the spike is going down. Nabber dropping the spike. There we go. And B main seems to be the place where everyone on Texas A&M are going to hold as the action goes on through. Noble trades out one. Stinger takes out at least one rifle. Vog sees the rest of his team, and now they realize, okay, there's one more corner for us to check. Not there. Okay, everyone's B main. They have the information. How do they play this one out? Pain Shells comes on in to buy a little bit more time. The Sueno stuck behind the wall. Winter in the corner, not able to get spaz. The trade's out, works on through. Fake out, doesn't land. The flash is huge here. Vog trades it, but now no one's left alive by Blend to defuse. Vog gets a third. Vog going for the fourth. He can go for the glory, but the round goes to the Texas A&M Aggies. They string together 3 in a row on offense.
Tamu, actually, dude, they get the bonus round that we talked about. You know, we mentioned the possibility, we mentioned that only rifle, that hero rifle coming through for probably a couple bulldogs as well, a couple of the weaker weapons in the hands of the team, and yet it was full control and full understanding of how this post plan for Tamu on the attacking side was going to work out, right? You have the Cypher on the right, you have a couple players right behind the box. I mean, there's everywhere where to look, and it forces Blend to push the way they did until the time was just running out. Nothing you can do. Not what Blend was expecting, as Tamu is now taking the lead.
They found my wire.
Texas A&M, this attack-sided agent composition starting to pay dividends. Teague able to trade one out there. Winter not finding it on lurk duty. Kind of tough as Nabber now getting it down. Dimensional drift has been used by probably trying to get the information. Spaz getting shot or shooting out a wingman, but also lands some on the Nabber. Have the spike. He will get the spike down just a little bit. Nice shot there by Giovanni. Flash works on through. He realizes the wraparound is coming, but can't do anything about it. Showstopper used to no avail there. And now with the spike, it's a sprint on over to A. Monsi and Teague are going to try to cut them off, and they will be able to cut off one. This is a 1v2 quick battle here. Luciano, he's been so good for those here in the second half. And then Teague trades it on back. Wingman dropped and is the one planting the spike. Nice play here by Nabber. Fatigue needs to know that there's opportunity for this, and Nabber utilizing the Gecko to perfection. He gets the kill on Teague, not paying attention.
It's just, I don't think something that Blend ever had to deal with before on this map. Nobody else playing Gecko but Tamu, and yeah, that situation, that's when you take advantage of the other team maybe not having the best idea of how this play was gonna work, especially with how difficult they got, right? Luciano, yeah, finds the first pick, but that still forces it 1v1s to happen across the map, and you know, fortunately they are able to close it for Tamu with 4 rounds in a row. But this is where it gets interesting, right? All rifles full buy once again for the side of Blend. Trying to hold into this defensive side, but not having too much. You see most of the players stuck on that A side. The Cypher and the Omen playing on the backside, getting that info here in a couple of steps. And I'm not really wanting to contest it right now.
There it is yet again, right? Make some noise, rotate on over. And you're...
And it still forces the rotations with all that noise. They cut the noise, right? And you're not sure of what is going to happen, so they keep that Yoru once again, probably kind of being the one left alone, making noise, trying to use his util with now 4 players towards B, only 1 towards A. That's the only one that Tamu has to deal with right now. Has to be fast though.
You want to face your fear!
I don't know. Again, it's about being decisive here. Ults dropped. Nightfall lands onto no one. Cosmic Divide goes down as well by Texas A&M. Useful, but Monsi is already in. Monsi has the opportunity inside the Nebula Cloud. Buying some time. There's 1, there's 2. 3 members in the backside of A right there. What will they do with it? I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything. Here we go. Probably able to pick up a couple. Noble picking up 2. Noble trying to go for the third. Teague answers right on back. So the defuse situation still a possibility here. Teague with a third. Super low. And who's stopping the defuse here? It is Lusueno on the side, trying to wall bang on through. Nice shot there by Nabber, and Teague not able to hold it. It's 5 rounds in a row. Texas A&M coming out of nowhere.
Little man, pump us up. Let's hear it.
They're trying to stick that defuse at the end, but your teammate gets taken down. It's just a matter of that spray that closes out 5th, well, technically 6 rounds in a row for Tamu. Looking absolutely unstoppable, forcing Anika once again to come through for Blinn. And I mean, if we saw the early rounds, this is not what you expected, but hey, Tamu was just absolutely getting away with it. I thought they were going to be too late for that A hit when everybody backed out. Blinn decided to play for the retake, but still, it is those individual plays that are the difference makers for Tamu to continue. Not only, you know, getting ahead, but now by a couple rounds.
Let's see here.
Bring them down.
And lots of mid control here by Texas A&M. Haven't seen that in a couple rounds. They've been doing a lot of the hit a site, rotate around through their spawn strategy. But now, with gun superiority, they will use it here. Prowler coming out by Noble to get some space. Will not find anyone. Spaz with a nice little dot right into the face. Neural theft used. Okay. Always a little scary when you use Dizzy there. Couple of shrouded steps. Get Spaz to safety behind the wall. Spike hasn't been planted yet. Oh, nice by Nabber. Using the blind. Probably cleaning it up. This is beautiful here by Texas A&M. Monsi trying to have something to say about that, though, as Vog shoots down the gun. Will pick himself up a Phantom, but will it matter? There's one for Vog. And now 2 left alive. He sees the gate crash go to the side. Flash doesn't work. He's inside the gate. Oh, but Winter has him. How about that, Texas A&M with yet another round, this time in a different way through mid and controlling the movement of Blinn College, who were, to be fair, on a eco-bot.
And all of the maps that we've seen today for all the different regions have been really close, but and even though this one continues to be close, the score, there's a little bit of a difference. There's a little bit of a gap between the two. And if Blinn wants to make a comeback into this one, it's going to be with all currently 4, but very, very soon 5 ultimates that they're going to have available, right? They made the Nightfall get some value before, but it was on the attacking side. On the defense, a little bit more different, right? A little bit more reliant on what info can you get with the Nightfall. Is that going to force you to back up? As it's probably the reason why they left this Fade completely alone, and yeah, that's how it's gonna work.
Recovering it.
Well, 6 rounds in a row is what Blinn College needs here to get themselves back.
Yeah, but look at the spike, though.
So it all starts with 1.
Look at the spike.
It is on the opposite side, over at B, and they have no one there to get it, as Texas A&M have the worst luck on who died. And now Blinn College is just like, yeah, we're just going to stack bodies here. Good luck. Noble going to try to break down one of those bodies with the Prowler. You got to wait. You got to wait for the rest of your team as Monsi ends up picking up the Lurker in Winter. Will he be able to get the second? No, he won't. Probably ends up winning that one. T taking down Noble. So in a 2v4, this might be the first round that Blinn needs. Probably already spotted on out.
30
And
seconds
the spike
left.
is still there. So what do? How do you work your way on in? You have dimensional drift, you have a flash, you have a couple of fake outs. Oh dear, don't miss the flash. There you go. It gets the second flash, not so much. This jump swing there by Lusueno. And Blinn College, after 7 rounds in a row of getting ran over, stop the bleeding.
With the position that we saw, it was very clear that play was going to end up from mid to A, but the one player that gets taken down on that B side is the one player with the spike. Just nothing you can do. As the defense immediately take advantage of it, get that map control, do not allow anybody to come close, even with the players trying to go behind, trying to get those trades. So finally, a way to get back in the board for Blinn. But it comes from a mistake, right? How many of those mistakes are Tamu going to allow to happen for that squad, right? A lot more aware, a lot more of a play together from mid to B this time around.
Spaz and Nabber going head-to-head there, but Nabber gets taken down. Spike down yet again in an uncomfortable position over at B, and that leaves just Winter and things like that. Winter and Noble trying to work their way on, and Winter with the great trigger discipline able to pick up one. Fade, Noble still holding mid control, looking top mid. Maybe we'll catch Vog. Vog might not be seeing it. Oh, and Noble's looking the wrong way. You just get to see that on the mini-map. And Winter gets taken down. Everyone getting a piece of it here for Blinn as they slowly start to rebuild their economy to buy some guns.
And the craziest thing to me about that round was that we've seen Tamu win how many, 6 rounds in a row on this half besides that last one. And yet they just didn't have the economy to work with. And that just tells you how close every single round has been, right? Even though Tamu has been winning them, it's been 1v1s, 1v2s every single time. So it made the economy kind of not go their way. Timeout after so many rounds that we see coming through. And he's 2 away for Tamu.
Yeah, 2 away for Tamu. Blinn trying to close this gap between the two squads. And this has been a series of momentum. Texas A&M has done a pretty good job of bouncing on back, and I think it's a good time to take a look at the scoreboard and take a peek at how some of the individuals have been performing. When I think about names, I think Spaz has done a great job with some very, very clutch plays so far. Who else? I think for Blinn College, Nabber is on the get-go, performing and showing why it's been great. And then lastly, Giovanni flexing on over to the Breach. Giovanni, normally the Sky and the Rays player, this time getting the opportunity on Breach has done great.
Blinn is the type of team that is gonna, get that one round and hold on to that winning score for as long as you can, for that winning streak for as long as they can. And because of that, look at this positioning, kind of everybody covering every single one of the areas across the map, giving some space towards mid, but that's not where Tamu was intended to go. Changing things around with the operator. Now Nabber goes down because of it.
Time to jump.
Nabber gets taken down, probably going to use the dimensional drift, get some information, has a little bit there. Teague knows what's up. Here goes the flash, will get himself out to safety. But a hard rotate onto A, rightfully so. Winter able to pick one up to make it 4v4. Neural Theft going to give a lot of information on over to Texas A&M. Teague with the operator going to get an opportunity to peek before Neural Theft gives it away. And will not be able to do more. Nightfall for Texas A&M also expended as now Teague trying to get his way on in while being decayed. Spaz able to win the gunfight there with Noble. Giovanni picks up 2 on the flank, probably left alive. He's blinded, huge blind in a 2v1, but Spaz win it. So much expended by Texas A&M and Blinn College hold in a huge round.
This is exactly what I meant, right? Once Blinn, they get that one round, they're just not going to let it go that easily. They get the first one, they're going to get the second and third too. And that gap in between those two teams is not really there anymore. It just seems like every single match that we're going to see today and that we've seen today is going to be this level of close. And it shows you, how across the different regions and even when we get to see the championship, when we get to see, CVAL, the best of the best, the competition is very close.
When we were worried about this being a little bit too far, a little one-sided.
Yeah.
Not so much anymore here as Texas A&M starting to slip their grip on the lead. Blinn College working their way on back. This is an eco buy for Texas A&M, so this should be a Blinn College victory. Will they be able to get it? I don't know. But right now, everyone's stuck inside of B main. Stuck inside of B main right now. Operator in hand.
Monster on the loose.
Let's see. Thresh being dropped around the corner, finds Spaz. Spaz stuck, but he does have a couple of teammates there. And they know it. Giovanni able to get one. Teague able to opt. 3 to 4 are the members. Texas A&M at the deficit. Nabber on site, trying to find his way on in. Prowett gives away the information. Spike is wide open, but now Nabber needs to do work. One operator down, going for the second, not able to get it as Spaz picks it up, and we're tied at 11 after 22.
Do you think this is gonna be in overtime again?
I don't think so. I think this has been a game of streaks, and I feel like Blynn's gonna close this one out because Texas A&M have not been able to find the answer. They were acting so calm, cool, and collected. Think about how long they stayed at B main that last round. There was no rotations.
Yeah, I feel the overtime maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna give you like, you know, I'm not gonna bet on it, but I do feel like it's a possibility. But like you said, it has, if anything, proven to be very momentum based what both of the teams have been able to get on the second map.
Oh, nice little play there by T. Goes aggressive, but drops the operator in the middle of the map. But Giovanni cleans it on up, and so all these rifles mean nothing for Texas A&M. The Prowler finds Winter. He gets blinded, and it's only darkness now as he forced out of the dark cover. And Winter forced on back. He's going to see the light of Blinn College. There is a large wraparound coming on in the form of Spaz. If he doesn't hurry up, here comes Spaz from the side, and it's 12 here for Blinn. Texas A&M put Blinn to the sword, and then Blinn took the sword back and put it right into Texas A&Mu's face. What are they gonna do?
And that is so, I mean, if Blinn ends up closing it out in this round, it's gonna be so evil, right? When you get that sense of confidence for Tamu, hey, no, we've gotten so many rounds in a row, there's no way Blinn is gonna come back, and yet, I mean, they're about to close out this map.
Here.
Texas A&M, what an effort to get themselves back in it. You know, we were applauding their application of this team's composition, but they fall apart right in front of the finish line. But can they pull themselves together? Do they have enough time, energy, space to do it? Well, they got themselves a minute and 25 to execute here, as it is all out on A. 3 members of Blinn College are there. Can they buy enough time to allow the rest of the team to get there? Cosmic Divide has been dropped by Texas A&M. It cuts off the back sight connecting to CT. It's now down.
But it was too early. The Cosmic Divide, way too early. They wanted to have a fast hit towards A. They get slowed down, and the Cosmic Divide, it goes to waste. It couldn't do anything for them.
Here we go. They will work their way up towards mid. They do see this tripwire. Once it gets hit, it's time to go. There it is. Gets shot. Information has been passed. Giovanni gets one. He's been so good so far. Able to get away. Pops the Rolling Thunder. Oh, and coming from the sky. Giovanni picks up 3. He picks up 4. And will probably fall right here. Spaz on top. And it's multiple rounds in a row. And Blinn College pull this map back to go 2-0 up on Texas A&M after a heck of a series here over on Sunset here, Dryad.
What I really want to know is how far up did the Astra jump with the Rolling Thunder? That was way too high, and you know, Giovanni coming through, didn't even know, found it right in front, and it's the one thing that they needed. The only ultimate that they were going to have available before that round, it was 1 away, and then they make it happen.
Yeah, they definitely did. Great job by Blinn College, and this series might be a 3-0 sweep, but Texas A&M is definitely making it tough. To break down that last map, let's send it back on over to our analyst desk.
My goodness, thank you, Digon, for that. I mean, what a map. That was a roller coaster of emotions for me, Scott. I mean, it looked like Tamu had the answers, but in the end, it was Blinn that came out with their own multiple strings of rounds.
that kind of copium you hear about in, basketball games or soccer games. You go, oh, 3 is all they get. And when the game's starting to get out of hand, that was that copium moment. There was, well, 11's all they get. And it was all they get. The huge comeback to make the return and the upset from Blinn, that's got to be crazy. Then now up 2-0. And like Deacon said, this very well could be a 3-0. And it's something you have to look out for and keep your eye on for the remainder of this day.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the scoreline. I mean, we saw just multiple rounds being strung together by TaMu. The Gecko hype was there, Scott. I mean, they were so good on their attack half. They strung together 6 rounds in a row. And eventually, though, Blinn was able to get a feel for how they wanted to play that out.
Yeah, I highlighted it that Nabber in the first half knew exactly where they were. They knew they were on the defensive, and they knew they needed to get some semblance of success in that half because their lineup was more indicative of that attacking side. And Nabber was a big part of that. They weren't as utility heavy as we necessarily saw towards the second half, but they knew where they were on the objective. They knew where they were defending, and they knew what their priority was. And that's why we saw them stat behind stat, get 2 kills, manage to get out of the engagement in round 2, and really gave them that opening shot to kind of cap things off for them. But it's also a problem if you let the game get out of hand in Blinn's favor in that first half where your lineup, your agent selection isn't as strong. It can look bad, and it kind of did. Imagine if that was a 6-6 half, that very well would have been OT already for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think coming into this game, I feel like Blinn did have a little bit of an idea of how they wanted to play against this Gecko Yoru comp. We saw that by them strategically picking that defense, that attack side on their first half to put TaMu into that difficult position of having to defend with the Gecko and the Yoru. But I will say that composition from TMUI is not something to laugh at. Despite that disadvantage, they were still able to pull together 5 defensive rounds, Scott.
Yeah, it's something you can't scoff at. I mean, there was a lot of different things that could have gone a little bit better for TaMu White, but I genuinely believe that if they had just gotten a little bit more of a solid performance in the first half, they would have taken OT, they would have had their good performance, and they just needed that one lucky defensive round to get things back in their favor in those OT scenarios. And we saw glimpses of success on that defense. We saw an eco round in round 8 that somehow managed to turn in TaMu's way, the Cosmic Divide being the big way to do so. Now, you don't expect in a 3v4 to use a retake on the A side and use an ultimate. They do. They cut down one of the process. It stinks for TaMu, but they hold on strong. They use the last 2 players remaining, one to defuse, the secondary for covering, and Blinn, when they cross that Cosmic Divide with no one crossing over to elbow for some reason because of where they planted behind stack, they're blind to where the possibilities are, and with the first kill going their way, that's a rifle, and the rest were dusted on the exit and the execution back into it.
Yeah, and it was an uphill battle from the start, I believe, for TMAU. I mean, just being on the defensive half. And I was so surprised, actually, at the game plan that they came out with. There was multiple rounds where they left Nabber alone on A site as the Gecko. And Blinn, I think they really had an idea of that defensive setup, and they tried multiple times to take advantage of that. But there's so many rounds where Nabber just playing footsies around box, getting multiple kills solo just to stop those pushes, Scott.
There was a lot of plays as well on their attack, on TaMu White's defense, where it didn't feel like they had an insurance plan for a retake. They were playing the end all be all as denial, and Blinn were not a team that was quick to be denied. You'd expect the Yoru to be a little bit more active in being able to poke for information in utility exchanges. That was absent. It didn't feel like we were seeing Blinn fall for that play. I remember it was round 10, if I recollect correctly, where there was a 2v1 retake coming in, or a 2v1 firefighter, say, coming in towards market from the Boba rotate on the defense there for TaMu, and they both lost to a single player on Blinn's side of Vogue, who just plays the Cypher, throws a couple cages down, and just plays their time. There was nothing they could do about it, and it's one of the few moments where we've seen Nabber struggle on utility, and because they don't find that early way to retake, the rest of the team doesn't have the same fair shot.
Yeah, and speaking of Vogue, I mean, what a player he has been for this Blinn team. We spoke about it a little earlier that Blinn has been having roster issues. One of their main players came down with the sickness that they were out for the rest of the season. And Vogue has only slotted into this team about a month before this tournament started. That's not a lot of time to get aligned with your teammates, but he showed so much cohesion. There was no nerves from him. There was multiple rounds of him in a 1vx situation. He may not have won all of them, but he definitely fought for his life and took down so many members of TaMu that it did end up hurting their economy in the long run.
Yeah, and I think another thing to say for VOG is being a walk-on and really just stepping in and immediately having that role they need to fulfill. They did. They did their job. They played out of their minds. In fact, the entire team composition had changed accordingly to VOG themselves. It doesn't last. They had to fall back to a new plan. They do so, and now Blinn looks infinitely more comfortable in that spot. And I have to say, they look so much better than they did against Columbia College. I think they need to maintain this heading into the next game because, like we've said, this could be a 3-0 series. They just need to make sure map 3 is as clean as these first two have been.
Yeah, and I love the macro that was happening, especially on that first half. With Blinn on their attack, they understand that with a composition like Gecko and Yoru, your game plan is ideally to play retake. I mean, you don't have the utility to stall, right? So you are going to play that 5-man retake. So what they did, their game plan was just go aggressive. First 30 seconds, try to get a pick, try to get some of that utility off the table, and then we'll just kill noise for the next minute and 15 seconds. Like, it's insane. The confidence that they had in their game plan for those late last 15-second executions onto site to try and make sure that TMU did not have the utility for those retakes. God, I think that's just so disciplined.
Yeah, I think it's another point to be made. It's just how slow and how methodical we were seeing Blinn come out on their attack. You sent the DM to me earlier when we were exchanging notes and talking things out before we jumped into this during the game. They like to poke early for a site, make a ton of noise, and then go completely silent. And TAMU, they're uncomfortable with it. They don't know what to do. They're scared of the possibility of a ninja sneak to a site. They're scared of the rotate. They're scared it's going to come down to the final 10 seconds and the shock factor is going to come out. It was a really wonderful play by Blinn. It played great to their strengths and to the weaknesses, like you mentioned, of that very retake heavy lineup from TAMU. They're getting those kills from the shock factor, and it just created a very big half for them that was irrecoverable in a lot of regards in that half from the side of TAMU, but they did well enough in that final round, a big clutch to secure a position to go 7-5 at halftime, but it has to go a little bit further. They did it, but they can't close, and that's why we see the scoreline go back to Blinn.
Yeah, and I mean, we take a look into the second half, like, that was a huge half, despite TAMU White not being able to close it out. But Naber on that Gecko, and I believe it was probably on that Yoru, they're so good together. And there was a round that I really wanted to highlight. I believe it was round 16. It ended up being a 2v2 with Naber and the Asher alive. And Naber was able to just plant on A site with the wingman and just completely fast rotate back to mid to try and catch Teague on that rotation. And Teague was just not expecting it at all.
Yeah, the counter rotation's perfect. Ting, you send out the wingman, apologize, trying to say Teague at the same time. Ting is able to refrag the kill that your partner just got. It comes down to that 1v1. A lot of the times you're scared. Naber is not scared. They knew what they were doing. They had the position. And with that change up in agent selection, we had mentioned it coming into this one. Is it enough of a surprise factor? It was, but not to the end that you were hoping for, which is why Blinn still managed to hold on strong, because my goodness, were those first few rounds in that second half so dominatingly in control for the side of TAMU. They shock factored in third for the bonus, stealing it from Blinn. They start off strong and they just couldn't finish. And I think a lot of that comes down to the change up in style we saw come from Blinn, realizing that that wasn't working initially. We got to find something that counteracts Naber's huge utility dumpage. And they did. Stay away from it. Don't worry about it and get the kill first and foremost.
Yeah, and I think they really gave Naber so much respect on it. If you take a look into that first part of the second half, Blinn was trying to take those fights. They were trying to stop the execution, but when you're up against Gecko, I mean, the whole point of his kit is so that it is never a 1v1. It's a 1v4 anytime you're playing against Gecko. And unfortunately, Blinn was not able to win out on those fights, causing them to be in such an economic, hole. They couldn't really climb out of it.
Yeah, when things get worse, it tends to trickle even further the other way, right? You can't let things get out of hand. If you do, you're back in a recession and the next round's gonna be a prayer moment. Yeah. And we saw TAMU can win clutches in those eco rounds. I highlighted earlier, the big round of the Cosmic Divide. But you can't do that every single time, and you have to have more behind it. Shut down Naber, the Gecko's utility. It stopped the just absolute hemorrhaging of kills that were going their way. Blinn realized Naber's gonna have to change the playstyle to be a lot more aggressive, and we can win those gunfights. That's not a problem for us. So they sit a little bit further back, rely a little bit more on their own initiators, because earlier today on this map, it was all controllers.
Yeah,
every single time, both top players for Fisher's side, it was a controller city. This time it's the initiators, and it's that breach we loved for Fisher's game today. Now we're loving to see it again.
My goodness. 28 and 15 coming out from Giovanni there. We highlighted him on the desk earlier, and boy, did he live up to those expectations. And I think the game plan that came out, I'm pretty sure the call out from Giovanni there was to just give up that mid presence on that defense. Like, if you take a look in the later rounds, they were just more than happy to let TAMU just walk up mid so that they can pinch them from both sides.
Yeah, if you can control the map, which I think was a problem that Blinn realized was needed to be capitalized on, and Tamu just couldn't find space for it, you can essentially make an entire round's motive null and moot. We see that in the second round there towards the end. Blinn just send themselves into courtyard on the defense, and somehow, some way, you have everyone from Tamu being taken down. It's a 4-for-1 trade. Tamu left with one player, and it's just a complete loss now at match point in that second game, and the next round goes obviously in the favor of Blinn to complete their return and take the series now 2-0, leading into their third map.
Yeah, and then this series was a treat for us because we saw such beautiful executions coming out from Tamu, and we were able to see the tricks that Tamu was able to bring out with the Gecko. But in the end, it was Giovanni and Spaz countering the tricks with their flicks. They hit some nasty shots at the end there to close out that.
And also, talk about nasty flicks, and we also talked about Fisher quite a bit. We're heading back over there, I believe, for their third game. You can see on our screen in front of us, Fisher College Falcons, the Navy side, has taken a 2-0 victory up to this point over Tea Party and are looking to close out their 3-0 stage to send their secondary team packing probably back to their dorm room, so not very far, but I know Fisher's campus, it can be quite the distance there, and they'll have to do it on Breeze.
Man, if I'm Tea Party, I'm trying to make sure that we do not get shut out right now, Scott. I do not want to go back on campus and have to look at my A team like, man, you guys shut us out.
I mean, at some point or another, they have to see it coming, right? They let the forfeit go in the first place. They were saving strategies. That was something I know that Dion had talked about a little bit in our previous matchup. We're saying, how much are you showing? How much are you hiding? You have the lead. Are you trying to secure that? Then St. Clair Saints let it go to OT. You got to show a little bit more than you were really wanting. When the going gets tough, you have to sometimes show, you know, what's hidden up that sleeve. I don't think for Fisher, Tea Party, or for Fisher Navy, they have to worry about that. If Tea Party know they're going to lose, which I think is the case, I think they're really expecting that, they're going to show everything they have because there's nowhere else to put it. But Navy, they're going to hold on to something. If they're holding on to it, is Tea Party surprised that they've been keeping up their sleeve enough to shut down the #1 team? Or is Navy just that darn good and it was and will not matter what you bring to the table?
Yeah, absolutely. Looking into Navy, definitely a player to keep an eye out continuously is CJ. We call them out. Hopefully, we do have Dryad and Dion again on the mic. They'll be able to give us some more information on how well CJ can do in this next game.
Thank you very much, Jackson Infernosis. We are back yet again, and we're heading east one more time for the Battle of Boston with Fisher College versus Fisher College. It is Navy against Tea Party, the in-house. And we got to see early on a surprise by Tea Party here, Dryad, that they pushed the higher rated squad, the Falcon squad, to the brink, but weren't able to close it on out. Then Falcons apparently have taken down map number 2, 13-6, a pretty dominant performance there by them. And that puts us onto match point here in this inter-college battle.
Yeah, the first map that we got to see between them, it was actually, you know, very, very close. Then the second one that we didn't catch from broadcast, it was a little bit more one-sided. It was a 13-6, and now we got to see if it's actually going to be, you know, the conclusion of how this is going to end up looking. And we continue to expect, I think, you know, the Navy or Falcons, however you want to call them, that A team to be on top. But it's going to be defined on Breeze.
Well, the A team will be on defense first with Tea Party, the punching up team, trying to work their way on in on attack. Compositions exactly the same with KO, Sova, Viper, Jet, and Cypher. So defense will have a nice little extra boost with Cypher there. But given the fact that we've seen this map in pro play a lot, obviously we had the map change and it put some wrinkles in there. What do we expect to see here for our viewers at home for the first time watching Breeze?
Yeah, like I said, the map has changed quite a bit since, for example, last time that we got to see the team in the championship, right? The mid control, it becomes crucial to take every single time, but for the attackers, it's not easy at all when you have that Viper. There's going to be a Viper wall pretty much every single time towards mid, and it's going to be about catching the timing onto it.
Well, early on, Menace doing exactly what he did before. Last time it was Raze versus Raze. This time's Jet versus Jet, trying to get himself out of safety. Uses the tailwind to get himself out. Love to see that from the Jet. And an early, small victory here by Falcons. Jet is low, and there's no one to heal on both these compositions. So one bullet will do it. Moida trying to find a way on in by tunnels. Doesn't find anything there, and it looks like they figured it out. A is the vacated site. Vix has seen one. Will catch Moida on the rotation. That just leaves 2 left alive here for Rex. Rex, I don't think he's going to like his choices. He's going to have to plant the spike and do his best. Javi and Rex, these are the top 2 performers in that first one. Rex able to get the first headshot. Looking for a second one, not quite able to land it. Yes, he's able to get it, but it's answered back. Vix and Dory take care of business. First round win over to Falcons.
With the spike being defused, and is going to be continuing that control on the side of Falcons for the first and second round. Though, as I say that, throughout today, we've seen so many, you know, a team wins round number 1, you think they're going to continue with that, and it goes the other way, and it's out of nowhere, it's a 1-2-1 or a 3-0. So it's kind of as not standard as possible. But still looking for those hero plays on the side of Tea Party. Seems like a Marshall is going to be invested by that Jet player. And I'd like to see this, right? Because if we remember that first map that we got the chance to see today between them, we didn't really get to see Jet action. We haven't really seen, I think, Jet at all today. So it's nice to see how the 2 teams match up when it comes to the Jet duels. And immediately, of course, as I'm saying that, that happens.
The old caster curse. That happens all the time. That's how you know that we're in the right business, doing the right thing. Caster curse there. We will get the Marshall handed on over to Rex, who has armor. That'll help for at least 1 shot, but Cypher waiting on in as B starting to get approached. Moida able to find 1 nice little pick there as Menace gets taken down. The Marshall's being used like machine guns. Shondek's able to get 1. Moida from distance gets the second here. So attack Cypher looking good. Nope. Dory sticks the bulldog in his face, takes a bite out of it.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Vix picking up 1. Only 1 left alive here. It was the sneaky wraparound, not so sneaky, and now Rex put in a tough spot. CJ says thank you very much. 2 rounds in the book here for Falcons, and only 2 down. Again, not clean, but still clean enough where you don't have to rebuy too much there.
Something that we also haven't seen much of today is that operator. We've seen it, you know, by the Euro, by the Raze, in a couple of rounds here and there, but we haven't seen, you know, the Jet operator into any of the maps. We just haven't had the chance to do so. So I'd like to see Menace holding on to this operator very early on onto that round number 3. And it's a buy that I don't know if the party's expecting. Come on.
Ryan, how many more times? How many more times are you gonna do it? How many more times are you gonna do it? Frustrating part is he did hit him. You can see 5 HP there on the Cypher, but Moida wins the battle, and that very aggressive, expensive buy goes awry. Avi knew there's someone there in the corner. Moida is able to cancel it back on in and get the neural theft right early on. Will he pick it up? I'm not 100% sure. You got multiple people waiting by double doors. CJ drops on down, and the spike has been dropped. So CJ going forward here in this 2-man configuration. Sova hanging a little bit further back. Nice shot by CJ, picking up the kill onto KM. Moida on the spike. One more waiting around the corner by double doors, and Rex gets read like a book, and Shondex just needs to cop on him. Stuck on the trap. Moida's still buying a lot of time here. Nah, CJ with the jumping classic. It works out.
They make it work out. And to be fair, yeah, that's going to be the bonus. After a heavy investment going for the side of Falcon, in a very dangerous way, which how you know, and the way that we saw this start out for the round, an operator that, you know, you can say is a caster curse, but also, you know, you're holding an operator so close to where Tea Party is going to swing, you're most likely they're not going to get taken down, especially because even if you dash as that jet, there's no many places where you're going to be actually safe if Tea Party want to play that fast. So it gets taken down, but it's all good because Falcons, they're able to pick up that operator right back up for the Jets. Is still going to be holding onto it, and the position changes here. Now operator, now in a safer spot all the way into the backside, doesn't find anything right away.
Yeah, almost gets cut there by the 0 point. Not able to use the second half of the dash. Get caught there. Decay does push down the HP just a bit. He was tagged a bit in the escape route. Menace waiting for it. Has the right spot. Nice shot there on Decay, Lord. There's one there for the Jet. Needs one more to get second tailwind. CJ gonna make sure that his teammate doesn't need it as Menace does go down. Moeda getting one. Javi getting one. And now the retake is on. Moeda again.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Is ready.
Cleaning it up.
Here on Breeze.
Cleaning it up with a 4-0. Though, you know, I don't want to get ahead too much because every time I've said, oh, this could be very one-sided. It's just never that way, right? It's been so close for every single team. So I'm gonna stop myself. I'm not gonna say that right away, but I mean a dominant performance, especially thinking about. I know we haven't seen it on stream, but this is the third map. This is potentially the final map between these two to make it to the grand finals. This is the map that for Falcons could define it. So you want to be confident, you want to be dominant right from the beginning.
Yeah, again, winner of this takes on Northrop. I mean, not Northrop, Winthrop. Get your throps out there for the Throppers. As Ganch finally finds some success on the Jet. Gets a couple of opening frags. KO gets taken down. Does get revived on up. One of the great parts of Null Command. Get picked on up like we're playing a BR. Ganch stuck behind and will get fully blasted by a shock dart. 75 damage right to his name, but he has 10 HP left. Will he be able to get something? I don't know. Tries to push through because Neural Theft forcing some action, but KM Lord picking up one. Still a 2v3 retake opportunity here. As Menace picks up one and Menace picks up two after he switches guns. What a play by Menace. Now Rex has to hustle. Hurrying on up. Not planted for him. It's too far. It's 5 rounds and Shondex cleans it up anyways. Oh no, Tea Party had it in their hands and Rex Skater I think gets a little too creative with the wraparound.
And can I just say Shondex has been the one player to look for in this past 2 rounds. With the shock dart, I mean, this guy has a lineup for every single thing. We saw it towards that B side 2 rounds ago. We got to see it this time around on the A side. Even with the Hunter's Fury, continuing to get value out of the Soba util and also finding that final kill to secure the 5-2-0 against Tea Party.
Menace doing the early thing. Yep, that one's pretty easy. A pretty good lineup. Doing the second one. Has the dash ready to go. Doesn't land it.
Just looking for more.
So, yeah, Menace didn't even need the dash. Whoa, Shondex, I'm not sure what he was doing there. I think was still trying to make his positioning on top of the crates comfortable. Zed misses out on a kill. Muerta gets another. So it's a 3v3 with Neural Theft being dropped. Rex Skater gets taken down by the wraparound by Dory. Dory doesn't need to see the guy from the left. He's able to flick him and Menace! Oh! Falcons putting on a clinic here on Tea Party.
And the numbers for a second, right? It was a 3v3 where everybody from Tea Party on that attacking side were trying to push towards B. It is the Jet finding the opening, slowing down the push, not allowing it to happen. They try to change it up, go towards mid, and as they do, they find Shondex just waiting for them. Even as a trade, I mean, you still have more than enough to make that one work. And it's still, we haven't seen a timeout, right? It's still it's gonna be Tea Party going with this, going with the same kind of plan. Now everybody stacked once again towards that B side, and that Cypher util is gonna slow you down so much. Sure, you don't have the operator, but I mean, and now it's only the Jet going in.
Here.
Yeah, Jet's on end, taking up a lot of space. Gets caught by the spy cam, needs to take the dart off, and CJ could. Bank does not. But Dory is able to clean things up. There's one, there's two. Vix gets the third as Moita trades on back, but no blades from the blade storm being thrown out at all. And it looks like the A team is making sure they know what letter the B team is.
Yeah, they're staying in control for now 7 rounds in a row. And that is the problem, right? Tea Party, 2 rounds in a row, they want to play it faster as that B side. Sure, you're able to updraft, to dash into the side, but it still is the Jet left alone, not being able to clear the backside, where you have the Cypher and the Viper kind of waiting for the rest of the team to get those picks, as it has been working out for Falcons. So, continuing this control.
Menace with the op. Menace has knives. Menace is living up to the name right now as the aggressive opping has just been working out for him. But now, large amount of mid control expended by Tea Party. But the guns got to wake up. They got to win some of these gunfights here. And here comes one opportunity against Dory. The double door swing against Dory. Will they push on up? They're going to clear right. All right, Cam Lord. And Rex Skater. Come on, Rex. Come on, Rex. Take a bite out of him. Oh, no. He's just so set up. As Dory misses his shot. Okay, KM Lord is able to pick him up. That gives us an opportunity to get things down. But they don't realize Menace is over there and is pushed all the way on through. Goes for the fancy. Not quite able to land it with the updraft. Tries to get another peek. Misses his shot. And finally, makes him pay after missing an operator shot. KM Lord, they got to get the spike. I forgot the spike's on the other side of the map. And he's going to run right into Shondex, and Shondex is ready for him. So Hobby now stuck. Sees one, has no idea where CJ is. Doesn't matter. Shondex does it himself.
Again.
Man.
Yeah, just again stepping up and with kind of a lack of control of the map in the way that we usually see. You know, for example, for that A hit, you wanna go for that B hit. Everybody's pushing it together. We have no mid control. There's kind of that fear, and we talked about it. It's difficult, right? There's a Viper wall. But when a player is watching from window, there's a couple things, or from Nest, but there's a couple things you have to deal with, and yet it is allowing, if anything, that operator and that Jet for the side of Falcons to just get as much space as possible.
Nice little play here by Gonch to get through the dart. Gonch able to land one. Dory with the early trade. Now Hunter Fury. Oh, gets his teammate. Not quite able to pick off any kills. I think he did 1 shot of damage.
Spike planted.
And there's those darts that have just been so punishing as it bounces off the wall. Does a little bit of damage to Hobby. Nice shot by Shondex. He's just putting on an absolute clinic. And there's the third. Javi had no chance. Shondex is just a man on a mission right now. 9-0 as Falcons beating down their fellow Fisher College team, Tea Party.
If you want to learn how to play Sova on Breeze, just watch the match. You're gonna learn a lot from Shondex, because he is just showing a little bit of everything. Second time that he uses that Hunter's Fury, and second time that he finds success with it. I mean, 14-2. If that doesn't tell you this guy just showing you like a master class for Sova, I don't know what will.
This is good.
And again, winner of this takes on the reigning runner-ups of the CVAL world, and probably the most intact team of Winthrop. Winthrop is just, again, in form, and they're waiting for the winner of this one. Right now, KM Lord trying to break his way through the tripwire. Null Command's going to take down KM Lord, and he's going to be praying right now. Will someone be able to get him? Yes. Finally, some success, though, as Falcons don't hold the site. And there we go. Gonch able to get one, but Menace with the op picks one off. They have the spike. Will they get fancy with it? No, they won't. And it's Menace on the wraparound. Oh, Javi had an idea. It was there. Javi had his opportunity. Menace had his opportunity. And Menace jumps right on in. There is no way onto that one. And Tea Party got himself on a board. It all starts with one.
We can do this.
The first round here for Tea Party, but it's still 9 rounds in a row that we've seen for the A team of Falcons. Just slowing it down every single time. And if Tea Party, they wanted to start, I mean, hey, you can go for the curse. You can go for the 3 rounds.
Need a drop.
Trying to take it one step at a time, but then you also have that overwhelming feeling that not only you are the B team, but this is also the 3rd map, and it's already 2-0 against you.
And that was after you gave him, like,
Here.
what was one of your best shots on Sunset in map number 1. Makes it real tough for Tea Party. I don't want to question their mental fortitude. It's just more about the class right now, and as we've documented well, Sean Dex has been putting on a masterclass, but Mueda getting a kill here. Wow, gosh, is just wide open over mid, and there it is, punished by Menace. It's just kind of like those kind of plays where it's like, I don't think that one's gonna work. You're wide open, and eventually you get punished. Menace now hunting with the operator. Little does he know he's on the other side. Lighthouse right here. Oh.
There you are.
Trying to jump, trying to dodge it.
Here.
Trying to do
Last round
anything,
in
but
the
I
half.
mean, there's only so much you can do in that
Anyway.
situation to jump. And now, first half, and already double digits for Falcons, 10-1. And a last buy opportunity on this half for Tea Party. Which is insane, right? The most that you can get now is 2 rounds on the half, not what you were planning on.
That goes there. Yes, this should do.
Yeah, definitely not.
This goes here.
And,
Get out of my way.
again, the fact that you've done this before, you've scrimmed against each other before on this map. Jeez, Menace catching a jumping Gonch. He's just going bunny hunting right there.
Yeah.
Again.
Menace finds a second as Muedo just waltzes on in. He's like, wow, this seems really easy and free. KM Lord gets 2 with the Guardian, gets 3 with the Guardian before
Last
taking
player
down.
standing.
I have the spike.
And Rex turning this into a 1v1. Rex versus Vix.
Get in my way.
And that's going to help a decent amount.
Spike planted.
No ult on the side of Vix. Let's see what he does.
Goes out.
Vix! Ooh! I guess Vix was getting ready to peek over. Didn't quite see the gun jump on out. Now it's a full rotation to the other side of the pit. Rex stepping back. And it looks like he's going to play time here. Yeah, he's going to let it fade. And, you know, Vix knows he's in a tough spot. What's the game plan here? Hasn't cleared it out. Oh, they're playing post-plant. Let's love the post-plant play. Hop on in there. Could have got it to half there. Nope. Rex, the veteran, just buying time. He knows what's up. And they get the round. They get it to 2. The 10-2 curse. I know that's not you gotta hope that if you're a Tea Party fan.
I don't know if I've heard about that one. I'm not so sure. 10-2 is the score up they have. And Falcons really showing off why they're that team on top. This is their last map. This is what they need to make it to the grand finals of their region tomorrow, and they're so close, only 3 rounds away from making it happen. But this is where teams, especially in collegiate, you know, they kind of get ahead from themselves. Just, you know, oh, we're already gonna win. We start to get a little silly, maybe a different plan, maybe a little too overconfident. No, you gotta stay, you know, put all the way until the end. So that is what we expect to see for Falcons, a team that we know, players that we know from the season, from the championship, trying to make it through.
Menace trying to get aggressive early. Picks up 1, then gets traded out. But VYX, or Vix and CJ doing work in their own capacity. Turn this into a 4v2. Plus a couple members of Tea Party are already dinged up, and they know where Rex is. He's caught out. The 0 point going to get the information. And there's only room for 1 sheriff in town, and it's Sean Dex. They get the win.
I see Shondek's kills. I want to see how many he has right now. Last time that we saw it, it was a 14-2. It did slow down a little bit as kind of everybody's stepping it up. But yeah, 17-5 right now on that Sova, finding success with kind of any gun and any utility that Sova has available at the time. With an 11-2 score and 2 marshals at hand, can Tea Party make it happen again?
Let's find out. Here we go. Menace rolling on up, has the Guardian. Does get caught by the recon bolt. Javi has an idea, and Menace just wall banging him. There's nothing that Javi can do. Javi had himself a great series overall, but it's just too much to overcome here as Cam Lord picks up 2. So Tea Party finding a little bit of life here. And then just shut down there by Menace.
Last player standing.
Shot from distance, which means they know where Gonch is. He's up top, hasn't been able to land his marshal shots. Yeah. Jumping over to safety. He's going to swap on over to the sheriff. So Menace and CJ, they're low. One of these shots will do him in. But here comes a wraparound by Dory. Bulldog in hand. You could see Gonch was trying to check behind himself, check his side, and there it is. Dory on the wraparound picks up the kill. We're at 12. We're at match point. A lot of match points. You can imagine you only need 1 here if you're the Falcons.
1 to not only close out this map of the series and to make it to the grand finals tomorrow. So a lot in stake right now for that side of Falcons Tea Party. In the meantime, turn to you know, when you're in this kind of situation, you try to take it one at a time, but you know the score can be absolutely overwhelming. But if there's a chance, it's gonna be, I mean, look at that, 4 Guardians at hand, only 1 rifle, that hero rifle is gonna come at play. And the marshals were effective for a couple kills before, so never say never for this one.
Oh, not quite. Here we go. Menace gets taken down early by Cam Lord.
Here.
And Falcons are like, okay, you know what? We'll just go to the other side. Seems a little bit easier to work our way on through. And guess what? They're right. Oh, but Javi has something to say about that. Taking down CJ. Vix getting mid control here. And Rex says, thank you very much for taking control for me to take it back from you. Shondex gets an answer. Now a 4v2. Make that a 4v1 is a nice shot by Gonch. And spike down. That means this round is looking a little bit more doomed. People are low, though. Right? KO is low. Viper is low. And now Gonch, who had HP, he was low. Oh, no, not like this, Shondex. The 2 members that had full health both dropped.
Yeah. They're so low now, the last 2 players. Okay, but catching him off guard. Shondex goes down, and Tea Party, they secured that 3rd round. Honestly, I got scared. It got scary for a second. Not only was it a 1v2, but it was also the 2 players that were the lowest. And that hero rifle, though, is what really came to play for the KO off the defense. Found the first pick, even though he was low. Was able to keep up the numbers for Tea Party and keep the team in the game on the map.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
I will be saying this a lot if Tea Party win. Another match point. And yet another opening pick on the Menace. Cam Lord is getting the better of him right now. To be fair, it's been a lot of rounds in the hand of Menace early as gun swap doesn't matter. Vix gets taken down.
Guardians.
Yeah, Guardians working out here for Javi. He's finding heads as Dory picks up 1, turning this 5v2 now into a 2v3. Javi trying to get it, not quite able to, and so Shondex yet again in a opportunity to clutch this one out. Nope, Cam Lord finds the answer. There we go.
Again is the one to take him down in a 1v2 situation. 2 rounds in a row where we see the same, and where you see the side of Falcons kind of a little bit more spread out across the map, where they're taking those duels kind of in a 1v1 situation, or not really getting traded the way that we saw before. So, I mean, Tea Party taking advantage of it now. I mean, it used to be with the Guardians into that last round, as we saw from Javi. Now it is with the full rifles, and also forcing the Seattle Falcons into an eco round. So
goes here.
potentially secure at least that 5th round for Tea Party.
Hunter Fury being dropped early on. Not too many landing. Nice job there by Moeda as Menace goes on in. Tea Party are stringing together these early picks and these rounds. Now that they have no more rounds to give, one more left alive. Vix gets 1, Vix gets 2. Javi gets the answer. 12-5. Respectable scoreline, right? This is a respectable loss. This could have been 12 or 13-2 here, Dryad. Now like 13-5. That sounds okay.
Yeah, it could have been that they're 13-2, and when you see those scores, is kind of like, oh, wow, what just happened? But you know, I feel like if it passes, okay, I'm gonna say 6 or 7. I'm gonna be like, okay, everybody has their ideas on the defense. Everybody has a different division. The question is if Tea Party can get to those numbers. That at least 7, I would say, but 5 looking better. Still match point for Falcons. Match point to make it to the grand finals, and looking for those opportunities is gonna be that KO knife early on in that reposition for the defense. You're not gonna have anybody towards Nest once again.
And another opening round pick. This time not on to Menace, but Javi getting 1. There's Menace going down, and Moeda, look at these guns start to wake up. Where was this in the first half? Only 1 left alive as Dory's down, and they will finish him off. And left alone, all by his lonesome. One small little Viper, it's VYX. Will Vix be able to find something here?
Just a lot more comfortable for the defense to be played here. But gets spotted.
Gets 1. But yeah, defense comfort looking pretty good as they've now strung together, what, 4 rounds in a row? That was the main buy round, and it's back to just budget here. Next thing you know, we're 12-7, maybe 12-8, and Tea Party putting it together here.
4 rounds, 4 chances that Falcons had to close this out, and it still hasn't happened. It's down to a messy economy once again for the squad, for the attacking side, only with a single hero rifle for Vix.
Get out of my way.
But Tea Party, they've gotten some momentum. They do not want to let this one go. The spike on the floor are going to get picked up by that KO. Trying to take some mid control for Falcons. Trying to play this a little bit different.
This little jump peek there, and Menace goes down yet again. This time, Vix with a quick equalizer. That's something that we haven't seen in this whole second half. Neural theft being used early on, and they realize, hey, a lot of people on to B. Vix gets a wall bang on to Rex.
The only rifle, by the way, that they had early into that round, and they already found the 2 picks that they needed.
So members are now gunned on up, and with Viper's Pit there and Hunter's Fury, it's one of those things where if they're able to get it down, it's going to be theirs to win. And yeah, there's Javi. Javi left all alone. Shondex wins the fight. They have information where he's at. It's just a matter of time now, unless we see something heroic from Javi. Viper's Pit goes down. Oh yeah, they know. There it is. Shondex doing it in style. Closes out on top of this map with a ton of kills and a ton of moments to brag about to the rest of his team and the rest of the program. Great job here by the Fisher College Falcons. They defeat their sister team, Fisher College Tea Party, 3-0 after a dominant performance. And it's a good warm-up for their upper bracket grand finals against Winthrop University, our runner-up from the 2023 CVAL Championships.
And if you're Fisher College Falcons, you're happy that you were able to make it. You know, even if that first map was kind of close, that second one was 13-6, the third one was also 13-6. So it is good to see that they're able to close it out in 3 maps and also get that preparation for that big team that we're talking about, making it to the grand finals tomorrow. You want to have as much time as possible to prepare.
Yeah, and I think there's always something beautiful about playing head-to-head when it matters against your in-state team or your rival team. It's really cool to see that happen. And congratulations to Tea Party for making it this far. They also get to qualify with some circuit points for the CVAL Championships and some scholarship money as well. So congrats to Tea Party. But it does set us up for a big matchup here. Fisher College against Winthrop University. A rematch of the lower bracket finals in CVAL 2023. To break down how we got to this point, let's send it back on over to the desk.
Thank you, Degon. And Fisher College Falcons punching their ticket into the grand finals. The Tea Party put up a good fight, but in the end, it is the A team that wins out the in-house, Scott.
Yeah, it's hard to argue that it was ever going to go any different. I think they realized that. That's why they had the forfeit. That's why they were holding strategies, trying to find something out of Winthrop. At the end of the day, it didn't matter who faced them next. Why bring your best team against it and show what you can do when you don't want to face them twice on your best team, right? You want to take arguably one of the better teams. I'd say one of the top 3 teams of Winthrop, and you would only have to face them once with your best roster. And now they get to do so here. Well rested, because they get a large break here today. Yes, they've had to play when Winthrop hasn't, but they at least get to say, hey, we can vibe you a little bit. We can have a little bit of dinner down here in Boston and try to figure something out before we go into tomorrow.
Yeah, a little bit of an early night with that 3-0 there. And breaking down that last game, I think Fisher College Tea Party was able to put up a good fight. However, it was such a dominant first half coming out from Fisher College Falcons. It begs the question, even with all of the changes that have been made to Breeze, it still feels very difficult to push through that Viper utility when you're on the attack.
Yeah, there were ways to circumvent it before by trying to work in through hall and exit out through door, the transition a little bit easier out of elbow and just in courtyard in general for taking control in the attack. Those changes didn't do much for the Viper's wall. The toxic screen is still dangerous. You just change where you're placing it. You have a somewhat free walk over towards pillar, which is something we saw Tea Party utilize pretty early on with that toxic screen to cut off the back line of that A site, but they just were never comfortable pushing that A side. And because of that, a lot of the time it felt like that toxic screen was placed more just as a, we need to get the utility out so our coach maybe doesn't yell at us by the end of this round, and less of, we have this set up for the rotate later. We have this set up for this exact play. We want to make sure that this individual, which I would probably say would be the operator, the duelist of Menace in that scenario, can't actually see us. There wasn't enough endeavors, wasn't enough utility usage with that toxic screen to make use of that.
Yeah, and I, for one, was super excited seeing Menace breaking out that operator, especially in the 3rd round. I mean, it was a little bit of a tease on that 3rd round. They weren't able to hit that first shot cleanly, but throughout that half, Menace proved true to their name, getting multi-frags, pushing out aggressively as Jet as they normally do, and just really being an anchor on those early executes, Scott.
Yeah, and with a 13-6 scoreline by the end of it, and Menace being a huge factor for the success early, yes, they fell off a little bit towards the end. Their final tally being, 16-15, I think was their final KD. A lot of the deaths came in the second half when we started to see, most specifically, KM Lord, who is one of the best players I've seen on this map, and I have it in my notes. They're an individual on KO, on Breeze, that I've always looked forward to seeing. They faced off against some of the best, and they continue to do so every single time. But if we're talking about the best of the best, we really don't want to talk about Tea Party with their loss. They're trying to talk more about the Falcons Navy side, and it is facts. They absolutely tore apart everyone in this entire series, and you can't help but feel like a lot of this MVP decisions coming off of their 28-10 with 15 assists on the first game of the day.
That was an insane map on Sunset. I mean, they finished up that map with 200 ADR. That's a kill and a half every round, Scott. I mean, this guy was putting in the work as an Omen player. Look at that, 258 ACS across 3 maps. And it's just insane, Scott.
Yeah, they were the standout player. There is no question. Maybe you'd say, well, we saw a really good last map coming out from Shondex, and I can't deny that. We also highlighted how good they were. Asher said, I'll give some love to the Cypher. I didn't want to do so on the first map because I thought it was a cheesy answer for that map, because Cypher's always going to do good on that map. That's why they're a must pick. But when you know you can step up on any map and do really well, you got to do it, and that's exactly what Vex did. You also have to keep in mind they weren't as hot on the second game. That's why the ACS wasn't as high there towards the end. They were bottom for their team for the second map that had also ended 13-6 in favor for the Falcons Navy. But at the same time, they were a big part of the success. They didn't die as often. They were a consistent factor, and that's honestly half the time more important than just going and getting kills yourself.
Yeah, being that anchor, being that present on the site and even in the late rounds as a controller player, there's so much pressure on you to 1vx so often, but VIX stepped up to the plate every time and won out those rounds, and that punched their ticket into grand finals, where, like Digon mentioned, they do get to rematch against Winthrop, who had upset them last year. That would be all for tomorrow. Today, they get to rest up. And with that, we'll also take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be checking in onto the West region, where we get to see how they're doing in their second game. But stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more CVAL Fall 2023 lower finals. And welcome back, everybody, to 2023 CVAL Fall Lower Finals. This time, we'll be taking a look into the Western Division as we get to take a look at the IVC Blue versus FSU Pink. And this is not the first time that these two have matched up against each other, Scott.
No, it's not. And shockingly enough, it wasn't in a previous CVAL event or anything of the sorts. It was very recently. It was in Winners Bracket Side Round 2, where we saw them face off against each other, and it actually did turn into a pretty good matchup. A 2-1 series and a best of 3, and there obviously was a victor that had to come out into the day, but they faced on Haven, they went to Lotus, they went to Breeze, which is pretty darn reminiscent of what we're going to be seeing here as the 5 maps up for them is Lotus, which has already been played, Split, Haven, Breeze, and Ascent. So you're still seeing their go-to maps and their favorites heading to this.
Yeah, and IVC Blue was actually the one that had originally set FSU Pink into losers. So they're going to want to look to make sure that they continue their dominance here. But it wasn't always an easy road for them, Scott. I mean, they've had a myriad of unlucky tournament runs where they barely qualify for top 8. But this time, Scott, they are here and they are ready to take it.
Yeah, when you know you've had an unlucky run, or maybe you're deemed a region that isn't necessarily as strong, bar the top competitor, you gotta be able to show up in these games when you're on broadcast and show out to the teams and the players and everyone out there that you can in fact compete with the best of them. And that was kind of the big question for this West region. SJSU's coming to this one. They are the cream of the crop. They are one of the best teams you could possibly face. They are already punching their way through to the grand finals tomorrow. And the winner of this one, who already has a pretty good lead coming out here for SFU Pink, who is making up for the misgivings they had previously in this attempted series against each other. They're gonna have to face off against a titan that is this team.
Yeah, I mean, IVC Blue may have come into this as the underdog, but at this point, the bracket run that they've had, they're no longer the underdogs. Every team is looking at them right now, especially FSU Pink. They are reviewing everything that happened in that last map because it went the distance, 2-1, and this time they should be well more prepared, Scott.
You'll have to remember that, or I guess we'll point out in the first place, the very first map that we saw come out here for FSU Pink, where they did take the win over the top of IVC Blue, came on the map of Split in that winner's bracket round 2. They didn't find the win, though, in regards to that map. Instead, they took it over on Sunset first. Oh, sorry, no, I apologize. Over on Lotus first, and they'll have the option to go to Split for this second map, which means they could start off with a 2-0 hot streak if they play to the same level they did previously, because they barely, Jackson, squeaked through the first game in this one. It was a barn burner for sure. 18-16, another overtime game we unfortunately didn't get to watch.
Man, that must have been a banger of a map, but Split is anyone's game. It is FSU's favorite map, though, and also one of my favorites. I'm very interested to see what type of composition they're going to be running into this.
It's going to be a big question. I think if you're looking at these teams, you're going to try to play to their strengths. And right now, from the stat line we see, yes, it was a pretty heavily OT-centric game in their map 1. The stat line we're seeing, though, you got to look out because 2 players dropped 30 bombs. Very kill heavy. And who else but non-duelists to do so? Blooming, who was on an Omen, dropping 30, 31 for Kaho on the KJ to secure themselves that. It is a absolute thrill, and I am so sure that T-Con's going to bring some hype in this play-by-play moments.
Man, and as an Omen player myself, I am loving the representation here today. I mean, Blooming on that Omen, doing so much work in overtime, that's a lot on their shoulders, and hopefully they'll be able to carry the momentum here, Scott.
Yeah, and you see Blooming is teasing over controller. They like that Harbor. I was expecting to see the Harbor from looking at, the stat line for this, something like a Lotus, something like a Breeze, which can still be exceptionally strong. I don't expect to see the Harbor on Split of all maps. It's just a little bit harder to make full use of that utility with the variations in height for it, and the ability and the difficulty for one side that is to just dominate a first half and then have to survive the second. Split tends to be, as the name implies, very split down the middle with a dominant performance from one side over the other.
And something interesting that we got to see there is perhaps Slayer opting to go for that Reyna on that Split map. I mean, I think Reyna is still a very, very viable agent if you're able to convert those frags. And with the Lear that has now been buffed, not too long, it's been a while since it's been buffed, but it's so much stronger now compared to what it used to be, Scott.
The distance, the ability for blind at distance, it's something that you don't want to kind of miss out for. A lot of teams still struggle to find the perfect place to kind of sneak her in, but if you can do so successfully, it adds an extra level to that push that can really assist for a double duelist selection, especially to maybe get that raise like you're going to see here on splits, or maybe a jet for other maps. Just that little bit of an extra edge, almost like another initiator that has the ability in the kit to play up with a duelist as well.
Yeah, and if you're definitely starting on that attack side, having double duelists will be very helpful on a map like Split. But we'll let Degon and Dryad break it down. I know Dryad is also a big fan of the Reina pick, so let's cut to them.
That's right. Cut to us. It's time back to us. Welcome back to the caster's desk. It's myself, Degon, and Dryad getting things kicked off here between Irvine Valley College University and Simon Fraser University. Again, a battle that has happened earlier in the upper bracket. This one happened in the upper bracket semifinals, 2-1 for the Irvine Valley College. Do you know what their mascot name is, Dryad? Take a guess. Irvine Valley College. No cheating.
What is it?
I need you to guess. Guess something.
No.
IBC. Because normally mascots are like alliteration. You know, it'll be a letter from you know, the name of the college.
What is it? What is it?
This one's definitely not.
Come on.
It's the Lasers, the Irvine Valley College Lasers.
Oh, yeah. I was not going to guess that. Why would you make me do that? Come on.
I don't know, because like I feel like when you think colleges, you think of like some sort of living mascot. You know, it's like, all right,
like
here's the Fighting Hens or something. Yeah, you know. But
yeah,
this was like it's the laser.
They're going for a different vibe here.
IVC needs to be laser sharp. They're going for what?
They were going for a different vibe there. I'm choosing it, you know?
Oh, yeah. They're definitely going for a different vibe. We'll see what they're able to do here. Is SFU Pink is the squad. They took that first round. And again, we got to keep an eye on Blooming. Blooming was the one that had the top frag in the line, 30 bomb there for Blooming, and then Kaho as well on the opposite side. Part of it is the fact that it went to overtime. It went to 18-16. What is that? 4 overtimes, 5 overtimes. So then the numbers are kind of boosted, but still, either way, getting to 30, very impressive as we get ourselves set up here on Split. I love Split. I know a lot of people hate Split. I like Split because it's supposed to be defensive sided, you know, and if you break through on offense, then you know you're like accomplishing. I like things that are like that.
Yeah, I actually really like Split too. I kind of go back and forth, but I would say it is one, top 3 maps for me. I like, in a way, the consistency. I like that the fact that we get to see a lot more Rays being played here, and even though the changes here and there's a couple of different ideas the team have brought to the table when it comes to this one. It's become pretty standard, and it's kind of played around. If you want to have a double duelist, you want to play more aggro on that attacking side, or you're gonna keep relying on the old Split that is so defensive sided. So there's a couple of different options. And speaking of those double duelists, this is the first time that we see it today, right? And it just makes sense for the Rays and that Jet to be played.
Yeah, Raise Jet getting loaded on up here. Yeah, quite different compositions is now starting to get flashed up through mail. Instead of seeing an Omen on the side of Simon Fraser, you're getting to see the Astra being utilized, and then the Sky being the initiator of choice instead of Breach for Simon Fraser. So just some things to keep an eye on as Slayer gets aggressive. Will be able to get his teammate to trade that one out. And so a 5v4 turns into a 4v3. The spike will get planted on down onto the B site. Now everyone rotating their focus back on over to A. No, and it's just an aggressive triple peek by Irvine. Nice little wrinkle there, and just leaves one left alive. Paint Shell's going to come on through. Force Glow to move around just a bit. Jump shots there. Lands onto Danny, and the blind means not great things. Glow will have the shine dim in round number 1.
Gonna be the pistol here going for that attack inside of IVC Blue. And I like that we have the two colors going on, right? Before it was, we had Falcons and we have Tea Party. We had like different kind of subjects, but now we got the colors going on. So it is gonna be that blue getting ahead for that pistol round and going for a pretty heavy investment into the second round. Is 2 rifles that in fact being bought. You mentioned Blooming kind of being the standout player from the map that they had before, but trying to keep this going with that firepower alone.
Pretty slow start here in round number 2. Mid control going all the way for Irvine as they just walk right into vents. They like to check the mail as well. Yep. And it's a very conservative approach here by SFU, trying to get information and then play off of that. There they hear the gunfire. And once Irvine realizes, wow, these guys are way far back, it's going to be confusing, but they'll get the spike down in just a second. Yep, that whole thing is clear. Danny going to plant for garage. Planted. And a nice execute here for Blue, or for Irvine. I think maybe just a little too easy. I feel like Simon Fraser made this one too easy for him.
But I wouldn't know if they're actually attempting to take down a couple of the players or just go down to the spike. They do get closer, so there's definitely a plan here to get, ideally 2 or 3 of those picks would be as much as you can get as the time slowly runs out.
Yeah, well, they tried to get one, wasn't quite able to get anything. Kane on top of the spike, not able to land the classic. Stu just trying to take a selfie with his puppy. Yeah, they knew the objective, and they held to it. See what picks they were able to get? None. And so I don't think we're going to see that, I guess, liberal of a map take by Irvine for the rest of the game here as round 2 goes their way. Bonus time here for Irvine. No one goes down. They've got a little bit of money in their coffers and 2 Vandals to play with here, so got to be careful if you're Simon Fraser.
I'm really scared for that race with the judge coming very up close for that defensive side. Not something that you want to deal with right away, but speaking of the race players here, is going to be that one on the attacking side with the double satchel going in, the one that gets taken down, so it slows down the play here for the set of IVC. As SFU continue having that control towards the A side, and it's just so easy to do so when you have, that Cypher util all across. You have the guiding light to slow down the push. You have also, that Sky playing from heaven, and also knowing where Blooming is. Has no idea.
What is going on here? Blooming just getting shot straight in the back. There it is, the judge being utilized by the Rays, as you said, and this bonus is not going well at all for Irvine. They do get one there, does Danny. Nice little concussion. Aftershock gonna help out as well, but the swing, not enough. You hate when you see the Spectre get the headshot, but not the kill. And Simon Fraser, they do what they needed to do in round number 3. They get the win, minimize their losses. And we find ourselves 2-1.
A 2-1, finally, a normal 3-round score compared to what we've seen today of teams winning, winning that bonus round or winning first round, and then the other team gets that second eco. There's just a lot that has gone on today, and it's just everything that it takes to make it to the finals tomorrow. Yeah, Blue, the couple of investments that we had since that second round, lost it. We're able to have it once again. The Trailblazer spots Yahoo that's gonna back up. They also know there's gonna be a Sky pretty close to that side from the guiding light.
Yeah, like that play there. You send the Trailblazer on in. You have Huey come and peek to see if you could punish someone shooting the Trailblazer. But nice play by Kaho to get out. Kaho gets healed on up as well. And the defense here on the A side, or on the B side, holds. With that, now we've got a rotation through Ramen up towards mid. And again, this This mid control by Simon Fraser has been not a lot of control, and Irvine says, thank you very much. We'll take control of that. We'll sit in between male and vent and decide which way we want to go, make you guys think about it. This looks very similar to what Clinton College was doing to Texas A&M earlier. You just let them overthink about it and you're good. Huey now dropping the boom bot into the corner. It requires attention as Glow
30 seconds left.
clears one out. Slayer picks up a kill on the lurk over by A.
Spike planted.
But Irvine do get the spike down, forcing an opportunity for a retake here. Volk picks up 2 inside of male. Guess what? You got it. Huey picks up 1. And now it was a 5v4 into now a 2v4. And Simon Fraser gonna need something nice here. Gets the shots from distance. Oh, so low is Danny. But not enough to take him out. 6 HP here for Kane. Stu on the wraparound, able to pick up 1. Blooming had the full HP, so we got very low HP members holding down. Up top on Raptors is Volk, and I don't think Kane is going to be able to see that one. He's going to save. Back on off. Nice play by Irvine. Just a huge hero play by Volk up by Male to get a ton of kills.
Especially because, you know, you secure this 3rd round for the sort of IVC, but it really comes from the understanding of how the mid control is going to look like, right? You don't have a Sage for this situation. You have the Omen smokes to come through. And even then, the way that this attack is playing it, they're just going and hiding inside the smoke for a second. They go out, they find the openings, and with that, they're going the mid to B split that we see so often on this map. It is going to be something that SFU is going to have to pay a lot more attention to, and it seems like they're addressing it right now. An operator holding into this mid control and even an aggressive play.
There it is, the operator picking off 1 early. Omen trying to get 1 there. Blooming does get picked, but beyond the operator, they had 3 members just in mid. Obviously the op in vents, and then you had 2 members in male. I really like the adjustment here by SFU. So good stuff there. Glow now picking 1 up. Oh, Trailblazer doesn't spot Bola. So Bola in a nice spot. Will it matter? No, it won't, because it looks like the rest of Simon Fraser are going to back on off, back to the site. So decision time. Volk had a lot of success here. Kaho with the op. Gonna wait for the cross. Yeah, we'll continue to wait for the cross. Kane and Glow on site. Glow tries to take 1. Volk with a quick peek, waiting for it. Oh yeah, his body, oh wow. Body crossed, but the shot did not land there. And now all 3 members up top into heaven. Volk using the guiding light to buy a little bit more time. Kaho has gone the other way. Will they pick correct? I think they do. Only 1 member here on the ace side here, Dryad.
And things change around. It is the attackers on that defender spawn right now. Going all the way as the time runs out. They go for that A hit right at the end. A couple trades found, but a 1v3 for Volk to deal with. And with the time, with the tripwires, it just seems like it's not going to be possible. Stu going to handle it just fine. And that is the 2nd round for SFU.
They're usually distracted once I reveal them.
So sometimes when the caster curse, it ruins it for people. Sometimes you see the future. This case, you called out. Simon Fraser need to answer this mid control. They put 3 people there. They get the operator in Kaho's hands. They do exactly that. And it felt like, oh shoot, our decision making was bent on getting control earlier. That time they ran out of time, had to make a second decision there.
And they change it once again, right? The operator that was towards mid before, it's going to be on the A side where IPC is trying to play fast and immediately denied. Really good read.
Yeah, Kaho's been highly successful here with those early operator openings. But it's really shutting down IVC. I want to see if Irvine... Ooh, never mind. I want to see more of Kaho doing that. That's actually a lot of fun to watch instead. Volk now back towards male. He loves male. He's a big Postal Service fan. No, Slayer says I'd rather take things digitally and puts him down into the dirt. That leaves Danny left alive by himself. There's Kane. Kane says, ooh, a stinger from distance. Thank you very much. I'll swap on up, and Simon Fraser starting to add to the coffers here and building a bit of an economy lead.
something that you absolutely need on a map like Split when you don't have the economy. That's when you really start to see that those silly plays with the shotguns, with the judge coming through. And I mean, even with money, you're still gonna go for a couple other plays as we get to see for the defense. But I mean, are you gonna fall for it? That's what I want to know, IBC.
Oh my
Taken
goodness.
down?
All a mess. Blinds, Cloudburst, smokes, Glow able to take it down, and Huey just gets nothing. And it's Simon Fraser stopping the aggression. And I liked the play here by Irvine. They just couldn't execute it properly. They were caught on out. And now it's a 1v4 here for Bola. I don't think he's up to the task. Kane trying to get a little bit of a sting here. I don't think he's going to be able to save it. No, he's not. Kane goes down. But Stu trades it on out 4-3 now, and Simon Fraser continuing their march forward.
It's one of those maps where it seems like it's only going to be beneficial here for SFU to continue getting those rounds on the defense. I think you already passed the minimum of those 4 rounds when you're playing this double duelist composition, and you're expecting to see a little bit of IVC has brought in the last couple rounds of the double satchel turn to go into the A side, but obviously with the extra support of the Jet. So kind of already secure the minimum for SFU, and of course trying to get a lot more than that. Now changing it up towards B, everybody's here except that Cypher.
Again, on pistols, making it tough to put down Volk. Kaho wins the operator versus sheriff battle. Not much of a battle there, and not a lot of options for Irvine. Trying to find some sort of opening. You do have Rays on the flank, and
No more. My ultimate is recover going out.
B3, and one of these players holding an operator, making it a little bit harder. Kane
Last player standing.
picks up one onto Huey. Kaho answering back. Oh no, Irvine, you were given a gift and now you're not going to be able to hold it. Kaho with the knives, and he puts them right on into Blooming. It's a nice kill here. Great job by Simon Fraser. They get themselves another round win as we have a bit of a tech pause here. Simon Fraser found themselves a round win. And, oh, never mind. We're back. Everything's okay, Dryad. 5-3.
Now everything's back. Everything continues to go according to plan. A little bit of, knives being thrown at the floor. One of the bodies just feeling that confidence for SFU as they get that 5th round, and IVC slowly staying behind now. Again, this is the second map that they play for the lower bracket finals, already securing one of them, so you cannot count IBC Blue out of this one yet. A match that has already also even happened in the past. The reposition Kahoo has been, spotted a couple times towards that A hit, especially with how close it is, but this time around, not gonna happen. No way this showstopper doesn't get anything.
We've seen a lot of that today.
Spike
Showstopper's
down,
going a little wide as Slayer gets to adjudicate. Guilty, he says. Is now nice little Cypher ult, gets the information down. Yeah, there's 2 on site there. Kaho and Stu running into each other as they swap. Blooming gets caught on the trap. Oh, there's the shorty, but Blooming stands tall against it. Stu hanging on in there. Let's see what happens. Waiting for the rest of his team to get on. 3v3. Bola holding the angle towards heaven, so he's on the other side, Blooming. Let's see what Blooming's able to do, and then Hugh just holding the corner. Kane is on site, Glow up top, gets caught out there by the operator. Nice shot there by Blooming. Stu trying to get the neural theft down. He does. It helps out the teammate. One in Grajan. This is an impossible angle, Kane, right? Yup. Bola gets it. And Irvine finally back on the board after dropping multiple rounds in a row.
Couple rounds, but back in the game after, those 4 rounds that were going inside of SFU. And IVC is going to continue having those rifles. They have a couple opportunities here with that Rolling Thunder from Volk. And one of my favorite things to see is that aggression coming from it very early on. Trying to take a side with it, but if you're able to keep it for a little bit longer, force it for that post-plant scenario, I mean, it looks even better for them. Flash stun early on is the defense having to back up, but we see the Jet always playing it very up close and becoming a lot more aware of this mid control.
Slayer able to get one there. The flash not affecting the rest of the team thanks to the Nebula. It's a nice early pick by Simon Fraser. Again, the big adjustment that they made in the success here, Dryad, was what you called out. Mid control, mid control, mid control. Just control mid and don't let them all that leeway. In the process, A seemed to have opened up here as Stu wasn't able to hold it for too long. So the spike will get planted. You do have one all the way back towards A main, so keep an eye on blue mid. He has a nice little flank going on. Great ult there. Cosmic Divide by Simon Fraser to get themselves back onto the site. Kaho trying to find the kills. They do. Huey goes down, and there it is. They were caught on out. Glow doing a great job realizing there's got to be one more buy ropes. And Simon Fraser get themselves to 6. Number 6 on defense. That's good. You usually want 8.
I mean, with this double duelist composition, I think you're more than fine with 6, right? So I want to see what more they're able to do here. But that was a beautiful retake. One of the best ones that we've seen today. Also taking advantage of that Cosmic Divide that ends up being invested into it. Playing around, going around, and you can tell how much SFU has worked on that communication when it comes to those type of scenarios of retake, of going back, playing it together. Very, very clean for them.
And we got to see it in one of the earlier series, Texas A&M against Blinn College. The Aggies, they didn't quite do it the same way as, holy cow, you know, and Simon Fraser says, we don't even need Cosmic Divide in this round. We'll just outgun you. Glow, nice lineup there inside of Mail. That leaves Bola all by himself with the classic. Let's see what he does. Does he find a hole in the defense? Rounds like this always make it tough because, you know, if you find a hole in the defensive side, but you have no gun to take advantage of it, you just let them know, oh, wow, there is a little gap in our defense for next round when they could punish us as they get, who was it? Bola gets taken on down. A lot of scores, not very impressive on the Irvine side. Everyone in the negative KDA, and on the opposite side, Kane and Glow having themselves a pretty good day so far.
Another one of those quick rounds, but IVC, if they want to come back into the score to want to stop that streak that SFU has been winning, they have quite a lot of ultimates to make it work out. Very up close. It's gonna be the showstopper coming through. First Seekers too, and yeah, there it is. First opening, Astra goes down, and that is a side control.
Operator in hands of Hugh. Will they be able to find some there? Blind doesn't affect him. Oh, yep, took a second there, but able to line it up on Gaho. The drop down, and Kane gets knocked out, not before he picks one off. Pain Shells goes a little wide, Hugh on 3. Going for 4, on 4, ace in tow. Will he get it? Yes, he does! Irvine College, Huey, take a bow. An ace here in the lower bracket finals to close out the map, or close out the half.
What a way to come back from those round losses, one after the other, but it doesn't matter. It's gonna be that race, stepping it up with that showstopper help with the Seeker. Stu gets that info and finds those picks one by one out of nowhere. That score ends up being that 7-5. And swapping sides. Now, this is what he talked about, right? It is a double duelist. A double duelist has proven to be the only composition that turns this map from a heavy defender side map to a potentially even heavy attack map. So eyes are going to be on SFU and what they're able to do with this Jet and the race.
Need a drop.
Yeah, they already know. Cypher set up on to be very, very annoying. So they've got the hard stack A. Multiple members controlling mid. Mid control very important, but not if all 5 players on the attacking side are going towards A. No one wants to push onto the site yet. It does look like Raze has got himself on the site, but Kaho answers back. Huey goes down. Couple shots there onto Danny, and Danny forced it back on off, but the site is now in control of Simon Fraser University. They get the spike on down. Good job there by Stu. Information passed on over. Volk holding the corner as well, waiting for the teammates to join him to double swing. It is Bola on that side, and it's Danny and Blooming coming back from spawn. Slayer getting a little bit closer, and Danny wins the battle, also has the ghost, which makes it easier. Kane now holding elbow. Nice couple of right clicks. Volk still alive. Concussion going on through, and look at that. Irvine, stay cool, stay composed, and they have a nice retake here in the pistol round.
Don't even stop that.
Staying calm and going with that communication to make a retake like this one work out. It could have been one of the situations that we've seen for a couple of teams where, you know, as a retake, you see them kind of going one by one, trying to find their own, trying to get their one. But this time around, you see the patience coming through for IVC, going for the swings together, knowing and getting that information, and even with the classics taking their time to get those picks. So they get that round number 6 coming through for them, potentially a 7-7 score if
This is a nice
is
spot.
not gonna be SFU getting that eco round.
Big silent play here through vents as all 5 members are realizing, wow, we got a lot of space up here up mid. So Simon Fraser sticking around. There we go. We've got one loose, one short, or I guess Bucky not going to land. No Bucky boys here as Huey with the Guardian gets the headshot. Now everyone inside of Mail kind of pinned on in. It forces the rest of the Goon Squad coming from the backside to back on off.
It's
Dude, get caught. Oh, it's a collapse there by Blooming.
Remaining.
And Glow gonna try his best, but Frenzy from distance not so good. Kane able to get one, but Irvine set it up super well. And a nice flat there by Blooming.
There's gonna be nothing worse than being, the one who gets taken down because of a collat. You think, why was I behind my teammate? And you didn't even mean to. You don't think about it too much, but it just happens to go that way, especially with a Marshall, right? If it's a NOP, it already hurts. If it's a Marshall, it's even worse. But it doesn't matter. The score ends up being tied up 7-7 on this map. Split second map that we have between these two.
We've been noted score on the map score flipped. It is Simon Fraser that's currently up 1-0, even though Irvine has been surging. And again, these two teams went to a 5 overtime, 18-16 battle in map number 1. So they're going to continue to play it very, very close against each other here. As Blooming, oh, I love this setup. This is the one, and it gets ruined. The judge is the way to go right there in Mail. Oh, Blooming. He's able to get himself out, and they're like, yeah, we don't want anything to do with that shotgun. If you got shells, we'll go around. Shells belong in the sea, not inside this shotgun. As, oh, Glow not able to land bullets. Nice job getting away there by Stu. And Kaho will get the plant down.
Well, when the guiding light with the paint shells are actually really good.
Woo! But the gun's working all around. Everyone might be a little low, but if you just shoot them in the head before you hit 0, works a lot better. As Irvine, they had a nice couple of rounds, but Simon Fraser said, thank you very much. We'll just take the site. We'll take the extra credits with it, please.
In a 1v5 with the time running out, absolutely nothing you can do, and it turns out to be a flawless round by SFU. Really good call as well. Like you mentioned, when you see that Omen on top of the box, you see a judge, you do not want to contest it. You do not want to play around it. Sometimes, you think, hey, if both of us swing together, we're going to take him down, and that's not the case. So, playing it as safe as possible for SFU, and that's what gives them that round. They go all the way around towards main. They get that spike planted. Doesn't allow the Omen to come anywhere close to them and get that 8th round. Once again, taking that lead, but this is that rifle v rifle round that I was interested in, where, when things were the other way around in that first half, there was not a lot of presence when it came to the mid control. Now you have some util plays and those sound cues that are gonna be the key for that cipher, for the camera, and also that race, the closest one to the mid control, and everybody playing around here.
Got a lot of mid control just handed on over to Simon Fraser. Irvine not gonna care about that one too much because they got the rifles. You want the longer sight lines and the lower risk, but got control of Vents, got control of Mail, and Blooming shutting down Glow over towards B Garage. So we'll turn our focuses towards A. Slayer drops on down, sees the trap, can't see anyone else, and I think he's just gonna have to shoot this one. Yeah, they're kind of stuck.
Everybody getting very close. So once they shoot it, they're gonna go past.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Trailblazer going on up. It does give the information. Here we go. Here's the execute. Slayer gets one. Danny stuck in the corner. They know there's a second. The jump shot doesn't land by Stu, but everyone else gets cleared on out. Final member is Bola. Bola gets a nice shot there. Going for heads, but his head gets traded on out instead. And the plant as well. So nice little boost to the economy here by Simon Fraser. They take 2 rounds in a row.
Stu jumping to the other side was not something that I've seen before. It gets taken out, but it doesn't matter. The team is gonna secure it. It's all good. It was all part of the plan. 2 rounds now separates the side of FSU on the attacking side to IVC. And it's gonna be an eco for the defense. I want to see if they have some sort of set play for it. It does seem like they do with 4 players wanting to play together. A single rifle that they get can be the difference maker, but it's actually going to be that Sky for SFU. Spotting that info, immediately backing up. You do not want to play against this. You do not want to give them any rifles.
The
classic.
The classics through the cage. So is Volk. Oh no, Simon Fraser. This is what you want. They all come out of heaven and they're raining down bullets. Oh, and Simon Fraser have this round just go straight through their hands. And that's Valorant sometimes, you know? You do everything right, you get your utility up, they can't see you, but the spray lands. And you hate to see it. Here comes all the healing. And yeah, it's a quadruple swing. And Danny picks it up, a huge, huge thrifty, plus the upgrade of guns to 4 members here for Irvine.
And what a play that it was for IVC. I mean, again, I was wondering if they had a set play for this eco round, if they had any plan, and they absolutely did. The 4 players initially peeking towards mid, don't spot anybody. It doesn't matter. They're gonna run towards the A site right away, go for the flashes, and everybody for SFU gets taken down. So good way to come back into the game for IVC on this defense. And having a couple ultimates as well to invest, so the winning conditions are stacked. It can be invested one after the other, meaning SFU is willing to slow things down.
Yeah, they do, but Danny speeds it up as he peeks, gets the trade out for Hugh. Everyone backing up. No one wants to be part of the show. Backing on off. Neural Theft gonna help a little bit. Oh, Volk. Oh, Volk, run! Volk! Yeah, Volk is able to get himself out of the corner there. He's still trying to peek this judge. He's crazy. As Blooming's able to pick one off. Slayer continuing to push with the judge. Oh, the double swing almost gets both shots there by the judge. Not quite able to. Trade it on out. 2v3. Neural Theft goes on back. So all members of Simon Fraser have been spotted. Irvine trying to get it. Kane with some nice shots. Oh, Stu finds the head. Now Blooming has been caught. What a round this one has been. Blooming trying to get the double swing. No, he's not. And Kane pull it on back. That was dicey.
A quick trade. And he gets very close. It was a potential 1v2 for Blooming, but SFU once again denying that possibility. And Kane being kind of at the top of that control. We've seen so many good flashes for Kane, and you see the way that this team has been working on the attacking side, where you're always gonna see that Sky with somebody else very often, that Raze playing it together, going for the guiding light and then the pinch kills right after, trying to at least put some damage, make those kills easier for them, and that is how they secure those double digits, giving a little bit more space this time around. early on, and that Cypher has been playing towards that A site pretty much every single one of those rounds. It has been the opener as to why FSU sometimes ends up over there.
Right. And I guess normally you're just used to being locked down by Cypher, right? You just put traps everywhere, a couple of cages, and it's that garage entry is such a small little area to go through. But this little wrinkle here for Irvine is at least added some problems for Simon Fraser. Yes, the rounds might have been won by Simon Fraser, but it's something that they have continually had to think about as Irvine continue to hold and starting to get a little curious, sniffing around towards A, the spike crossing mid, going through sewers, and it does look like it will be more of an A hit. 4 members of Irvine, though, on B. Now we get the rotation on over, and Bola wins the gunfight. He beats out the long-distance Vandal with his own Guardian.
30 seconds left.
Nice play.
Tripwire destroyed.
Continues on.
I've got your trail.
Kaho trying to push on through, and yes, he does. Seekers helps with that. And you know what is not really great against Seekers? The Guardian.
Caught one.
Try to shoot one after the other while enemies are pushing on in.
Get out of my way.
As Kane will live with
10
5
seconds
HP,
left.
and that's more than enough. Oh, the Aftershock is coming through. He's able to stay alive.
The
Hello?
Aftershock pain shows too.
Here goes the showstopper, and it finds Glow. Bola getting another one with his Guardian doing work. Gets a third after swapping on over to the Vandal. And Kaho low, using pistol, trying to get the burst fire there. Switches guns. 19 bullets. Almost found the head of Bola. What a huge, huge round by the Cypher player from Irvine Valley College.
So 4K for that Cypher and the spike defuse.
Spike defuse.
Obviously just right behind SFU when it comes to that score, and once again with a beautiful retake that ends up coming through, and it just chaos for SFU. Right, they were running out of time. They had 10 seconds. They had to plant the spike. It was the aftershock coming through, the pain shells. They could not go anywhere or position themselves where they wanted for that post-ban scenario, and that's when IVC thrive in the chaos and get and secure a very much needed round.
Look at these economies, man. Like,
This is a nice.
it's clunky on the red team. It's clunky on the green team. There's really, it's just clunky all around as both these squads continue to try and work their way towards supremacy. We're getting close to 13 and 10-9 with everyone being broke. It's very, very swingy. Cosmic Divide goes down early. We've seen that be a problem before. Kaho coming around the corner, and look at this great execution by Simon Fraser. Yet another Cosmic Divide being used immaculately as the execute comes on in, and Irvine had no chance to work their way and allow the team to help out. And Kaho takes off. Yep, there goes Stu. Great, great round there by Simon Fraser. And it's a flawless victory, helping add to the money, add to the credits. And now Irvine are the ones that have to decide, do we try to cobble up what we can here, or do we play for a tie and force overtime? What would you choose here, Dryad?
I'm always the type to go for a force anytime I can, unfortunately. It is the reason why I lose so many games. I just, if I have the money, I'm like, guys, I got us, and I don't got my team, unfortunately, as I'd like to. But I mean, for IBC, if there's something that we've seen today for them and from many other collegiate teams across the season and today is the ability to come back from rounds where the economy is not on their side, as they kind of test each other, see each other from the distance. They get very close to the ace, and it is a full rotation now for the defense coming through. They're gonna get that space, and they already have it.
Yep, Bola getting dropped early. Simon Fraser using their guns, keeping their distance. Danny not going to check his right. He's going to get blown on up. And it's another flawless on the books here for Blue Ming. Glow doesn't care. No, yeah, Glow doesn't care. He's going to win that battle right there. And it is yet another flawless and 2 opportunities at match point here for Simon Fraser.
2 flawless rounds in a row, and the first one came from a scenario where, I mean, it wasn't full rifles coming through. It was, a couple rifles, a couple pistols, anything you could have. And again, it was FSU SFU getting the best of it on a scenario where IBC, I mean, with the backs against the wall for this map, number 2, and potentially for this match as well, it would be match point after this one. So IBC trying to
Cage triggered.
stay alive on A, giving a little bit more space. The only one very up close is going to be that Breach, potentially going for some stuns once that noise gets heard. But I mean, they've been hearing from Stu every single round. Every single one of those cages has been placed. Unless it's one of those faster hits.
Nope, this one's going to be slow. The whole team is spread on out. 2A, 2B, and you've got Jet and Raze now peeking up mid. On the opposite side, 3A, 2B, no one in vents, no one in mailbox. And it's back towards forgetting about mid control and just hoping that you got the right numbers on the right side. Early Trailblazer given away. That Sky is on the A side. Stu rotating to the other side of the ulti orb. That might throw someone off that tries to peek. Oh, Blooming's in trouble. Blooming's in trouble. Yeah, they know. He thought about trying to get himself out of dodge with the ult and instead goes down. Almost picked off Slayer. Look at that, 16 HP. 16 and is more than 0. We get the plant down, and Simon Fraser with the spike down on map point. Hugh has something to say about it. 4v4, fault line. Gonna help on out, but Kane on the flank. No one was able to stop him out there. Volk finishing off the job. He gets taken down by Glow, and it's 13-9. Simon Fraser, the pride of Canada, going up 2-0 here in our best of 5. 1 map away from closing this one out and finding a battle against SJSU here, Dryad.
The 2-0, one more to go for the team, but it's still showing how close both are, right? Kind of the mental games that we saw across this split, and still having a chance to even have longer and longer maps for every single region, right? Even the 3-0s that we've seen, I think everybody has kind of proven what they've gotten as we even come closer to the end of the night and closer to knowing every single grand finalist is going to be playing tomorrow.
That's right. Well, the sun is setting on some of these teams as it's setting here in the West Coast. Let's head it back on over to the analysts to see what they say after we sunset map number 2.
Thank you, D-Gon. And man, FSU Pink was hungry for this rematch, Scott. I mean, they came into this completely prepared for everything that IVC Blue had thrown at them.
Yeah, I think they came in with a vengeance. They were not happy with the result they had previously in the winner's bracket round 2. They wanted to make up for those shortcomings, and they've chosen a very solid first 2 maps to be able to do so. Obviously, in a close affair for the first one, you'd expect some semblance of that for our second map, and it was there. 13-9 is not that wide, not that disparaging of a scoreline, but it is wide enough for a map like Split, which is usually dominated for one half, and then trying to get those last few rounds you need for the second. That wasn't really the tail of the tape we had here. It was close throughout. It was a back and forth nature, and IVC started out with a good second half, but couldn't close it, a lot like we've seen some of the teams struggle with today.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at Split. These 2 teams already played one overtime map. And in Split, it usually is a very defensive-sided map. We saw what FSU Pink was able to do on their defense. I mean, they were taking control of mid early. Kaho breaking out that operator and just shutting down any sort of push that IVC Blue was trying to do at mid, Scott.
I talked about it before in a lot of different leagues, and it's a reason why Sage was so dominating a year or so back now at this point for this map. Mid control is king for the map of Split. Whether that's just playing for the totalitarian design of keeping them out of mid whatsoever, which is where Sage typically thrived back in the heyday, it's fallen to a little bit more of a passive approach nowadays. And that's something I know you'll harp on a little bit later when it comes to the differences between how these 2 teams defended that middle stage. But the operator, the ability to get that first blood down through alley, whether that's through mail or inside over closer towards ropes, if you can keep them scared of working in through middle stage, working in through alley, you can keep them out of it, and you can deny that speedy rotate. It is 10 seconds to get from that A site to B site, rotating through ropes, up through mail, and in through mid in general, and the defense has to go all the way back through their defender spawn. It is so important to control that stage of the game, and having that operator is just the perfect way to do it.
Yeah, and a lot of teams are so used to dealing with those operators now. They're used to playing around it, so it's gotten pretty difficult lately to find value on that operator. But Kaho, so proactive on those. After he's getting picked mid, the next round, he's making a read that they're going to try and hit A or B main, and he's already there stopping the advance.
It's a big problem a lot of teams face. It's complacency on a lot of wider feeling maps. Split tends to feel a lot wider because most of the time on the defense, they're not pushing to an attack unless they have control of mid, like I mentioned. So you're going to have to go all the way through defender spawn and take that really long rotate over. But the map isn't as wide as it necessarily has to feel, and you need to be very willing to take that rotation to move and transition to a new spot. The operator's the biggest one to do it. You see it all the time on Haven. You'll have it in B1 round. Next thing you know, it's A long. Next thing you know, it's holding down C long for 6 rounds in a row. And you never know what's going to happen. And that surprise factor for some teams is the factor that can get you wins.
Yeah, and that definitely was something that was really difficult for IVC Blue to deal with on their attacking half. But there were still some bright spots that I thought they could carry over into the second half. I mean, on the first half, they were able to find value when they were being aggressive, hitting those sites aggressively as a team, getting their early numbers advantage, and setting up for multiple crossfires. I thought they would bring that aggression towards the defensive half. We saw it a little bit in pistols, but after that, it was pretty passive from IVC Blue.
Yeah, I think if you try to set a tone in the pistol round, it can kind of become this... it can set a false tone for your team. If you play really aggressive in the pistol round and none of the rest of the competition matches up for it, you may feel pressure to continue to bring the heat because of the success you had there. Round 2 of that second half was a much different story for them. Still a very dominating victory, but it was truly off the back of those marshals that were getting those body shots, tagging the damage down, allowing you to be cleanup crewed immediately afterwards. Considering how much damage those do with a body shot with no armor, sometimes that's all you need. And they played a lot slower and a lot more passive, which created problems in mid, which is the big difference between these two sides in their defense.
Speaking of that Marshall, I mean, we saw Blooming laying down Marshall Law, getting a collab kill with the Marshall. How often do you see a collab with a Marshall, Scott?
Not often at all, unless you're talking about a straight rush in, like we've seen a couple times today, but I didn't expect it in that scenario, that's for sure.
Yeah, and they were able to carry that just a little bit, but sometimes on certain rounds, it seemed like FSU was just so drilled in their execution. I mean, there was multiple rounds where FSU had lost the numbers advantage, but still were somehow to cook up some sort of play with just utility and ultimate to control so much of the map. Like 3v5 executes, they were still able to take the site and win in the post plan.
I feel like when the second half, a lot of the story comes down defensively, and why was such a problem is the regions of control in the game of Valorant, especially for a map like Split. If you're trying to extend out into the A site, there's 3 points of control at any moment. There's the attacking map control, the area that you currently have under your domain and are trying to keep back, the defensive region of control that is already yours and you're holding on to, which is typically the site or your fallback point towards screens, like you see over on that A site, or no man's land, the region in between. And it didn't feel like there was enough defensive excellence being utilized in that no man's land. You're supposed to make it a toxic cesspool of utility and burns and mollies, whatever you have, to keep them away from that, to make it nearly impossible to extend out of these fatal funnels in towards sight. And instead, it was a free reign. They can extend out over towards safer cubbies, like just below that tower side heaven railing, to try to keep them back, and nobody was there. You're too far back on screens. You're trying to hold behind screen itself on the site. You just don't have the ability to execute the individual stepping out from those smokes, and you have to adjust for that into your next map.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got to see IVC Blue if they're able to make the adjustment here, because going down 0-2, the next map, that's it. If you don't win that map, you're out of here. So FSU sitting pretty right now in a 2-0 lead. So we take a look around the league right now. We do see the North bracket here. We saw St. Clair Saints play against MidU Esports earlier today. Had a really nice close match, but it looks like St. Clair Saints was able to get another leg up. I mean, Scott, they're leading the series 2-0 as well right now.
Yeah, this could be. We have this coming up next. This could be the final game for them if they manage to find a good victory over Mizzou. And Mizzou's not a team you really want to sleep on or give any sort of edge back into a series. They have taken down Titans. They've taken down some of the best. They've taken down Fisher before, right? It may have been Tea Party, but they've taken down Fisher before. Yeah. There's got to be something on the board for you to find the edge over St. Clair Saints. And they are the team to watch out for because, you know, they go to Red Bull Campus clutch. They have a really great showing. Yeah, they get knocked out, but they learn so so much there with competitors across the world. You have to fear what they bring to the table. And I think Mizzou maybe didn't respect that information that they've gained at that event, and they're going to need to start to do so fast, or this game may already be over.
Yeah, and speaking of Titans being taken down, I mean, Mizzou has faced St. Clair before. They've actually been in this similar 0-2 situation, and we saw how that turned out. We got to see if St. Clair is able to close it out this time. Do not give Mizzou any breathing room, Scott.
Yeah, and for a map, our third map coming up, it being Sunsets, that's where more questions start to arise as an individual, as a team, and as a team lead about what you can do to counteract. Because we saw a very good performance previously from them, Lotus. We have to worry about that again. You know you got dominated by them in the second game. Maybe I don't phrase dominated, but you got beat by them in the second game. What are the differences for locale? What's the differences for objective? How do those long angles feel? Because we saw just how strong around corners the St. Clair Saints could be with Caillou. If that's allowed to happen again, this third map will end very fast, and Mizzou have to realize that.
Yeah, they've definitely got to take advantage of those long sight lines. We didn't really see them do that too much on Lotus. I don't believe I saw any operators come out, but that's because Lotus is such a heavy double controller map. Sunset, I think the meta has been figured out a little bit, but it's still a lot on the table left to be discovered, Scott.
Yeah, and maybe this is the chance to do so. Neither of these two teams have come into phase two's double elimination side of phase two and played in this map yet, right? It's been very much so Breeze, Lotus, Haven. There was a split also in play, but mostly Breeze, Lotus, and Haven. That's been the most common denominator. Throwing in a new map, which is something that maybe you don't have a VOD for the opposition here, could throw wrench in things. I mentioned a spanner in the works if you're British on the other end, but it could cause problems, and it's something you'll need to counteract, like I mentioned. But a lot of those maps I also said that you're very much so like have similarities to this one here, and you can adjust upon that, like courtyard control being very important, a lot like split tomato control. Try to use that to your favor.
Yeah, and this is time we got to see if Mizzou can go hard or if they're going to have to go home, because they got to pull out the magic that we saw them do last time, and St. Clair definitely does not want to make that happen. We'll see how it all breaks down with Digon and Dryad on the mic. It seems that there is a little bit of a technical difficulty, but we'll be going there right now.
I thought we were doing a staring contest, so I just wanted to stare too, no?
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Dryad and Digon here to break down our North Finals. Again, we got to see a little bit of it earlier of St. Clair up against Mizzou, the Tigers against the Saints. I think this is probably the best mascot battle as we head on in to our final map of the day. And just
right away.
Into the action, Dryad. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just right away. Hope you were ready.
We've got a lot of sunset. I like sunset. It reminds me of LA. The neighborhood park sign looks exactly like the LA park sign. You know who doesn't like LA and sunset right now? Panda. He just got blown up, and Saints will take map number 1. If we take a look at map number 2, it was a 13-8 battle where St. Clair took charge of that one. Giza and Caillou led the way in terms of average combat score. But now we're back here, backs against the wall. Can the Tigers pull this one out? That's the question to elongate this one. Where's some LA things, right? You've been to LA now. There's so much LA built into this.
Yeah, I've been here for like 6 months, and I see the vibes. It's definitely LA vibes. The map though to play, I gotta say I'm not the biggest fan, but what I like is that we have a couple of different compositions. We can a lot of action right away for St. Clair's in this round number 2. A couple of trades from Ponder, but it still should be at least the round for St. Clair's 3v2 to deal with. And yeah, the Chamber, the one agent that I wanted to talk about, still alive in the game, one that we haven't seen before at least.
Yeah, Caillou had them all lined on up, wasn't quite able to finish them off. distracted us with the LA talk. But again, you see that graffiti of the astronaut right there? There's so much graffiti in LA. It's cool stuff like that. Panda knows that there's a wraparound coming, able to pick up one. But for the second round in a row, he's the final one to fall for Mizzou, and it's the second round win here for the Saints. And they'll get themselves a bonus, awkward bonus, because you had multiple members drop on that one. But either way, oh yes, Caillou. He's doing the op action. We got to see that on Breeze when Menace was buying the op like right off the jump on Jet. This time, Caillou gonna get it here.
With the Sky.
And save a lot of money. Yeah.
With the Sky. Yeah, on round 3, if that doesn't give you, you know, a sign of the confidence that St. Clair's has against Missouri, I don't know what will.
Right there.
Well, Ponder able to get up the kill, and will they be able to upgrade the gun? Yes, they will in just a second. Panda gonna use the Trailblazer to get some information. Where is the Sky? Sky's on B, and it looks like A has been fully vacated. And once Missouri find that out, they'll get a plant and play post-plant 5v4. Panda likes his chances with the Sheriff, trying to hold down the wall.
And we talked about the operator by the Sky, but it's going to rely more on the rest of the players here, forcing players to take the lead to find the first openings to see if the operator is going to stand a chance into the retake.
Nice little hold so far, but so many flashes coming from multiple sides. Alex able to trade out one, but Giza picks up 2. Piggy picking up 1. Caillou trying to hold it on out, and yes, he's able to do it. They hold on to the operator, an expensive bonus win, but a win nonetheless, 3-0. And Missouri's going to be broke yet again for round number 4. This is a great start here for the Saints.
Well, I reckon.
When you're seeing players when you already won 2 maps, and both of the maps were, you know, pretty close between you and Missouri, you want to get things over with as soon as possible. Kind of the same scenario as we talked about for the other regions that we saw today is, you know, the best scenario for you is take things down 3-0 fast as possible. Prepare for those grand finals tomorrow that are, you know, the key not only for the points that you need to make it to the CVAL championship, but also even, you know, getting that scholarship money. So focusing more on what's ahead, what the end goal is going to look like in St. Clair's. I mean, they're more than ready for it. That Sky operator, you're not going to see from anybody else but these guys.
Caillou with the opening couple of launches there. It's so difficult to work through. There's some nice sight lines across this map for an operator. As an operator player myself, I love this map for those lines. And as we continue to play it and get used to utility and utility usage, those lines will continue to grow. But one thing that hasn't been utilized well against operators so far today, the smokes. Got to use the smokes to block off those lines and then operate with while that time is up. No pun intended. Conch with his operator, he knows what's up there.
Trail.
Zeph, ooh, barely tilts the shoulder out of the way, gets himself to safety. Early Seekers being dropped here by Mizzou. 30 seconds left in the round. They are working towards A. Conch is going to get another shot at it.
Last player standing.
Barrel. Nope, that's the wrong
down
space to
A.
be looking at. Spike is down. Operator dropped. Ponder able to trade one out. But only one left alive here for Missouri. No Spike in the hands of Ponder. And Ponder had himself a couple of good rounds on Viper when we got to watch him over on Lotus. Instead, it looks like he's just going to be content to sit on his gun here. And we go to 4 rounds already off the jump here for St. Clair. Hunting we go. Giza will not be able to get the gun out of his hand, but that's okay. St. Clair, they've got the cash to back it up.
4 rounds and a little bit of an odd round for Missouri to get that operator that we saw in the hands of that chamber player. Just not much that you can do in one of the rounds where you're still kind of getting the hang of the economy, trying to get that first round against St. Clair's and just not working out for them. In the meantime, I mean, that Sky on the other side having the time of his life with the operator, like you said, it just hasn't been stopped. Part of it because, you know, kind of trying to have an understanding of where the Sky is going to be located. I mean, we've seen the Sky towards that mid side. That last round, it was towards that A side. Now, guess what? It's towards the B. He's gonna have to deal with the instinct, kind of holding it for his own. And
2 ops here for St.
Yeah.
Clair's. That's so frustrating. 1 on A, 1 on B. You imagine, okay, we know there's 1 on B. Let's rotate, go A. And I think
you have no idea that this
might
is
be from
happening.
Missouri, yeah. They're gonna run right on into it. Here comes a showstopper. Ponder says thank you very much. Gives us an opportunity to level up a gun. Instinct has let go of his angle, so Alex is able to sneak on by closer towards elbow. Seekers have been dropped here for St. Clair's, and the operator drops. Nice job by Ponder.
Spike down.
And yeah,
mid.
they're going to be able to clear elbows fully, but they dropped the spike mid. No, it's okay. Everything's okay. Yeah, from the shadows.
Poison orb emitting.
Nice job by Piggy.
Poison's off.
And Alex now with the absolute
remaining.
beam right onto Smiley. Lined that one up perfectly.
In a 1v3, the Omen pretty low, but it's still
Oh. It's Caillou.
Time to
yeah, it's still
Scout
Caillou.
destroy.
Not gonna work out though.
Name angle.
And with the operator too, no, I mean not only get the thrifty, but you're also able to steal one of those operators that we're trying to be the key for success for St. Clair the next couple rounds of this half. But I think, you know, to be fair though, for St. Clair's, when you got 2 operators, like you're getting too silly. 2 operators on Sunset, it might be just too much, and they get punished for it. So immediately, even after all those rounds in a row, the economy is broken for St. Clair's.
Yeah, you kind of wonder. Double op triad. I feel like there's a little bit of confidence, maybe overconfidence.
You get
some
too
could say
silly.
hubris here. Well, not only were they up 4 rounds, but also up 2 maps. I think you got a little bit to give here.
Exactly.
But you know, if Missouri end up coming back, we'll remember the double op round of round number 5. Nice little shot there by Conch, not going to land, but Ponder able to pick off Omen. And so the execute onto the site. No, not on this thrifty, not like this. Whoa, the 360 by Instinct. Conch able to pull out the classic. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
That sequence of events, I mean, what was that? Trying to
Last player
follow the
standing.
race that was going very fast with the satchel. With the operator, obviously cannot make it happen, and immediately switch to the classic. That's what gets the kill, and also that's what gets the round 2nd now for Missouri.
And there we go. They got it. And so Missouri slowly building back on up. The operator being helpful. Man, that was a play and a half there by Instinct. I liked the gusto, and it is a rifle buy, but almost all light armor here. And St. Clair's, if they drop this, they are broke. They are barely in the triple digits. You add all the economy together, they find themselves at 550. That is very, very poor. As we get things off mid control, as we've seen time and time again on this map, important. And on defense, just like too hard to defend. It's just too hard to defend if they slam the site, so it's just easier to just play retake of mid control.
And I was gonna say the Rolling Thunder available, queued up. He gets a couple of those players, but is there the follow-up for the rest still there though? Time running out for, you know, in between that stun and the follow-up from the rest of the team. It doesn't end up coming through. Instinct still hiding right behind.
Not too many bodies lost quite yet. As Alex working his way towards A, making some noise there for Missouri. From the shadows, giving out some information to St. Clair's. Yep, they have not gotten to elbow yet. Blind, there's some information. One of the powerful things about Sky, you can just constantly get that information with guiding light.
30
As
seconds
the rest of the
left.
team, they're in position. This is going to be a hard retake here for Missouri. They've got some smoke, or a hard take here for Missouri. They've got some smokes up, but Caillou says thank you very much. We'll just close this one out flawlessly. And it was read like a book. St. Clair with a great job on defense.
A lot that we saw being done on the defense very early on, right? Trying to be as proactive as you can when when the Rolling Thunder came through, that was where the opening pick happened. Then staying and keeping Caillou onto this A side, finds 3 kills, closes out the round.
Here.
And looks forward to, once again, an operator on each side. One on the hands of that Sky that has been popping off throughout today, and the other for Conch as well. The one that has been the top fragger for the squad. So the best 2 players to have an operator right now.
Ponder working his way on in, trying to find... There's that stupid trap! I love it. It is so funny throughout the day trying to find that trap. And those are the types of traps that I think you need to be setting when you're a Cypher on defense here at Sunset. We saw one of the teams kind of set Cypher traps elsewhere. Didn't feel as effective. Man, what a spot this one has been. And I think if you're at home watching, you know this is something you got to be aware of. You know, possibly using a blast pack for it, or using, I don't think you'd use the paint shells for it, but you got to figure out where that spot is, and if you can wall bang it, as Giza holding that close angle. Ponder's gun is not going to be showing. Giza's won't as well. Oh, yep, there it is. There's one. He's going to get traded on out. See you later to the trap. And now it's access to the site here from Missouri, but they've only got 2 bodies left. Instinct picks it up. Instinct picks up the second. And nice setup there. The traps, the Cypher being used to perfection.
The traps, the tripwires don't let you do absolutely anything. And like you said, throughout today, we've seen different teams try to take them down in different ways. But the Satchel trying to shoot at them, trying to take a little bit more space, and still not possible. Even if you Satchel right in, you go on top of the tripwire, it's still not effective, right? Because it is only you alone, only the race alone, having to deal in a 1v2, 1v3 situation more often than not. So that's why you needed, you know, maybe the Sky, maybe the Fade, as you have that utility to actually get that, kind of take that damage from the ability and take it down. If not, it's going to be pretty much an impossible mission every single time. So potentially Trailblazer, we see being utilized for this more often, but Ponder on this round goes down. And it's been, you know, that story time and time again, every single time, forcing players to take the advantage. A couple trades, couple chances here. We're only seeing
Yeah, we're getting a great look at Seth. Look around the map. Hey, look, there's spawn. There's the garage. There we go. We get to the spike. Thank you very much, Observer. Conch's going to do his best to hold on to this one, but in a 1v2, he does have the tour de force. He's just going to take a quick tour left and right. Will he be able to get this one on cue? Yes, Caillou, yes, he does. Seth jumping on his head. Oh, Conch with a huge play here in a 1v2. He says, hey, I like my tour de force, but a good old operator works just as well.
What? Okay, what was that jump? What was the jump right on top of his head? You know, out of everybody that you can do this to and maybe win, I mean, come on, it's Conch and it's on the chamber, right? If Conch has been consistently good throughout today, even if the team has been losing that map number 1 and map number 2, it has been, you know, keeping it up and being one of the reasons, if not the sole reason, why so many rounds come to be so close between Sinclair's and Missouri. So it's gonna be the case once again. Piggy goes down, and once again, Sinclair's they're not gonna be happy about that last round.
No, they're not, and they're punishing right away. Mid control was the priority here by Sinclair, and they put it with an exclamation point, taking out multiple. Now they're hunting. Look, the pack has been unleashed, and Instinct gets another one. It's a flawless round here for the Saints. Missouri, you got the last round, which was great, but everyone died. And now if we take a look at the economy, I feel like it's gonna be clunky. Yeah, pistols, stinger, whatever you can find over at the thrift store, Paola's pawn shop. Yeah, what do you got in there? You got one of these you know, stingy thingies? Sure, I'll take that, says Panda.
Maybe the Stinger, gonna be a couple of the sheriffs in the hands of Missouri, but still 7 rounds already for Sinclair's, and they've been just playing this map, I would say, the best that we've seen today. We've seen a lot of Sunset today. I think we've seen it now 3 times, 4 times. We've seen it a bunch. But Sinclair so far playing it the cleanest. Yeah, I know they played a double operator in one of those rounds. We're gonna ignore that. That didn't happen. Besides that round, everything has been, very planned out. You always see an A, B, and C idea that they had in these rounds and how they're gonna play it out. For example, this one, you see 2 players pushing towards B. This time around doesn't work out, but immediately forcing that back out from the race. Can this be the opportunity, though? The opening pick goes for the side of Missouri. They can turn this. They can close this round. It's going to be ending up on B, it seems like, again. There's no Cypher util this time around.
Well, no Cypher this time around, and it does make an easier entry. And how about that? They swap it on up, and I think St. Clair get a little too smart for themselves as now Missouri gets the spike down.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they will get the spike down. They want to make sure they get it the right person. There we go. All right, Panda will get the spike down.
Planted.
They get the spike down, but they also get a couple of rifles that they didn't have before this round. This is not what St. Clair is planning at all. It's a change of setup. It ends up being very costly towards that Cypher, towards Giza, that has been on this B-side over and over again.
Oh, this will break them. If this 2 was able to make it on in, this is going to break them, okay. And now it's a big ask. You got your best player doing it, but it's a triple peak as Piggy takes down Caillou, and Missouri gets themselves to at least 4, possibly 5.
Looking at...
We got a timeout.
Yeah. Looking at the timeout here, looking at a couple key ultimates that you want to utilize to secure the last round of the half of what St. Clair wants it to be the last map of today, that 3-0 to go their way, focus once again on those grand finals. And you have the Seekers right on the other side, Missouri, talking about these options, talking about those opportunities, and they've been early into this rounds playing it very slow, right? You see them kind of spread all across the map, but St. Clair is doing just the same. You see them pushing together on the defensive side, and that last round, that is what caused them to lose it.
Put the Cypher back on B. Don't outsmart yourself. Put the Cypher on B, get 1 lurker towards mid, stack 3A. That's what's been the recipe for success here for St. Clair. On the opposite side from Missouri, it's be decisive. Get the information and be decisive. I think this St. Clair's team isn't prone to overthinking like we saw from both Blinn College and Texas A&M earlier, where if you just gave them time, they would out-rotate themselves. Here, St. Clair's has been pretty disciplined. So take the fight, get in there, and win your gun battles. And that's exactly what they're doing. Ponder goes straight on in. The blind worked, but Instinct wins the battle. And now the rest of the push gets slowed down because there was a stun. Oh no, it's gone all wrong. Instinct does finally go down to Alex, but the damage has been done. They still have Spike as Piggy on top of the box, and it was read pretty quickly there by Smiley, and Smiley knows he's there, he's only there, that's the only place he could possibly be. Nice little usage of the Viper's Pit as Piggy ends up winning that one out anyways. And Alex right there in the corner. Giza has a beat on it.
1 enemy remaining. Spike down.
Oh no, but Piggy getting caught from behind. Caillou says thank you very much. The spike is out there. Alex has impossible work to do.
Surrounded. Nothing you can do, yeah. There's an 8-4 half on Sunset. St. Clair's continuing to take the lead, and as we saw for Missouri in the way that round started out, I also think every single time that we've seen a team trying to play a fast hit, whether it's that A side or B side, it goes wrong. I mean, it makes it impossible. And it seems like for Missouri, all the pieces were working together to make that happen, right? You see the guiding leg going through the window. You see the player getting flashed. And still, it is that raise for Instinct getting 3 kills out of nowhere, just denying the fast hit possibility. Now, for St. Clair, so I want to say if they bring a little bit more of that, or they go over that fast hit attempt, or if they also have that idea, this map is just meant to be played a little bit slower with a little bit more map control all across, and then going for the hit right at the end.
Yeah, right. The 3 hits that we've seen so far is the fast hit generally on B. we see mid control and then rotating out. And the third one we've seen is make a lot of noise on one site and then rotate respawn back to the other site. Those are the three big strategies we've seen throughout the day. This one seems a little bit slower, as no minimap means it's all through Ponder's eyes right now. As I think it's 3 members starting to rotate towards A. The noise made there early, and I think St. Clair's is just going to stick to it.
For Missouri, you gotta be so careful for this round. This can be, you know, the most meaningful round to guarantee if a comeback is gonna be possible or not for that squad now going on the defensive. And they're making a rotation from that mid side to that B hit, and Ponder gets the best of that cipher.
Yep, there's one.
30 seconds.
But now to rotate back on over. Alex has the opportunity and is able to get one. Instinct trades it on out, though. Right there. Somewhere along the way. And one more drop, which makes it a 3v3. St. Clair's does get the spike down. It's Conch, Panda, and Ponder. These are the guys that have been high performers here for the Tigers, and they need to do it now with their tournament lives possibly on the line here, given the fact that the economy is going to get reset. Gonna be in a budget round after this. Panda picks up one. The paint shells ring true. And now it's a 2v1 up to Seth. He only has a classic. Defuse started. Can he click the head? No, he can't. Either way, Ponder stays onto the spike, and Panda wins that battle. Missouri back in business, 8-5 after winning the pistol in round in the second half.
Sit down. We're not done yet.
All right, Panda this time around being that sky on top, showing off a little bit more as you wanted to see for this out of Missouri. Securing that pistol round, securing a couple stronger weapons for the next one, and given a chance into this one. It was very patient for St. Clair's. They got some info towards A. They made that rotation from mid, but they were still caught off guard even after that spike got planted, even after they were playing that post plan, just made impossible. And especially with that guiding light and the impact the Panda had into this one. Speaking of, once again, info coming through.
How many people do you think say that wrong? The name of the market.
Wait, what?
It's the name of the market. It's Market Mejor. I bet how many people say Market Major? Market Major.
Too many. Too many.
Too many. Too many. Come on, people. We're in LA. There's like a, you know, like a Latino vibe to this one. Come on.
I think everybody just says the names of all the streets in LA wrong, though. Which is because, you know, most of them are in Spanish.
Okay, I'll follow up after we see these shots from Ponder. There's one adjudicated guilty as charged. He goes for the second. He gets taken down. What is one that they say wrong? Caillou gets the third one. Like, just think.
Let me think about this.
They're saying like, yeah, think about it. You're saying La Brea instead of La Brea.
Yeah, like anything, I swear.
Panda with the flash on out, and Seth able to answer back blind. And what a round win there by the Saints. They had no business winning that one. They get to upgrade their guns as we continue to work on our Spanish here.
I'm trying to think of streets, and suddenly I can't think of any single one, but I swear
all of them.
Yeah, just we gotta work on some pronunciation here, I think. LA.
Oh, you know, I live in San Fernando Valley.
Yeah,
you can live off of Alvarado, you know?
Stop.
All right.
Cover going out.
just saying, hey, we got a team from Ontario, Canada. They got an accent. In Missouri, you know, that's the Midwest. They have an accent as well. As Caillou plows right on through, trying to pick up some shots. And Piggy able to answer on back. Now they slow down the push. 3v3 is where we're at, as Giza wraps around and makes it into 2, catches out the lurker. And so Panda, I think they're gonna outsmart themselves. Are they gonna outsmart themselves and out-rotate? Panda a little bit further ahead here.
One enemy remaining.
Yep, and Giza's right on top of it. Last one there. See, we're just gonna continue to watch Seth do nothing as the round ends. There it is, Giza catching out Panda. 10-5 is the score.
Double digits finally coming through for St. Clair's. And this is a way that we've seen for this team. They get ahead by a couple rounds, then it comes closer. So it seems like naturally, this is where Missouri starts to get a couple rounds to make it, you know, as close as possible. But I don't know if it's gonna be this time around. Conch that has been kind of the pillar for the squad, the one kind of leading everybody else has been a little bit slower today. It's gonna get spotted, gonna hold on to it. No way.
What? Oh no, Instinct
Okay, so,
catching out Conch like that.
Yeah, Conch, it seems to me that was relying on his teammate to get that info, but didn't realize somebody crossed one all the way around, and that's the way that he goes down.
And that's tough now. The neural theft being swapped on over. Information given that B site is wide open for the taking. And they will do so. Ponder and Piggy looking at each other while the spike's being planted on the other side of the map. It's Boba time here for Instinct, as he was the man that got the nice opening pick. Let's see if he's able to double it up for some dessert. As Instinct continue to peek it up against Alex. Oh no, I think the help of the teammates makes it feel safer than what it is. Miss Piggy gets a nice trade, but then the concuss comes out. They know where he's at. Smiley left alive, and Giza, who's just been pretty solid here in the second half, stepping inside of Market Mejor. Piggy's just gonna hold this one down. Oh no, he gets spy darted. And this is just toying with your food here. Smiley kill. And that's tough.
Just nothing you can do, right? You try to make that 1v2 as winnable as possible. Go for that smoke, trying to get that diffuse, but then you get tagged. So not even to try to seek it, you're gonna be safe. Unfortunate for Missouri and for that Omen, but still gonna be great for St. Clair's on the other side. They get to 11 here, and it seems like finally they've kind of gotten a hang onto this attacking side with some Seekers that are going to be available, and also that Rolling Thunder for Smiley is going to be available. So both of the initiators ready for the action. Instinct also one away from the showstopper. So a couple of those that we might be seeing come through for potentially the last rounds of this map in this match.
I've got your trail.
3 rounds in a row here for St. Clair. Rolling Thunder gonna clear out B right away as Giza wins yet another duel against, I think it was Miss Piggy there. However, gets traded back, putting it to 4v4, but St. Clair with ease get onto the B site, and they're one plant away.
Spotted.
I guess two detonations, but one plant away. Deal comes through for Conch as he's forced to back on off. Seeker's gonna help with the retake here for Missouri. Showstopper picks up one, so nice play there by Ponder onto Instinct in the Battle of the Raises. There are 2 members inside of B main and one hanging around right outside in Market. Smiley gonna do his best to continue to be annoying. Nice concuss, will help things out. Half to Alex, and it's just perfect defense after the post plant. Great job there by St. Clair's, and now they're on match point.
Missouri got half of that defuse. It was very doable, but it seems like, you know, as they decided to go for this retake, it might have been a little too late, right? You see the Seekers invested later on into that round, into the post plan, and then you also see that showstopper. A couple opportunities that they gave them some hope, and still St. Clair just take it away from them. One round away from closing this match, from making it to the finals.
Yeah, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. 4 members heading towards B here for St. Clair's and what could possibly be the final round. There's an operator on the map. Piggy, again, had themselves a pretty tough Lotus and finished it out pretty well. Steps on in. Oh, nice little trick. Low on HP, also vulnerable, but no one's seen him, and the showstopper goes across the map to clear him on out. But Piggy gets 2. Now there's going to be more. Oh, and it's a blind operator shot there by Conch. Conch doing his best to hold it down and wait for the rest of the cavalry to arrive, and they have. As Seth and Smiley will rotate back towards B main and make them think about it. This is the first time in a little while here we've seen Dryad where time is being taken, and now Missouri are left with their own thoughts.
Cover going out.
in a 2v3, but Sinclairs have been able to turn the number disadvantage around. Now they have to be more careful than ever, having no info of where the 3 Missouri players are going to be hiding, especially that chamber, the one that you want to take down first. But can they do it? 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. Oh, Giza gets that opening pick here after the reset.
Swing.
Launch with a nice
Spike
op.
down B.
So it's
retrieved
all
the
up to
spike.
Giza to try and close this one out. Missouri just trying to put one foot in front of the other and keep some rounds together, and they are able to do so. Conch holds it down with the operator. An expensive round with 3 members falling, but Missouri need to take all the points that they can get. Their tournament lives on the line here for the fall season.
Another round here that for Missouri gets secure thanks to Conch this time around on the chamber and with that operator. That is changing out, right? So the tour de force is going to be available, and now you're going to have technically those 2 operators, one in the hands of Alex on that Viper, and the other is going to be, well, that tour de force for Conch. So a little bit more control that you can take early on, and also the possibility to play around with this utility across the map. But you have some heavy presence on that A site that's not where Sinclairs is planning on going.
Oh, no.
Who needs a judge when you can just put the marshal in their face? The up-close gun doesn't quite work out there, and Conch gets out-sniped by Giza. Things are falling apart here for the Tigers. They're being tamed by the Saints. The plant goes down onto the preferred site of B, and a 2v5 means that the hopes are slim to continue the season here for the Missouri Tigers. 2 left up, Smiley with the close angle with the judge, and a dark cover Shroud right in front of him, making it insanely difficult. On the flank is, of course, Smiley. And this is hard. Panda
No
from distance
way.
gets adjudicated. He's guilty. Smiley with the blind, and Caillou with the kill. It's St. Clair moving on in a perfect 3-0 against Missouri Tigers. What a tough, tough battle this one was. But the Saints, again, a up-and-coming, I guess, more known esports powerhouse, proving it not only in League of Legends, but also in Valorant here. And they go up against, you know who, Dryad, the top team in the nation. What a prize.
I mean, you're able to make it to the grand finals. You're feeling pretty good about it. And in a 3-0 fashion, too. But, of course, you know, the grand finals are not going to be easy for this squad. Though I think, you know, I want to say with this map of Sunset that is still kind of new. Everybody's still kind of getting an idea of how everybody else is playing it, how they want to play it. There is a good chance, there's good opportunities you take advantage of. You know, anything that you can, and Sinclairs can really give us some surprises. It's still not going to be easy, but I'm happy to see when those dominant kind of scores, when it's a 3-0 fashion where you're able to close out the lower bracket, then that means you get more time to talk about what is going to happen tomorrow, and it gives me more hope for how these teams are going to face the strongest ones that we know in each region.
Absolutely, but again, the prize for winning the lower bracket finals, you get yourself higher circuit points for the CVAL championships, as well as some scholarship money in a higher bracket. But you're going up against Darkest, Dip, Benji, and Ali, all returning from Northwood, plus the addition Logan, who came from the Tea Parties from Fisher College. That was their top fragger. This is a super, super stacked roster. I know this is further down the line, but that's just going to be such a tough battle here. And I hope that Giza and the rest of the squad are able to bring their best stuff. To break down that final map and the 3-0, let's send it back on over to our analysts.
Thank you, D-Gun. When the Saints come marching in, the Saints come marching in hard, Scott. I mean, a 3-0 victory over a team that reversed 3-0 them. I mean, what a storyline, Scott.
I almost wish you stayed muted if you were just gonna bring out that line for that one. You can tell it's been a long day as well when we're starting to make jokes in the edit booth. And Digon is in the darkness. He is enshrouded as the time has changed throughout today. Yes, it has been an absolute showcase for this game. Yes, it's a 3-0, but the St. Clair Saints, they come marching in and they do not tend to stop. It's kind of like inertia is a thing. An object in motion tends to stay in motion, and Mizzou was most definitely not an outside force.
Yeah, and I mean, it was such a refreshing to see the change of pace that they were able to bring on their attack side as opposed to their defensive side. I mean, the first half on defense, FCC was more than happy to play super passive. I'm sure there were multiple rounds where I saw some of the members of FCC actually playing from their own defensive spawn.
You know, we talked about it a little bit in our DMs while walking and watching and listening to our wonderful casters. We broke it down. Yeah, you could sit a little bit further back, but St. Clair Saints are taking some liberties. They're sitting really far back, and a lot of that is greatly assisted by the fact they have that cipher, something that Mizzou, oddly enough, didn't choose to go with and instead went for that chamber, which is a fine choice on certain maps. I mentioned it earlier. It's pretty good on, well, this isn't 2 years ago. It's really hard to lie about that these days. It can be pretty good, but for this map, Cypher is king. We saw a beautiful play of a trapwire placed at the B main execute, and you couldn't get the trapwire despite knowing it was there. There's a reason why Cypher is meta for this map and will always be for the time being with that update to the range. Here's the same spot. They couldn't find it earlier. This isn't that round necessarily, but it's the same gist. It's nearly impossible to escape from there.
Yeah, I mean, Conch hit some crazy shots like that one right there with the jump peak with that tour de force. But unfortunately, when you're chamber, you have to play so aggressive. Your presence has to be made known. It has to be felt. And that kind of bit Mizzou in the behind because there were so often times where Conch had to be a hard anchor on a site in order to find that information that he wasn't able to rotate the operator or the tour de force in time to help out their team. Meanwhile, though, Giza on the other hand just sitting pretty as Cypher live streaming in their spawn waiting for a tripwire to go off, and it's like, oh, I don't see anything here for like a minute and a half. I'm just gonna go to the other site to help my team, Scott.
Having a good chat right there, right? He's checking the vlogs, he's checking the chat, he's making sure somebody's saying something and really giving the call outs for the team. I think another big point to say, though I try not to for a lot of the time, it feels like games are typically won either in the map selection or the agent selection. And this game was the agent selection. The chamber difference was too much to overcome. You needed that cipher, and it really hurt that second half. But I'll tell you what doesn't hurt, a 77 kill performance with 27 assists for Caillou, who just tore apart everyone he went off against. 33 kills in map 1, 21 in map 2, and 23 for a final.
My goodness, Caillou doing things on Sky that made her look like she was pre-nerf, made her look like she was Phoenix again. I mean, there was no reason that he should be putting up these numbers as an initiator. And it wasn't just Sky as well. He was able to do that on Sova, dropping, I think, 25 kills on that second map. And you could see from there, I mean, an ACS score of 315 in 3 games in a row is just insane, Scott.
We thought we saw an impressive MVP ballot earlier for our previous game. Now we just get an arguably even more impressive one by all accounts. We all knew, though, coming into this one that they were going to be the standout player. There was never a question about it when it comes to SCC. They know who's top dog. They knew they have to feed the rock to, and they pounded it straight forward after map, just consistent. And I think that's another thing for St. Clair Saints. They knew what was working. They played a little bit slower. Digon talked about there's really 3 things we've seen today on the attack. The slow to push in quickly, and then the bait to one side over the other. They did all of them. They made sure they touched every base, and they added a couple more flair factors in for themselves. They were all across the board. They weren't complacent, and they made sure that they were going to take the victory at the end of the day in a very good fashion.
Yeah, and the game plan that came out from SEC, I think, was beautiful. They started off on their defensive half, just giving up mid, playing deep in spawn, letting Mizzou work up mid, just wasting utility just to clear out that mid side. And just when Mizzou thought that that was the game plan that they can do, they started getting lazy on their mid executes, and SEC was like, all right, let's aggress. We saw multiple rounds where they would just get easy picks mid with the operator, and the attackers weren't even looking towards those angles, Scott.
And for Mizzou, it didn't get much better in the second half by all accounts. They win the pistol, pat yourself in the back. You gotta win the second one too, right? You have the advantage for a reason. You buy up, you get those Spectres or Stingers, whatever you tickles your fancy in that regard, but you still couldn't come away with a win in that round, and that forces round 3 to be an eco, and it makes you question the result of round 4 based on how well and how many weapons you dropped in round 3, and it just wasn't there. And Mizzou started off on the wrong for the second half, and they had clearly started off on the wrong foot in the first half, and I think they just got dug a hole too deep they couldn't climb back out of.
Yeah, definitely having that chamber did hurt, especially in the pistol rounds. Yes, the headhunter is really strong, but at some points later, the pistol rounds, it's only 4 rounds of the game, Scott. There's so much more Valorant to be played, and when you have to be anchored on a site, you're unable to move, to rotate. I even think on that last round, he was trying to anchor. He had 2 other teammates backing him up on that A main site, but once they heard utility being executed on B, everyone was fast rotating, and it allowed Giza to just get an easy pick on him that rotates, Scott.
To make matters worse, if we don't want to keep talking on the chamber, unfortunately we will. It just really is something that was noticeably absent from Mizzou. When you're playing that chamber, you really are saying, okay, well, I'm pretty eco-savvy. I can bring a headhunter in scenarios and maybe save a little bit extra cash if I'm doing well. But there's other problems there. Your tour de force, which is arguably your other eco-saving piece of utility in your kit, wasn't being charged very well because you were not getting kills. You were not winning rounds well. You're getting it ticked up because you're dying, which is something, I guess I could say, but it doesn't work very well on the attacking side, which you played over 70% of this match on because you got dominated in the first and you didn't start off good in the second.
Speaking of bringing some light into SEC, it seemed like they had a much deeper playbook. I mean, even on certain rounds where it looked like Mizzou was taking the advantage, somehow they were able to still close out SEC. They were able to close out with leaving only 1 person on Mizzou alive, so hurting their economy constantly. And then there was a round I want to focus on. I believe it was round 17 or so. It was an eco round from SEC, and despite only running a single controller composition, they were able to somehow put Caillou deep into mid stairs on a pistol round before they started executing, and having that much control mid on an eco round, they were able to convert that 50, Scott.
I was actually very intrigued by Caillou's playstyle. They were very willing to step into courtyard and try to hit behind stack and play as best as they can there, knowing that to get out of there, you have to play for a solo initiating play. Like we mentioned, Kai was really good about judging the distance to the guiding light and being able to escape afterwards, but that wasn't what Caillou's playstyle is. Caillou's playstyle is setting up for kills themselves and making sure they find it, and they did so very well. But ahead of us, because we've seen the St. Clair Saints go through and take this one 3-0, they now have to face the big bad at the end of the tunnel, the #1 team, legacy-wise and in practice, Northwood in the grand finals tomorrow.
Man, that is going to be a challenge and a half for SEC, and it's not like there are any strangers to the matchup. I mean, this is a rivalry that has brewed in the North. They faced each other's at least 4 times this year alone. And in CVAL themselves, they faced Northwood about 3 times. Unfortunately, they were unable to get any wins over Northwood during CVAL. However, in the other events for their matchup, they were able to eke some out. So currently in the rivalry, the record is 2-3, and SEC will be looking to tie that up tomorrow.
St. Clair Saints, they're a really darn good team. They made it to Red Bull Campus Clash for a reason. But Northwood is Northwood, and it's hard to say much more. If you want to know how good Northwood is, comparing away from this region, they 3-0'd Winthrop just a couple days ago. 3-0'd them. Almost none of the maps were close. One of them went to OT, the first one, I believe, but they 3-0'd them in a best-of-5 grand final. You're doing that against a team that punched their ticket in their region by far, so much so that the teams that got dropped to the lower bracket finals to play up to the grand finals had to win trade to try to squeak some strats out at the end of the day. That's how scary Winthrop is, and Northwood 3-0'd them fairly easily on maps that are absolutely getting played tomorrow, considering it's been Lotus and Haven all darn day.
And if I recall correctly, Scott, I think Northwood only dropped 1 map last year in all of CVAL. And so far, this year in CVAL, they have also only dropped 1 map. So I wonder if history is going to repeat itself on multiple fronts, or if SEC can finally put a stop to the Kings and make them bleed.
The crowd has to come off at one point or another, right? Northwood have to be dethroned. And I think the St. Clair Saints are a good enough team to be capable of doing so. But the difficulties that will come up tomorrow in that best of 5 is something I do not envy whatsoever here, Jackson. Do not want to be the team facing off against a Northwood who is confident and had the entire day today to VOD review their opponent coming up because they want the scholarship, but more importantly, they want the points for the VALORANT championship.
They want to keep their undefeated record for sure. And on the bright spot for SCC, I mean, they came into this matchup. It was a rematch of an earlier matchup this eval, but not only that, the last time SCC faced off against Mizzou, they unfortunately dropped a 2-0 lead and lost that in a heartbreak. It looked like history may have repeated themselves today, but SCC able to roll it in together, making sure that they close out, not letting another reverse 3-0 happen, Scott.
The expectation is that Kai is going to be the player to step up to the plate and kind of lead the charge for St. Clair Saints. But Northwood have this je ne sais quoi, I would say, about how they're so capable of shutting down a single individual. We've seen it on Winthrop. You expect to see a really positive performance in their duelist, and it's nowhere close. And in fact, their Sentinel is doing really well instead of the controller and the initiator we've seen throughout today. They're really good at targeting and also avoiding that target man. They have to play more of a false 9. They have to fall back a little bit further, and they have to obfuscate his position just at least a little bit to try to keep them alive.
And definitely an anti-Caillou strat has to be in the works right now for Northwood after the numbers that he put up today. So now as we're going to take a look at the rest of the region here, first we're going to take a look at the West bracket. We have SFU Pink winning out the West bracket in a 3-0 fashion. And let's take a look over there. They will be matching up with SJSU Blue, Scott, who are a powerhouse in the West.
So at the dangers of Northwood, SJSU has almost as much history and pretty much the same level of accolades. They are an exceptional program, and they know it, and they bring their A game everywhere. They have not had any troubles, bar that IVC game that did get them one map off. But past that, they are clean, pristine, and they're trying to keep it so. But SFU, you hadn't had to face them yet. And now you get to, and you can try to prove your, I would say, prowess in that showcase tomorrow. We'll have a good glimpse of, I would at least hope, a couple of those matches to see what SJSU can bring to the table since we didn't see him today.
And honestly, Scott, this competition has been heating up. There are multiple teams that have been undefeated on their way to grand finals, SJSU being one of them as well, Scott.
Yeah, SJSU is a team you do not want to face off against. I've seen their roster change like 4 times throughout the last 3 years in Collegiate Valorant, and somehow still their name never manages to leave your mouth. You'd expect when players start to trickle out and there's difficulties in keeping a roster because of graduations and stringent circumstances that maybe the team would have a slight fall off. SJSU has not been able to leave the contention for one of those top 10, one of those top 15 teams, and I don't think that's ever going to change in the current state of Valorant.
I want to know what they're serving in the SJSU cafeteria.
It's going crazy there, right?
There's no way they've had so many different iterations of teams and have still somehow to be so dominant. I mean, it's either the cafeteria or the coaching staff, to be honest.
Yeah, you have to have a scene behind you, right? You have to have a coaching staff. You have to have, a program that can uplift you. A program is always built by its director, but sometimes it starts as grassroots. That's where every esport program in collegiate started, and it comes back into the woodworks and says, hey, we know what we can do. Let's put somebody in charge to lead the foray. Fisher's done it. It's created a huge program. Northwood's done it for a while. They have been kings of COD even for the last 6 years for a very long time. No, it's not been as much recently. And then SJSU as well have created a very solid standing for themselves, and it's greatly assisted by the wonderful staff and facilities they have.
Yeah, and the first match for IVC, they were able to take down a map from SJSU, but in the end, they fell short to FSU Pink. FSU Pink coming on top on this rematch, this has to feel good, even if they're going up against a titan like SJSU, Scott.
Especially when it's an extremely close affair for the final map. They go through the first 2. We saw a really good game on Split. You say, hey, keep that up. It was somewhat close, but it wasn't the stereotypical domination for one side over the other like you expect for a map like Split. You head into the third. What do? Get the win, and it took them all the way into OT to do so. A huge comeback being made, and SFU had to keep IVC back, and they were barely able to do so. 14-12.
Yeah, and big shout outs to FSU, able to pull it out, close it out in 3-0 fashion as they prepare to take care of SJSU tomorrow. Moving on to the South region, we do see Blinn Esports coming out on top against Tamu White, winning in a 3-0 fashion, Scott.
I mentioned this curling coming on earlier today. I even mentioned it when we were having a meeting beforehand to discuss what we were going to be talking about in the broadcast. Blinn are so multi-dimensional, multifaceted as individuals. It seems so impossible for Tamu to be able to take them down when they can flex on any map and nearly in any position. And that came true today. Blinn 3-0. Tamu White could not find their way into this game. And just the ability to do everything with everyone involved is so important for a team. I mention it all the time. A team that kills together wins together. It was the case for St. Clair State. It was especially the case when it came down to our West Division as well. You have to be able to stand up and bat with the best of the best if you want to be able to slug and get the win.
Absolutely. And Blinn themselves also were a victim to roster changes. As we mentioned earlier on the broadcast, Vog having to step in just about a month ago, but putting up some major numbers for his team, clutching it out. But I do want to highlight Giovanni and Spashes going absolutely nuts today, carrying their team to that 3-0 victory, Scott.
Giovanni is a name that you love saying because first off, the name sounds awesome. And second off, because you get to do it so darn often. He's all over the place, positioning wise, and that's kind of expected. We've seen a lot of initiators do exceptionally well today, but you know they can do a little bit more than that. They are also a duelist. They also can step up and play. When they have a Raze-centric map, Giovanni steps up. That's where they really want to go. And I think that's really the style that needs to be there because as Raze, you're almost initiating for yourselves. It's a paint shell toss and clear corner and then 2 boost packs to get into sight. You're setting up your own potential and you're using that to explode towards the objective.
Yeah, don't forget that boom bot as well for extra information if you wanted to, getting to fly into sight as well. Blinn doing so well, taking down Tamu White in 3-0 fashion. And with that concludes our coverage around the league. I mean, we see the matchups that are going to come through tomorrow. Grand finals between each region should be a banger to see, Scott.
Yeah, I'm exceptionally excited for it tomorrow. We're going to have Tegon and Dryad back here once again. Hopefully Ashabot will be feeling up to snuff and can join us in as well for the desk booth to be involved here once again. And if you want to be involved, there's something going on tomorrow. It's called a giveaway. Make sure you type ! giveaway in the chats. There is a Tactibear plush that is being given out to the audience. So it's not just the players that win scholarships as well as circuit points in for the championship. It's also you, the viewer, having your chance to win probably the coolest plush you'll ever have.
Oh, I agree. I'd love that Tactibear. I'm definitely going to try and see if I can enter the giveaway myself. And I know that we didn't get to catch every single match today, Scott, but all of the matches will be uploaded onto YouTube for your viewing pleasure, as well as some of these teams to get interested in checking out the strategies of that team that they will be playing tomorrow. Make sure you guys are keeping an eye out on University Esports socials for any more news over there. And now we do have one more final recap, actually. We forgot about the East bracket, but here we are. We got to see Fisher College Falcons play against Fisher College Tea Party, the Battle of Boston, with the Falcons coming out on top, Scott.
Yeah, I don't think there was any shocker for this one. We kind of expected it. We saw it go down. Now that's that game with Winthrop, who, like I mentioned, faced off against Northwood. And if you want another tidbit for how dangerous Northwood is, in case they weren't scary enough here, right? There was one player. I won't say there wasn't a single one. There was one player in the entirety of that game against Winthrop and Northwood that managed to get a kill more than the lowest fragger on the side of Northwood. One person.
Wow.
Top frag on the side of Winthrop had 39 or 40 kills, and the bottom frag for Northwood had 38, with the highest having 52. A team that kills together wins together, and Northwood is the epitome of that description.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget, this isn't the first time that these two teams have met. There is a bit of history between them, Scott. I mean, last year in the collegiate championships, they faced each other in losers finals as well. And Fisher College Falcons were the ones to be expected to beat out Winthrop, but instead Winthrop upset them. So this time it's going to be Fisher College looking for revenge, Scott.
Yeah, I think Fisher College knows what's ahead of them. They set things up. They're that worried about Winthrop that they're win trading with their B team to try to get some strats sneaked out. And their secondary team, I mean, T-Party almost got it the first game over and went to overtime for their first map on that best of 3. It still ended 3-0 in favor of Winthrop, but they still got, or 2-0, I apologize. They still got one map out of it, so there was a lot there for them. But there's more teams to worry about. Here's the North bracket we had talked about previously. St. Clair Saints having to face off against Northwood. Just recapping everything to make sure you know. Northwood's had a free ride to this point, it feels like. St. Clair Saints, you had to play Northwood second in this ending phase 2 for double elimination. That's hard luck, but you earned the right to face them again.
Yeah, hopefully they got enough information out of Northwood, their first matchup, to try and formulate some sort of strategy. They also got to witness Northwood play against Mizzou, and this has to be a big confident boost for SCC as well, being able to beat out Mizzou after that reverse 3-0 last year, but also understanding that they were able to beat a team that took a map off of Northwood as well, Scott.
Yeah, there's a lot of what ifs. You know, you have that what if universe, right? What if Mizzou would take the win over St. Clair Saints? Yeah. What would that game have looked like? And I'm sorry to say it, I don't think Mizzou would have been a prepped enough team to be able to take down such a difficult opponent when we already are questioning enough St. Clair Saints' ability to do so, and they just 3-0'd that Mizzou team. Rightful winners move on, and the rightful result will come out at the end of the day tomorrow.
Absolutely, and all of this has helped shape tomorrow to be an exciting matchup for each of these grand finals. And that's going to be it for our coverage today. My name has been Jackson5K, and I was joined on the desk by Infernosis. We had Degon and Dryad on the mic, bringing the hype with the casting. Make sure you guys are tuning back in tomorrow to catch these grand finals. They are going to start at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. That's going to be it for us tonight, guys. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast, and we hope to see you again tomorrow.
The Guardian will get slowed down as all the Cyber Cages comes down. Does land the headshot, but it's out. It's a bueno with the Sheriff right in the face. The Snakebite not able to help. I'll be able to hold it. Was Muerda right away. Just getting absolutely destroyed. Javi picking up 2, trying to hold on for T. There's those darts that have just been so punishing as it bounces off the wall. Does a little bit of damage to Javi. Viper's pick goes down. Oh, yeah, they know. Will get the Viper's pit down. And in a 2v2, looking good here for Missouri. A little expensive. Oh, Caillou with 3! Gonna use the Seekers to buy a little bit of time. Ponder gets caught, it's 4! Formation has been passed. Giovanni gets 1. He's been so good so far. Able to get away. Pops the rolling thought. Nice job by Piggy. And Alex now with the absolute beam right onto Smiley. Again, had themselves a pretty tough Lotus and finished it out pretty well. Steps on in. Oh, nice little trick. Low on HP, also vulnerable, but no one's seen.